Morning everybody, welcome along to the main stage here at Autosport International. In fact, welcome to Autosport International, back after 2 years away, and it feels very, very good indeed. You are all more than welcome, and I'm delighted to say we kick off the stars that are appearing on the main stage here at the NEC in a fine way, because for the first time in 2022, Tom Ingram became the BTCC champion. Please welcome your BTCC champion for 2022, Tom Ingram. Top billing.
Absolutely right. That little beat caught you off guard, didn't it?
It did a bit. I was about to talk. You can tell, can't you? Yeah. Morning, Ingram.
Morning.
Absolutely brilliant. We've not had proper chance to sit down and do a sensible conversation since you lifted the trophy at the end of Brands Hatch at the end of last year. And it's been quite a road since then. You don't just pick up the coveted trophy, which has got all those names on it from all the years that you've had your sights set on, but then it leads on to the Autosport Awards at the Grosvenor House Hotel in Park Lane in London, where readers of Autosport voted you the National Racing Driver of the Year. Then the following day, you get a BRDC Silver Star in London. It has been quite a road, this, hasn't it?
It's a busy sort of few weeks after you've won the championship. Good morning, everyone. By the way, it's lovely to see so many of you here, and lovely to be back at the Autosport Show. Like you say, amazing that we haven't been here for a couple of years, but it does only feel. I was walking through the corridors on the way in, thinking it only feels like last week we were
said
here.
the same on Thursday,
which is terrifying.
Exactly the
this seat's really low, by the way. Hold on, let me just.
I know you can adjust.
Is this set for you?
You should have had a seat fitting.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. You know, those weeks that follow winning the championship are bizarre. Firstly, because I spent most of them either drunk or hungover, which was great. But it's an amazing thing to be able to be part of, because, as you know, trying to win this championship has been what's consumed my life for years and years and years, and it's ultimately the dream of trying to win the Touring Car Championship actually started here it would have been like 1999, I think it was. I came to this very show. Dad got me the season review on VHS, as it was at the time. And that's where my passion for the BTCC started. I remember watching the season review every single day before I used to go to school. And that was really where my love for the championship started.
I have a memory of having you over on the Formula Kart Stars stage doing an interview many years ago.
Yeah, 2006.
Was it?
I won the British Karting Championships, and it was a really funny moment, because Caroline Hoy, who ran the championship, said, "Do you want to come and do an interview on the stage?" I was like, "Yes, of course I do." 12-year-old me, of course I'd love to. So I went and they said, "And you're going to get interviewed by the man who does all the touring car interviews." I was like, "Wow, Steve Ryder, that's awesome." and then you came out.
I'm always a disappointment, I'm afraid. I'd love to say I remembered it, but I don't. No, I do.
I made a good impression. That's nice to hear.
I do remember it. But, you know, to talk to young drivers when they're in karting, they've got the goal. They've either got the goal of, I want to make it into Formula One, or nowadays, if you ask them, they say, I want to be Formula One world champion, because I think their PR has told them that's the way to do it, to show the determination. Or they say, I want to go into BTCC, I want to be a tin top driver. So was that always your aim? You didn't have the Formula One dream?
No, I had the Formula One dream, of course I did. And if you turned around to me now and said, do you fancy doing it? I'd say, yeah, go on then.
You'd be silly not to.
But realistically, I always had a love for the BTCC. Maybe a sort of sideline to that. I've been this height since I was 11.
Yeah. It would be tricky in a Formula One car.
Being 6'2" when you're 11 years old is quite difficult to have aspirations of getting to Formula One, I'll be honest with you. So I kind of saw that there was a big lanky bloke called Matt Neal who was in touring cars, and thought, well, if he can do it, then I'll have a chance as well.
So you're saying here in public that Matt Neal was your idol?
He was my inspiration. I looked up to him.
Yeah. And you still do.
The dad jokes that are best, aren't they? Yeah. So really, I had interest in Formula One. But even now, if you were to say to me, what do you enjoy watching more? I'll still get back on a Sunday evening or a Monday morning, and we'll still put the touring car races on, because I enjoy watching them as much of a fan as I do taking part.
Yeah.
And of course I watch Formula One, but my deep-rooted interest is absolutely in touring car racing. And for me, that was a clear goal that I wanted to do from a very young age. As loads of us here will have done, I played the PlayStation games, you watched all the videos, I went to a load of the races, I got the autographs. And I just loved it. I absolutely love it. So even now, when there's kids come around and want to talk or want to have photos, I think I'll give time, because that was me. That was absolutely me.
So who was the driver at a touring car meeting whose autograph you wanted? Who was your touring car hero?
It was Jason, of course. It was Jason and Matt, because they were at the time that I would have been going along. It would have been early 2000s, so it was when their hatred for each other, seeming hatred for each other, was at its highest. But of course, that was, they were the names, weren't they? They were the guys to look up to. And it was a really surreal moment for me, actually, lining up at the first race that I went to, that I took part in 2014. I'm lining up at Brands Hatch, and it was a really surreal moment. As you know, I remember having a chat with you. It was a real surreal moment at the best of it, but there was a moment where I had a great qualifying session. I think I qualified 6th or something else like that, and I was sat on the grid, and there was Matt Neal, there was Jason, there was Fabrizio Giovanardi, there was Andrew Jordan, there was all these champions around, and next to me was this guy called Alan McNish, and I'm thinking, this is just bonkers. Like, I still feel like a kid. I'm almost looking at the lights going, I should watch the lights, but I really want to watch this because this is cool. So when I got fired off by him, I was really annoyed, but then at the same time, I was like, of all the people to get fired off by on your debut, I mean, that's fairly cool, isn't it?
It's amazing. You've got over that now.
I'm not bitter by that at all, as you can tell.
You're a champion in the BTCC, which is what so many years of work has finally led to. Was it elation? Was it a relief that you'd finally got there? How did it feel? As you say, in the championship since 2014, you've knocked on the door, you've been a runner-up, you were 3rd, and that elusive first place.
I think I finished in the however many years of taking part in the I think I finished in every position other than 1st. So it was.
I can check for you.
I know
you
like.
can.
Matt Salisbury will probably text you in a minute. But winning it was such a bizarre experience.
You didn't finish 5th.
I didn't.
No, you finished.
Let's hope 2023 isn't the year for that.
4th twice.
4th twice, okay.
6th, 2nd, 3rd, 10th, 13th.
God, you're
15th.
Isn't he so knowledgeable?
Well, yeah.
That's Wikipedia.
I've got a big iPad.
That's a Wikipedia.
It is. The colours help.
I thought so. Honestly, winning the championship was. I mean, that whole weekend was a blur. I mean, it was the best weekend of my life, but it was also the worst weekend of my life, all rolled into one, because of the stress of the situation, because of what you're thinking about going into the weekend, and also because you have no control over the permutations that could happen. You can control the controllables. I've said this so many times this year that I was sort of going into it. I put as much work in. I mean, I worked harder going into that weekend than I did any other weekend than I could have done. And as you know, I've always been brought up with the method of preparation. The more as prepared as you can be. But I was more prepared than I probably ever have been going into that Brands Hatch weekend. Spencer, my engineer, was sick of me because I either spent every working and waking hour on the phone to him, either on the phone or sat in his kitchen, knocking on it and go, what about this? What about, shut up, go away, will you? But it was a weird weekend because there was the pressure, there was the expectation, but also once we actually got the job done, I almost didn't have a chance to really take it in because by that point you're absolutely knackered. You're so exhausted.
Did you sleep in the week leading up to it?
I did, but as Laura can tell you, I can sleep like a baby without we in the bed. Sometimes, but it was. I was very, very relaxed and very chill going into it because I think I knew I'd done all the work. I'd done all the work I needed to do. But winning the, as I say, it didn't sink in, and everyone will sort of say, has it sunk in yet? And I don't think it ever did because you have such a mix of emotions. You're enormously proud, you're excited about what you've done, you're humble for having the opportunity to do it, but there's so many other emotions within that you can't explain, where there's almost a chance, there's almost a thought of, I've done it now. Now what? What do we do? What do we do now? But there's that you have so many thoughts that run through your brain, and I still probably haven't actually. I still can't give you the words of how it feels because there's honestly 100 emotions all into that one feeling. But I think the thing that I did realise from that weekend, and it's quite an important life lesson actually, is those moments, is to really take and grab those moments. And I think the special thing that I can look back at is that when I came around the last corner, Spencer gets on the radio and he says, "Tom, you are the 2022 British Touring Car Championship. And instantly I cried. And then as I came across the line, you can hear everyone on the radio screaming, shouting, and then you look around on the in-lap and there's thousands of people all, shouting, cheering, clapping, and it's amazing. And then you come in and you see everyone. And I think the thing that
you come in and you see Michael Crease on his roof.
Yeah. Wasn't that
How
weird?
did that happen?
I don't know. Of all the people to do it, it's going to be him, isn't it?
You were having too much airtime.
I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
But you get a chance to experience this thing where everyone here shared the exact same moment of elation and joy that I had, exactly the same moment in time. And it sounds a crazy thing that you can get bogged down in it, but you think of however many hours, weeks, months, years we stay on this planet, we all managed to share an exact moment in time that we were all beyond happy for the situation. And it's such a special thing.
And everyone's got their own little story, their own little view of
exactly
what happened.
that. So I had it sat within the car. Many people here will have had it from looking outside, from watching it on TV, from being within the garage, from watching it from garages as well. And it's an amazing thing to share, and that's the beauty of live sport. Live sport is fantastic for that, is to share that elation and happiness and joy that we can all share at exactly the same point in time. That doesn't matter if it's football, rugby, whatever it might be. I think it's such a special thing.
It was amazing. And now we're in a new year, and you have to defend a title. How do you feel about defending a title?
I was talking to Darren Turner just backstage, and I was saying it's a very weird feeling for me because I've never won a championship and then stayed to defend it. So the championships that I won, when I won the Ginetta Championships, I won the championship and then I moved on the following year. Yep. So this will be the first time that I've ever come back to defend a title, and I don't really know what to expect, if I'm honest with you. I don't know how I'm going to feel, because I think there's certainly a lot of pressure off, because I was feeling it, I'll be honest. When I've been so close for so many years.
As each year goes by and you
everyone
haven't
goes,
done it,
there's another one you missed out on, and you do start to go, maybe it's not going to happen. Yeah. Hopefully now they're like London buses. I mean, that would be fabulous, but let's wait and see.
Don't stake your house on it.
Absolutely not. No, I'm not going to. But it is a very, very weird one, and of course we're going to be the one that everyone is gunning for. I still don't know what number we're going to run.
But I was going to ask you, you're going to run number one.
Still don't know. I want to stick with 80, I think.
Do you?
That's my thing, yeah. I'd like to stick with number 80. 80's the journey. That's been... I've had number 80 on a car or kart that I've raced in since I was 8 years old. And it would feel wrong to leave that away just because I've won a championship.
And you've already had the number one on the side of the car. Park Fairmate.
Absolutely.
Put the one on the side of the car. So you've ticked that box, you've done it, you've got the photographs to prove it. Yeah.
So I don't know.
Knowing you as I do over the years, I think 80.
I feel that that's the sensible thing, and it feels like that's the right thing to do. But we'll see. Maybe my mind will be changed when we get closer to it, and I can see it, because it does look cool with the number one on, of course. But I'm really excited to go into it. It's nice to come back and defend a title. What an awesome thing to be able to say that I can do. I'm excited. I'm genuinely very excited to come back and do it again and see if we can't go one better and get more wins, or can't lead more laps, or all the other stats that we all look at, that we all kind of keep a bit of an eye on, start to climb up that sort of driver win, who's got the most wins, and start to claw into that. That would be fantastic.
Tom, for every reason that you've described over the last 20 minutes, you're such a nice guy.
20 minutes? How do we do it?
I know.
And we've not even mentioned biscuits, chocolate, tea.
But we have another interview at the end of today.
Very good.
When we can cover all the subjects that we haven't covered.
Is it? Can we whisper? Is it like a Tin Top Tuesday?
Yeah, like a Tin Top Tuesday live. I think that's a very good.
The one that you're never going to do.
Well, we're doing it today.
Oh, there we go. Cop out.
There's a surprise. Tom, a lot of people very, very happy for you. Well done. Congratulations. And great to have you here at Autosport International. Tom Ingram, everybody. What a star.
There we go. Not the first thing that's gone wrong today, would you believe it? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us at the Autosport International Show. Now, we're already about 2 or 3 minutes late getting on stage, so shall I introduce you to our second guest of today? A man who has won Le Mans more times than I've had lasagna at the Ibis Styles buffet this weekend, Mr. Alan McNish. We've made the seat nice and high for you.
Yeah, I know,
It's on the right-hand side.
He thinks he's funny.
But be careful, because the knob fell off yesterday when I was adjusting it.
Oh, that's better. I feel
Quite a
more comfortable.
letdown.
Yes. As is this. Keeps turning around.
Oh, no, I think you must have got my chair from yesterday. It was pivoting gently this way.
I'm sure he puts a little motor in the bottom of it so it spins round.
It's lovely to see you again. 3 years we've been away at the Autosport International Show. You don't look a day older. You still fit in your suit, as do I, which is a good thing. Some things never change. What are you doing at the moment? You know, you've been involved with Audi for more than 20 years now. So, you know, I recall I was barely out of short trousers when I was covering your exploits in the American Le Mans series. But Audi now sort of plotting a trajectory into Formula One, and you know, as someone who has worked inside the Audi machine, how carefully and gently is this being plotted?
Well, there's two things. Audi's obviously involved in other categories as well, because the Dakar's going on at the moment, and so that's coming to the conclusion of this year's Dakar, and that's quite an interesting program. It's a big program for them, actually, with the RSQ e-tron. And as well as that, they've got their customer racing programs around and about the world, in British GT or whatever it may be. And so, you know, those are two key prongs that are still continuing. But as you say, there's a roadmap as well in 2026 with the new Formula One regulations. As everybody knows, in Spa last year, they announced that they were going to go into Formula One for the first time, which is clearly a big step. They've looked at Formula One, they've looked at every motorsport, as every manufacturer does, to decide what's best for them at the right time with their technology, the requirements, and various other things, and decided that F1 was what they wanted to do in 2026.
And one of the key hires that Sauber have made before the acquisition is to hire...
Like, it's only 9:30 in the morning.
Oh, and I've used the word key hire. Sorry, I've been hanging around with corporate types in the green room. So when I start talking about synergies and leveraging, that you can shoot me. Yeah, Andreas Seidler, I'm going to check that there's no one in McLaren merch here, is there? No. Okay. So huge loss for McLaren in that Andreas Seidler has been hired away. And it was actually Sauber's owner that did the hiring. It wasn't an Audi call, because obviously Andreas used to work for Porsche, manage the Le Mans program. And it was Finn Rousing who said, "Hello, Tetra Pak Zillionaire here. We'd like to take your team boss if you don't mind."
Yeah, no, it's, obviously they've had a change because Fred Vasseur moved from Alfa Romeo to Ferrari, which is obviously a big change for Fred. Someone that's been involved in quite a lot of drivers' careers through the years, through his ART racing programs as well. And Andreas, he obviously came in to replace him, but that's all, it's Sauber and Alfa Romeo that are dealing with that. It's nothing to do with Audi. Obviously our program at the moment and working on is the engine side of things. And so building up the power unit development company, building up all the facilities that are required, preparing for, you know, the technology that's required for it, with a big increase on the electrification, and also with the e-fuels as well, which is going to be a key dynamic of it. And so it's quite an exciting time, I've got to say. As a driver, there's a point in thinking, well, if this had been 2012 or something, then, but now, you know, from my personal point of view, I think it's a really exciting point for the company to go into. Formula One's in a great place. Motorsport generally, I think, is in not a bad place considering the pandemic. You know, I've got Formula E starting this weekend, Dakar going on, IndyCar's looking strong, and obviously Formula One's, it's partly due to Netflix, has probably opened up so many new doors that weren't maybe as open before.
Yeah, the Netflix thing is fantastic, isn't it? Because you're never very, very far away when you're in the paddock from a Netflix camera, and you become aware of them when this giant boom mic sort of appears in your vision when you're talking to someone. You kind of the hairs on the back of your neck going. You think, oh, did I wash my hair this morning? Less of a problem for me, of course. But they seem to sort of shoot everything that goes on in the paddock, and then kind of make up a story of their own to sort of suit, sort of that vaguely represents what actually happened.
Yeah, but you can't have everything. And I come at it from a purist point of view, where I think, yeah, you're right, maybe it's not quite in the timeline it should have been. I've obviously watched it like I think everybody else. But at the same time as well, it has, without doubt, got a lot of people interested that would never have been interested in our sport. And they'll come to races, not necessarily just Formula One. I think there's a wider interest angle to it as well. And the companies that are doing them are looking at other areas of motorsport as well. You've got the 100th anniversary of Le Mans coming up. It's a perfect storyline for someone to do, and I'm sure they're going to do it. And so from my perspective, I think you've got to take the overall picture of it. But having been a driver when Audi did something similar, Audi of America followed us for a year in 2008, and we were actually not aware what they were doing. We knew there were camera people around and there was the odd interview, as there generally was anyway. But when they produced the first edit of the film, which for us was a preview at Petit Le Mans in September, it was just mind-blowing, because we couldn't remember half of the things that had happened and said. But when it was brought into context, and then they obviously gave it a bit of, Hollywood spice, then it was superb. And Netflix have done that in a much bigger audience.
And you're also, do you find yourself watching those things and being quite glad that you didn't pick your nose at any point while they had their cameras pointing at you?
I don't pick my nose. Yeah, obviously there's points where you do stumble and trip up a little bit, and that's part of it as well. We're all human. But I just remember watching Days of Thunder and thinking, my goodness, that's not real life. But watching so many other sort of these action-packed movies and thinking that is fantastic. So it's a positive thing for me.
I think, if memory serves, Days of Thunder was such a chaotic production. They had the scriptwriter in a caravan out the back of the set writing new pages of script every day. So it's a wonder it made any sense at all. Can we?
You came here to learn about Days of Thunder, didn't you, in scriptwriter? So I'm 100% sure of that. That was the sole reason you came to ASI 2023.
I've missed this banter, and we've got it again this afternoon. I'll ask you different questions. For now, can we move back to, you mentioned Formula E, obviously Audi stepping back from Formula E. Electrification is kind of coming to the wider automotive world. What is it about Formula E that's caused the manufacturers to kind of think, actually, well, we don't really need this anymore?
Well, I think there was two things. One, that Formula E was really groundbreaking, in my opinion. Not because it was the first fully electric racing series, single-seater racing series, but the fact was you were racing in cities. So every weekend was a kind of, from a racing point of view, like Monaco. Insofar it was a one-day event, it was a street race, it was something that you couldn't go and test and prepare for in the same way. And that created out, I would say, a variety of results that you certainly didn't expect. I was the team principal from Audi's program, and I can honestly say we prepared everything. We had simulators. The guide's been on the sim for 3-4 days beforehand. We had got all of our energy management running. We knew within a tenth of a second what our qualifying pace was going to be, give or take, to the grip level of the circuit. And we got there, and we could have just put it in the bin half the time because it was completely different. Because the circuit maybe was slightly different to the way it had been made up, because the people in Hong Kong had put a new pavement there or whatever it may be. But it was fantastic because of that, because you were always on your toes. And it gave us a platform, gave the manufacturers a platform to talk about their electrification, the upcoming, in Audi's point, the e-tron. And we were able to go to the launch of the first ever e-tron and say, yeah, we've just won the Formula E Championship with the technology that you're going to be touching when you get into your e-tron in the future. So that was really that transition from, I would say, an internal combustion standardized road car company in towards the electrification era. And as everything, there's a period when it moves to the next chapter. And the next chapter was Dakar, and the next chapter after that's Formula One.
Now, you mentioned data, and data underpins everything in motor racing. And some people think that too much data robs it of a little bit of the excitement and unpredictability. But at the same time, I don't know, does anyone here kind of pay attention to the Amazon Web Services graphics that appear under the... There we go. There's someone who pays attention to the Amazon Web Services graphics that, that predict when the pit window is going to open and when the overtake's going to happen. When those graphics pop up, do you find yourself thinking, well, that's never going to happen? It doesn't. Do you? I mean, generally speaking, it doesn't happen. It's all a load of rubbish.
I'm sure they're very pleased with you being their brand ambassador.
Rob Smedley's coming on in an hour or so. I'll tell him that.
The thing about it is, it's a race, fundamentally, is a live, dynamic action where you can only predict your own performance. If we get down to the basics of it, that's what it is. And everybody else you cannot predict. And there's a point where you're trying to do your own thing. It's like a driver going into the first corner. I always planned everything I was going to do into the first corner. But then somebody was on my left-hand side where I planned to go, so I had to go to the right. So you've got to have your plan, but you've also got to adapt to it. And it's very difficult for, I would say, these predictive services to try to understand everything that's going on, because, to be honest with you, the teams half the time don't always understand what's going on. So, I think there's a few people with tops on in the front row here.
You're not going to mention the Ferrari strategists, are you?
No, but I'm saying it's super tough. It's super difficult, and so therefore I wouldn't necessarily criticise. But I'm sure you're very welcome to do your own algorithm and maybe use that as an alternative.
Like Grace Jones, I'm a slave to the algorithm. What did you make of... Another zinger.
You're very good.
What did you make of Formula One last year? Big technical reset. Unfortunately, it did pan out into one driver dominating and winning before the end. But kind of to begin with, there was a little bit of unpredictability, and kind of we can almost expect that to happen again this year as the cost cap starts to bite and they fiddle with the technical regulations to reduce the downforce a little bit.
Well, I think the first thing is that the racing was good. Now, Max obviously was in a bit of a league of his own, and that's something that I think you've just got to take your hat off to him. Even the competition have to do that. But the actual car-to-car, wheel-to-wheel racing, I thought was pretty good, which means that the regulation change did its job. One of them was to try to make sure that cars could follow more closely. There was clearly some people got it more right than others, and some people had something that was more fundamentally difficult to change as well. Mercedes, I think it took a bit of a longer time to get a hold of their problems than necessarily Red Bull. But Red Bull got a hold of it pretty quickly. The reliability they sorted out, and then after that it was pretty much plain sailing. Not necessarily just because they were excellent, but I would say because others maybe dropped the ball a wee bit as well. But those storylines through it, I don't think necessarily showed really how much of a change it was. And I think you'll sort of get a closer look at it in 2023. You're right, because the people that maybe didn't get it right are going to be closer. It just depends on where the front 2 and 3, whether they're up in the stratosphere again.
And the cars look great, don't they? They're visually different.
Massive, though. So big. That's the thing that one of the teams put out. The last time I drove a Formula 1 car was 2003, when I was the reserve and third driver at Renault. And I think it was Alpine put out the 2022 car sitting next to the 2002 car. And the difference in size, the scaling of it was insane. I'd forgotten how small those cars were relative to what they were. It's like if you look at a small mini car now relative to what one was in the 70s, they're just huge in comparison.
Well, we do have GP Racing magazine in association with the Silverstone Museum. As you, ladies and gentlemen, percolate your way around the show today, we do have a Silverstone Museum with a GP Racing magazine exhibit where we have a 1950-51 BRM V16, which is like a tiny little thing, next to a Red Bull show car, which is from 2022. Don't bother taking pictures of it because there's no technical secrets on there. They're very cagey. It's very much a show car, but it is the size of a 2022 car, and it is huge, isn't it?
It's 5.65 meters long and 2 meters wide, so it's a big vehicle. It's funny you said about the BRM, because one of my best memories of my career is not actually a racing memory, it's a driving memory. On the 50th anniversary of Jim Clark winning the Indy 500, I was able to drive his 65 Lotus down the main street in Duns, where he was born and brought up. And at the end of it, Jackie Stewart was waving a checkered flag. And the reason I say this is because getting into that car, you could literally put your hand down the side and touch the ground. You could touch the front wheels with your hands. It was so small and so narrow, but you're so connected to everything. Now, you know, you feel like you can't see the front of the car, but it was just so different. But clearly the skill set of then trying to do this H-pattern gearbox, you know, I'd forgotten what that was like, and it's pretty tricky, I can say.
You didn't get it in the right...
Gears are optional extras.
One more question before we let you go, and we clear the stage for our next guest. And because you know we will enjoy having you back later on this afternoon for those people who.
Well, I'm looking forward to it, Stuart.
Yeah, it'll be the same jokes in a different order. The skill set of the drivers have changed over the years. Like Pat Simmons was on the stage yesterday, who engineered Ayrton Senna and Michael Schumacher, and he said, in the 1980s. When he was a young engineer, you would rely, there was no data logging, so you relied on the driver to talk you through every single corner, what the oil pressure was, all that sort of thing. Nowadays, Fernando Alonso knows less about what the car's doing than his engineers on the pit wall do.
Well, in reality, he knows less about what the car's doing than the engineers back at the factory live as well, because it's all streamed back data live. The first time I drove a Formula 1 car was a McLaren when I was the test driver with them back in 1989. And, thinking about it now...
I was definitely in short trousers then.
Yeah, but, well, so was I, but the person in the other car was Ayrton Senna. Yeah. And at the end of the test, and this was the World Championship winning team with Honda, they printed out a speed trace, you know, how quick the car's going through the corner, and it had a little throttle trace, and had a brake trace. And then they printed out one for Ayrton, and then you put the two together and held them up to the light to see where the differences were. You couldn't overlay things, and so it was so basic. And the driver then had a different skill because he had to come in and to remember the 65 laps and what the tyre was doing, what the car was doing. And I basically used to have, like, I'd get the pit board, even if we were doing a long run or whatever, and I would make sure they counted down laps, and then I would say, right, lap 20, this happened, that corner, and you would lock it into your head, and then afterwards you would drill it out to the engineer, and they would write all these different things down, and then go and try to bring it together. And so you were effectively the data logger, except, sometimes the old memory bank was a bit smaller than the data that was going in. But now it's completely different, and that's the way the world is. But I still believe the driver with a brain capacity that has got that extra headroom to be able to deal with all of that, will deal with other things. And now it's race strategies. It's like Fernando, who you mentioned, able to make these very clear comments, which are purely for PR purposes, on the radio, while he's wheel to wheel with someone going around the outside of a fifth gear corner. And that's because he's got that extra brain capacity. So for me, the skill of what you use your hands and your feet and your brain for have changed, but you still require those skills to be able to do it in the first place.
And that is what separates the greats from the good, isn't it? The Alonsos from the... Without persuading anyone wearing a Aston Martin baseball cap to rush the stage and punch me in the face, it's what separates the Fernando Alonsos from the Lance Strolls, perhaps. Well,
it definitely is one that separates the greats, I would say, but, So I presume, are you a Lance Stroll fan, or who are you going to be supporting next year? Fernando? Alpine.
So a turncoat.
So you do realise you've got an Aston Martin hat on. So what you can do is turn it around backwards.
Oh, they're Vettel fans, so it's now Aston Martin's dead to them.
Very good person to follow, Sebastian Vettel. The things that he's done, and also not just necessarily the results and the 4 championships and everything else, but also just his principles and what he stands for. A really good person for the sport.
And there's a fantastic series of articles about Sebastian Vettel in the most recent issue of GP Racing magazine, which if you take out a subscription to either one of our magazines this weekend, you can claim that along with a number of free gifts, save up to 74%, and claim a free Brabham BT52 book written by our former editor-in-chief, Andrew van der Burton-Ernie. That's not quite his name. Anyway, Alan, we'll be having you back this afternoon after lunch. Thank you for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, Alan McNish.
Thank you very much.
We're about to talk at Autosport International about the world of supercars, and one of the familiar faces from the World Wide Web and supercars. I'm delighted to say we are joined by Mr JWW. Morning, James.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm very well indeed, thank you.
Morning, everyone.
Can I ask you what car you arrived in today?
Not to be really boring, but it was a Range Rover.
There's nothing boring about a Range Rover.
I didn't bring anything, you know, super wild. In fact, most of the fancy stuff's parked in here, which I think is a good thing.
Oh, so you've got cars dotted around the various stands. There are some breathtaking bits of machinery here. And that is your life. It has been your life since 2015.
Yeah, it's, yeah, when I started out this YouTube thing, it wasn't intended to become a thing. I just love cars. And yeah, I made my very first upload at the end of 2015. And it was a sort of, the first upload was a test just to see how the back end of YouTube worked. So I uploaded something, I was like, all right, cool. And how it sort of started was because I loved cars so much, I wanted to try and find a way into the car world. Growing up, I read like every issue of Evo, watched every episode of the sort of Clarkson era of Top Gear. I was like, how do these people get involved in this world, right? You know, it's felt like such a sort of alien closed door.
Usually in an unpredictable way is the answer.
Completely curveball. So this is going to be a shortened version, but when I was at school, I used to film me and my friends, and we're like skiing and things like that. And then as we got older, we passed our driving tests, and that's all I filmed, right? So I was just filming this, and we all then left school, went to uni, didn't do any of that, joined the what I now call the real world for about 9 years in a more conventional 9 till 5 job. And true story, how this actually happened, I kind of forced my own hand into it because I went for a second viewing on a house which I was intending to buy. And something about it, when I arrived there, I can only explain it like I got this sort of feeling of anxiety that something wasn't right, because all I wanted to do was be involved in cars. So I actually didn't buy this house, and the deposit which I'd saved for the house, I went to Audi, and I blew it all on an Audi R8. I'm not condoning that at all, but my friends and family almost disowned me, because at the time, that was just like the most ridiculous concept. And I couldn't explain it, why I'd done it. I just thought, it's just, listen, this just feels right. But I got myself into a massive hole of finance, and I was like, I need to make this thing pay, because not only are my family about to disown me, but I've now got myself into a big hole. So I used that car at that time. It was a facelift Gen 1 R8. And that opened the doors for me to go to car shows, track days, events, road trips. And so every weekend, I was living for the weekend to go and do something with this car.
That's a cool story.
Yeah, well, it is, but with hindsight, at the time I was like, what have I done?
But you've got a house now.
I do now.
Yeah,
Funnily enough,
exactly.
it's the house that I went to buy then.
Was
Yeah,
it really?
It is, yeah.
Oh,
Which
well,
is funny.
There's a certain poetry to that. I rather like that. Have you still got the Audi?
No.
Right.
No, I don't have the Audi, and man, did I lose my shirt on that one.
Right.
Because it was my only car. I couldn't afford anything else, so I didn't have a daily driver. I had this Audi R8.
Yeah.
I was renting a house at that time, and I was just, everything I had, everything I was in this car, and I was like, this is ridiculous, so I've got to have to make it work. So fortunately, it opened the door to the car world, and at the time, because filming takes so long,
Yeah.
it's such a time-intensive process, and I had a full-time job, I couldn't film and edit.
Right.
So what I was doing was, at the weekend, I would go and do whatever it was, track day, road trip, etc., and I would write a blog about it. So before YouTube, I ran a blog for 2 years. That ended up getting about sort of 60 to 70,000 unique readers per month, which is actually all right. And off the back of that, I started to get people placing adverts. And it got to a point where the ad earnings were allowing me to pay the finance on the car.
Right.
It didn't take care of the massive depreciation,
Yeah,
but it took,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
So I'm thinking, okay, if I can get that far, then I'm sort of, you know, with the man maths, I was like, I'm breaking even on this thing. So I thought, okay, if I can, you know, do this for longer, let's see how it goes. And honestly, my idea of success back then was, if I can get free tickets to the Festival of Speed, I'm winning, right?
That was the goal.
That was the goal. So that's how that started. And then I went to an event. Funnily enough, it was in Bahrain. A friend of mine out there invited me to a track day, and he really played it down. He was like, a few friends, we've got this track day. If you want to come out, come out. I was like, okay, great. So I get there, and the Crown Prince of Bahrain had closed this track, which he inadvertently owns, really, for him and his friends to have this private track day. And the cars were insane. Like, these guys were running around in, like, privately owned F1 cars. He put me in a McLaren F1 GTR for some laps. This guy had never met me in his life. And at this point, I'm like, I cannot not film this, right? So I thought, I'm never going to be able to write about this and contextualize how incredible it was. So I filmed it because I'm like, this is the only way of doing this scenario justice. And the only reason I put it onto YouTube was a place to host it on my blog. I wasn't actually thinking about YouTube. It was just a free place. So anyway, I stuck up this video. I didn't really think much of it, and it did 500,000 views in 2 weeks, which this is early 2016, which even now is great, but back then it was like bonkers. And that was the kind of turning point to keep going.
So the answer is essentially not planned. Exactly.
The
like
answer is just
the
roll the dice,
motoring
man,
journalists
and see how it goes. Yeah, I mean, I would say the first 3 years of it was, when I say it was like I didn't know what I was going to do the next day, as not an exaggeration. It was just like, wake up. The comment section on the videos themselves were actually what developed the content ideas. Because you would read down and someone would say, okay, next time I want to see this, or oh, that was interesting, I'll see that. So I just read down the comments and go, people want to see this next time, so go film that.
So what of the audience for supercar YouTubers? I think 2019 we had on the stage here Shmee, who had been in the live action arena. Tim,
yeah.
Who's a really nice guy. I didn't really know an awful lot about him, but I did know about his collection of cars. And he gave me maybe an insight into the audience that you would get. Some of them are quite envious of a lifestyle that they would love to be part of. I think I probably fit into that category. Some have a huge technical knowledge already, and they want to quiz you about, well, what is this particular aspect of it like? Is it a complete mix? You find out, I guess, from the comments that you get.
Yeah, it's a huge mix. I would say, 98% of the audience are just passionate petrol heads who enjoy watching cars. I guess you would sort of class them similar to a Top Gear style audience.
Yeah.
But then there is a demographic of audience which are actually using the channel as research, because we'll go on most major supercar launches. Yeah. We'll do a first drive and we'll share feedback. And it always blows my mind when I come to shows like this. Someone will come over to me and go, oh, that video influenced me to buy this car, and it was like a 300 grand car. And when someone says that, you're like, oh man, I better get this stuff right.
Yeah, and I guess the manufacturers are pretty keen to look after you to the extent that you're furnished with all the information that you need to make jolly good content.
Yeah, what generally happens is they'll send you an embargo, and they'll send you an NDA. So before you even see this car, you sign your life away, and then they'll send you all of the specs on that car. And it's normally like, I mean, honestly, they can be between 4 to 12 A4 pages long of specs. You sort of digest that and take out what is the sort of top line info. But what I started doing, and I think this might have been one of the things which might have helped to differentiate the channel, was you can Google anything in terms of specs. You can Google 0 to 60 times and all of that sort of stuff. Yeah. What's hard to Google is how something makes you feel.
Emotions.
Emotion, right? So So when I typically get in a car, I'll do some really top-line stuff about, you know, the specs of it.
Yes.
But then I'm like, okay, how do I translate this to putting you in the seat as best as I possibly can? Because, you know, every time I see these things, I'm like, I pinch myself that I'm about to step in this car. Yeah. And I'm thinking, you know, most people might not ever even see one of these things, never mind drive it. So I'm like, okay, how can someone's taken 10, 15 minutes out of their day to watch my content, which first of all blows my mind because you might be catching up on the latest Netflix episode instead. And I'm like, okay, what kind of value can I provide here? So I'm like, okay, at the end of this video, I want you to feel like you were driving that car.
Yes, yeah. Or indeed to own it, because now life has become successful for you. You have a rather nice garage, don't you?
Yeah, if I was on this stage 5 years ago and you'd have told me what unfolded, I wouldn't have. I mean, it's like beyond my wildest dreams.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's also the behind the scenes of the ownership of what these things are like. And there's trials and tribulations and stuff, but we're also aware that a lot of the audience will watch the channel because they want to, you know, escape at lunchtime and watch something really cool. So we do share what it's like to own these things, but also we're like, okay, what's the most rock and roll content we can do so that when someone clicks on this, they're going to come away pumped.
Yes.
Yeah. So the cars that we buy and add to the channel, you could kind of think of them as like characters on a show, you know? So when we introduce something new, we're really looking forward to sharing the story of this car, because what's about to unfold will be cool, you know? We're gonna, if it's a Senna, we're like, right, we're gonna fly this thing halfway around the world, right? And we're gonna show you that. And then when we get there, we're gonna take it to like the Yaz circuit and, you know, take this right-hand drive car from the UK on its first track day in Abu Dhabi, you know? And so we try and do the most crazy stuff we can.
Nice environment to do it as well.
It's not a bad day out, I've got to tell you.
It's a very cool place indeed, and a very cool car, because that's the headline star, really, isn't it?
Yeah, that thing is just wild. Even still, I can't think of anything outside of an Aston Martin Valkyrie.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know anything that wears number plates that is as crazy as that thing.
Behind the stage to Darren Turner?
I was, yeah.
Good.
So I mean, what a guy! Like, he's had a journey. Like, he's been one of the development drivers on the Valkyrie
I think
project.
he's just been testing it the last couple
every time
of
I
days,
speak to him, he's I've just flown back in from sunny location.
I know.
Shaking down a Valkyrie. I'm like, yeah, that sounds tough, mate. You know?
It's a hard life, but someone's got to do it. And Darren is your man. So what else in the garage? What else will pique my interest?
Right, so we just added a BMW M3 Touring, which is awesome.
Yes.
So when I mentioned they're like characters on a show, we're like, okay, not everyone might be interested in super hardcore supercars with high downforce. They might be interested in going on a tour.
What about a nice performance spec
So we
car,
try and spread it so that we can give the most appeal. So it goes from, I mean, have you heard of a Volkswagen XL1?
It's a funny looking thing, isn't it?
It's a funny looking thing, yeah. So that's our sort of, you know, weird sort of eco car.
And there's a Praga. Is that correct?
We raced a Praga.
Yeah,
we raced a Praga last year. So yeah, again, it's track content, road content, but it'll go as well from, we've just done a 12-month restoration on an Aston Martin DBS, right? And that was a hell of a journey.
Wow.
Because we bought this car thinking it was pristine, and when we took it in to Aston Martin Works, there was a guy there. He'd been working at Aston Martin Works since, I think it was 1986. So he'd worked on everything. And he pulled out the first screw on this car and went, "That's not factory?" And I was like, "What does that mean?" He's like, "It's not good news." Okay. So he starts to take apart this car, and I would say most of the top layer of screws he pulled out were not from Aston Martin. And it turned out that the car had been involved in a crash. And he was like, "Yeah, this has been to like Backstreet Bob." And the rear bumper was held together with wood screws and wood glue.
Wow.
So, yeah, how about that?
And all of this was a revelation that you discovered on film?
This happened on camera.
Right, okay.
So I thought we got this nice DBS in. And
how was your disappointed face? Or rather worried face?
Truthfully, I mean, we generally operate every day with a content
Yes.
head on.
Yeah.
So if it was a private project and it was just me, I've probably been thinking, you've got to be kidding me. But from a content point of view, I'm thinking this is gold, because as a story, I'm going to take the audience along for all of a sudden what's going to be a bit of an expensive journey.
Bit of wood glue and wood
But
screws.
drama works well, right?
Yeah.
So if it had just been a hassle-free like resto, it'd have been fairly normal. But we take the bumper off, and there was cracked bits, missing parts, wood glue, the airbox was cracked. And there's this guy who's got like encyclopedic knowledge of this car, and he's like, that's not from Aston Martin, that's not right, this is broken. So it was quite a cool journey. Yeah.
Quite a journey to watch. You have a huge amount of content since 2015 on your YouTube channel. Do you ever watch it back? Once
No.
it's finished, once it's edited, done, online?
No, the reason I don't watch it back is for the first 5 years, I edited everything myself.
Yep.
And when you edit something, you go over each
You've seen it
segment
too
like
much.
100 times. So you feel like you've watched it 100 times. So when you press upload, you're like, next, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, you generally don't ever go back. Sometimes we'll do a video at the end of each year where we round up the sort of top 10 highlights of that year. And so we'll go back to the beginning of that year and we'll watch, something. But I very rarely go back and watch something. Yeah.
Can I ask you for a highlight car? The reason I asked that question was I wonder if you've sort of reviewed everything that you've done and thought, oh yeah, no, that stands out. That's a bit of a highlight. Maybe a highlight car or a highlight video.
I mean, without exception, and I'll tell you the story on this. I opened my inbox one day and I had an email from Renault Sport F1 team. And it was really simple. There was no sort of full fat explanation. It was like one sentence. Hey, we really like the channel and we like what you do. Would you like to come and drive our Formula One car? And I thought it was a spam because it was so brief. And normally when we get these emails, they're like, everything. So I put it in the bin. I trashed it. Didn't even think about it. And a few days went by, and then I got an email from Infinity, who at the time were their technical partner. And they followed up with an email saying, just checking you got the email about driving the F1 car. And I was like, you've got to be kidding me.
Right.
So I go back to my trash can and I open it up, and sure enough, the email address was from someone at Renault Sport Formula One team. I'm like, Anyway, so I got back to them and I'm like, yeah, great, okay. Thinking maybe they wanted me to come and see an F1 car. I didn't know, but I was like, this is weird. So I ended up going and visiting the guys at Renault Sport, and they took me on a 3-month journey of putting me in the seat of the last of their naturally aspirated Formula One cars. Funnily enough, part of that program, I had to spend quite a lot of seat time in a simulator, which turned out to be Darren's place at base. So how this happened, at the end of most seasons, teams who have junior drivers need to get their seat time in an F1 car to qualify for their super license. And they were shaking down their car at Paul Ricard. And I went through this like 3-month program, and they were really strict about it. They like treated me as if I was in contention for a seat. They were like, right, after this, after your seat fitting and your weight, you've got to maintain the same size, the same weight. You've got to be on a fitness program. And they were like, you've got to exercise your neck big time. I'm like, okay. So I went on this program, spent some seat time at base. We did quite a lot of seat time in a Formula Renault, which is a sort of entry-level world into a sort of single-seat downforce car.
The smaller one.
Yeah. So anyway, we do this thing, and they fly me out to Paul Ricard, and I'm still at this point, I'm like, this isn't happening.
This is astonishing.
When I say astonishing, I'm getting goosebumps speaking about it.
I'm sure you are, yeah.
What made it really incredible was there are people out there who own F1 cars, and you can hop in that. This was a full factory supported.
With all the test team working.
There was 5 Renault Sport race transporters there.
Yeah, wow.
Endless slicks. I had a race tech follow me around for 3 days. I had a personal trainer, and I had an assistant for 3 days. And these guys would get me up at like 5 in the morning to go and jog the bloody circuit, right? And I'm like, I'm only here to make a video, you know. But they were like, yeah, I know, but we're going to immerse you in the...
You're getting an idea of what goes
whole
on
thing.
here. Yeah.
So anyway, I get there, and it turns out this was Kimi's race-winning Lotus chassis,
Right, yep.
because Renault acquired
Yep,
it, right?
yep.
So this is the last of the naturally aspirated V8s, and we had classroom time. So I'm sat there, and I did a whole day in a classroom on the steering wheel.
Wow.
Imagine a steering wheel up here.
Hugely technical bit of kit.
Clutch on an F1 car, on that car, was on the bottom left, and there was 3 paddles on each side. The clutch was on the bottom left, and I would release this clutch, which was like, imagine releasing like a switch.
It's a switch, isn't it?
It doesn't sort of find a biting point.
Yeah.
It just sort of comes on. And they were like, yeah, when you release that, you won't feel the car move. You'll see that the tires move first, because that's your bite point. So no throttle up until that point. It did have anti-stall, but they were like, if you stall this, or if you spin it, that is your session over. It says, because it's not like a car where you just, turn it off and on again. It's on a flatbed, or push it back to pits, laptop in, diagnosis, reheat the engine, start it up.
No pressure there, then.
No pressure there. So they'd actually, they had... I'm going to try and set context, because as a completely normal person to drive an F1 car was mind-bendingly insane. So on the Formula Renault, which top speed aren't that fast, we were coming down the straight at Paul Ricard, turning into a scene at around about 130 miles an hour, maybe, at best. And I was sort of braking at the 100 to 80 yard mark and turning in. In the Formula One car, I was braking at 170 miles an hour at the 80 yard mark. And I wasn't supposed to be braking. I was supposed to be flat through there. My neck gave up on lap 3. When I was talking back to the pits, it sounded like I was fighting a bear, right? And because I was like shouting, because it was so intense. And when I listen back now to F1 drivers talking back to the pits,
and how calm they are, and
they're talking more calm than I am now.
having
with
a
you.
normal conversation. I know.
And I didn't have the skill to get
know.
the performance out of this car, right? So, and even still, it melted my neck. I was shouting like I'm fighting a bear, and I wasn't fighting for the same piece of tarmac with someone else, and if I get a point, my career depends on it, right? So I'm thinking, these guys are superhuman, right? I stepped out of this thing, I was destroyed. Like, I was destroyed after, and I did 5 laps. And it was just, it was probably the most eye-opening, incredible driving experience I've ever had in my life.
And you now look at Formula One drivers with a completely different, I mean, it resets every base level that you had.
Yeah, I think one of the things which happens when commentators on TV are speaking about F1, they're often ex-F1 drivers themselves, and they're talking amongst themselves. So when they're saying it, they're quite blasé, right? So one of the things which sort of sets context as to how extreme this was, during my seat fitting, I had to do a brake pressure test. Yeah. So you can only brake with your left foot, or it's actually more your left leg. I was sat there, and the guy said, right, if you could just do me a test, and he's there on his laptop. And when I say I am giving everything I've got, I mean, I'm pushing through my entire arse here now, thinking, because if I didn't meet certain criteria, they were like, you can't do it. Drive it. Yeah. So I'm giving this everything I've got, and I managed 60 kilograms of pressure on my left leg. And he was like, yeah, that's about right. If you could maintain that minimum every corner, that would be great. I'm thinking, okay. So this guy was Alonso's ex-tech. And he said Alonso, average brake pressure per corner was 120 kilograms per corner.
So double what you had achieved.
What I was doing.
Wow.
I was doing 5 laps. And I thought, you know, the average person watching F1 has absolutely zero context as to how extreme this is. So then he goes, right, through turn 5, where you should be flat, your head is going to weigh about 20 to 30 kilograms. I was
Yeah.
like, how's that feel? So he puts this strap on my head and he pulls on it and he's like, that's 10. I'm like, okay. He goes, that's 20. And about 25 to 30, I was like, this is bad.
Yes.
And he said, you're going to have to maintain that for every corner. I'm like, right. And then he says, if you don't keep the brake temperature up, he said, you go out of the box hot, ready to go. He says, often we don't want you to keep the brake temperature hot to make the brakes work. They act as small heat boxes. They will radiate the temperature out of the brakes into the wheels, into the tires to keep the tires warm. He says, what's going to happen is, and he was like, no disrespect to you. He says, but in a straight line, you'll floor it and think I'm a hero.
Yeah.
Which I did.
Yeah,
and
of course.
And you flying down. He says, you're going to have a 170 mile an hour headwind at the end of that straight. You're going to cool down those tires, cool down those wheels, and cool down those brakes, and you won't stop. I was like, right, okay, cool. So absolutely no pressure here at all. He says, and also, after your session, your junior drivers who have invested at this point between 5 and 6 million into their career to get there need to use this car. So if you could do me a favor and not stack it in the wall at the end, that'd be great. Okay, so we go and do all of this. Because I didn't have the skill set to really get the most out of this car, the one thing I can do is stamp on the brakes. So the first time that I had a full aero load in this car, because of course you've got a lot more braking performance as you've got downforce, I was braking a little bit later than where I was in the Formula Renault.
Yeah.
At 60 mile an hour more, and I stopped the car dead on the circuit. It stopped, and the braking force was so severe that the bottom of my helmet touched my chest, and I was looking up through the visor like that. So that was my first corner. That was turn 1. And the guy in the pits was laughing at me in my ear. He's like, mate, come on. I was like, okay. He's like, 5 more laps, you know. I was like, okay. So I go out, and anyway, it all started to work. The interesting thing is, other than the strain on your neck through load, it was actually way easier to get the performance out of the F1 car than it was to get the maximum performance out of a Formula Renault. Here's some more context. F1 cars have power steering. And all of the single-seaters that I'd driven up to that point didn't. I was like, why does this thing have power steering? It turns out that the downforce is so high that if it didn't have power steering, you wouldn't be able to turn the wheel. So full load in a Formula Renault feels like you're sort of at the gym. It
feels mechanical, doesn't it?
Full load.
Yeah.
In the F1 car, it's just like that, you know? So you don't feel it through the arms, you feel it in your neck. So you turn into this corner, 70 mile an hour more than you were in the single-seater, and all that happens is your head just goes, and you're like, Christ, you know, how am I going to do this for 5 laps? It turns out I didn't. I could do 3, and that was me done. So.
But you've got that memory for the rest of your life, and I'm sure that's had a lot of views, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think it's 2 million views or something like that. And one of the biggest challenges we have when we film something is, what are we going to title this? You know, what is the thumbnail, it's called? What is the title and thumbnail? And I think mine was Normal Person Drives F1 Car, right? And I didn't know if it would, you know, work, but it did. One more spot of context. As a thank you to Infinity's biggest dealership owner, there was a guy in China, and apparently he'd sold more Infinities than anyone else that year. Infinity decided to put him through the exact same program. So bearing in mind he'd just done all of this, it gets to the point where, okay, now you're in the F1 car. So you turn on the F1 car, and you're in the pits on jacks. You don't even have any wheels on it. And they fire it up, and the last of the naturally aspirated stuff idles around about 6,000-ish. Because the engine is a stressed member of a carbon tub, the vibration of the engine, and you're strapped in so tight, for me, there was a massive vibration through the tub up my spine, and when I was completely stationary, I couldn't stop coughing because the vibration in my chest was was so hard. Anyway, I'm thinking, man, this thing is hardcore. So the guy comes on in my ear and he goes, right, it's in neutral, you're on the blocks. If you could just give me a throttle test, that'd be great. Now, I've just had a few days in a Formula Renault, so all of my programming is Formula Renault. So I hit the throttle, and it felt like a nuclear bomb had just gone off. Like, it was on, it felt like the fuel in this thing was being ignited by lasers. It just went, boom, like that, all right? And if you watch the film, I'm in this car, and you can see me shaking my head like that, going, bloody hell. The guy, again, is in my laughing his head off, going, yeah, that's why I wanted you to do a throttle check, because when you're out there, it's exactly the same. So I'm thinking, okay, Christ, so do this, everything's cool. The guy from Asia comes in, straps him in, same thing. Bearing in mind, he's gone through this 3-month program to get here. This is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Strap him in, same process. Starts it up. The guy starts it up, idles at 6, and the guy goes, and he got out of the car, and he didn't drive it. Stepped out of the car. He was like, this is all very cool, thanks very much, but that is ridiculous.
One of my questions, although we're out of time, it was going to be, was there any point during that 3-month process that you thought, actually, I'd rather not do this?
No.
Right, good lad. If your job is to immerse us in the experiences that you have, I now understand after half an hour why you are so successful. You are brilliant at it. Thank you very much indeed.
I appreciate that very much.
Here at Autosport International, Mr JWW,
Thanks,
James
guys.
Walker, everybody.
Thank you very much. I've always wanted to do this. Just stay there a second. I've always wanted to do a selfie with a crowd. Check this out. Hands up. Yeah!
I pop up, say hello to everyone, and then I introduce you, and then you leap onto the stage.
All right. And then we're ready.
Yes.
Good. That looks like a good book.
Hello again, everyone. Alan's left my chair jacked up again. I can see there's more people in. Who here has had to stand outside in the rain queuing to get in to get through security? Nobody? Okay, that's good, so I don't have to apologise. Okay, enough of this waffle, because we're running behind. I'll introduce my next guest, a star of stage and screen, a renowned engineer who's worked with some of the great and good in the motor racing industry. We've just been out back talking about his years in Formula 3000. It's Rob Smedley. That's amazing. Thank you for joining us. I know you also had a little bit, you had a little bit of trouble getting in yourself. You can let the chair down, but watch the little adjuster. It's not particularly well engineered, and the little knob falls off.
Did we do it?
Yeah. I believe Prince Harry nearly had a similar problem in his book, which I haven't read. Anyhow, thank you for joining us. Rob, you've had a fantastic career in motor racing. I mean, most recently, we'll talk about your new project in a little bit, but most recently you've been working with Amazon to produce the graphical information and the data streams that I was briefly lampooning earlier on. But, we had a little bit of talk about it last year over Zoom. Now we can talk about it in front of a proper audience. I mean, what do you think, what did you get out of that exercise, and what do you think it brought to the public, producing all these data, predicted overtakes and cornering speeds and that sort of thing?
I think what we were trying to do there with Formula One was make the sport more accessible again. If you look, there's been almost a doubling of the fan base from Netflix. Am I allowed to mention Netflix in a...
Everyone mentions Netflix.
Okay, right. I've mentioned it now anyway, Netflix. There was a doubling of the fan base, so Formula One has become massively popular. It's gone exponential in the last 2-3 years. And that's because what Liberty Media have done. So we should applaud what Liberty Media have done. They've done a lot of good things in making the sport more accessible, but it's also principally because what Netflix did as well. So Netflix just made it widened the audience of Formula One, and then everything that trickles down below Formula One in motorsports. And part of that widening the access was that when I left Williams at the end of 2018, me and the team that came with me, one of my passions was that I wanted to bring, and still do want to do that, an even bigger scale, bring what we see during a race weekend. When you're sitting on a pit wall and you've got all these squiggly lines and the myriad of data and data sources, that's something that the fans never get to see. And it's a key and integral part of Formula One. It's a key and integral part of any motorsport, but it's definitely a key and integral part of Formula One motorsport. And the fans never get to see it. So just as Netflix got behind the scenes and showed you a bit of the human story, what Formula One wanted to do, and what my team supplied into them, was our knowledge from sitting on a pit wall or working back in the factory. We talk about the operations room or the remote garages or whatever you call them now. They're bigger than the teams that the Formula One teams would take to the track. So Formula One teams are limited by an operational resource limit, which is part of the sporting regulations, where you're only allowed to take 60 technical staff. So Formula One, being super resourceful, what they did was they then built these remote operations centers, kind of like what you'd see on NASA. And that's where they'll be, when we first started, we started the first one in Ferrari in probably something like 2004, 2005, something like that. By the time I left Ferrari, that was a room about, well, not much smaller than this hall. I'm exaggerating. But we had something like 120 people in there. So we take 60 people, 60 engineers to the racetrack, and we had 120 people back at base. So the whole thing has exploded, and that is such an integral part of Formula One. You know, all of the way that we would strategize and simulate and analyze data during the weekend. So it's just about trying to bring little snippets of that, which are easily understandable, right? I mean, we call them, you know, internally we call it human readable format. It has to be in human readable format. You shouldn't have to have a maths or physics or engineering degree to understand it. But hopefully it's working. I mean, when we first went out there and we did it, there was a lot of pushback. Because we're all human, and humans are averse to change. It's just part of our makeup. So it was different. You know, the broadcast of Formula One had been the same for 50 years. I think the only thing that had changed was it wasn't Murray who was commentating anymore. It was someone else. But that was about it. So starting to put all this data on the screens, people freaked out a bit. And I always said, you know, to both Amazon and to Formula One, just wait, because it's the life cycle that Formula One teams went through when we started to introduce a load of data and sensors on the car. People kind of pushed back against it and said, oh, you know, but we don't need sensors because I'm brilliant and I can tell you what to do. 3 years later, everybody said we do need sensors, we need all of that technology because that's making the Grand Prix car go faster. It's exactly the same in broadcasting, that when we started to feed out all of this data, and give people a better understanding of what's happening behind the scenes, then the fans came back after a couple of years and went, oh, this is great, we love it, yeah, more of it, please. And now we're looking at ways that we can actually get a pit wall experience for the fans that want that on a second and third screen.
Also part of the broadcast, one of the facets in which it's changed is there's a lot more team radio going on, and a lot more exchanges between drivers and engineers are being broadcast and shared. And I have to hold you partially responsible for that because of the whole Felipe baby thing. You know, when you were sort of, you know, mentoring Felipe as he had his little wobble. Was it Malaysia 09, I think, something like that? I mean, were you aware that
you know better than me?
It was going to end up on telly and the internet. It was the internet that did it.
It was the internet. So the terrible internet. So we can blame Tim Berners-Lee and the team. Well, Stefano Domenicali actually. So Stefano's a great friend of mine, but back then he was team manager of the Ferrari Grand Prix team. So he used to turn we were told back then that what we would broadcast radio, and we had to broadcast radio because there was a guy who was in charge of Formula One, who some of you may or may not know, called Bernie Ecclestone, Bernard Charles Ecclestone. There's a good story about him as well, but I can't tell you.
Does it involve someone's kneecaps?
No, it doesn't. It involves my bollocks.
In that case, we should let
no,
you
we
carry
definitely
on
won't
with your
go
story.
there. And that was after Germany 2010. Anyway, so getting back to the point, because we'll digress here, Codders. So where were we? What were we talking about?
Felipe Baby.
Felipe Baby. So Stefano's one job. I better not say that because he's really important now, and he'll get me sacked from the planet. So Stefano's one job was to turn the radio. Bernie said that, right, we want to broadcast your radio. So we went, well, you can't do that because we're so clever and we're giving all these secret messages and all the rest of it. So he said, right, I just want the pit wall to the driver. So we kind of acquiesced to that, and then we said, right, what will happen is the team manager will turn it on and off. So when it was going to be like a banal message and stuff, he would turn it on, and that would be live to broadcast. So the broadcast, so FOM could take it and they could broadcast it if they want. Stefano was really shit at it, and he just used to leave it on all the time. So you'd be kind of going through the Grand Prix, and then I watched the international feed like you guys would watch the international feed, but without the commentary. So, you know, I didn't have Crofty or any of his dulcet tones, but you can hear like the radio and stuff that comes up, right? So like you're kind of watching it, and then you'd see like Ferrari radio crackle like about 5 minutes after you'd send something, and you'd think, oh fuck. And then you'd listen to it, but at that point it's out and it's in the world, and there's no going back yet. So there we are.
There was one other piece of team radio, and I always like to hear this story because it was a phrase that has become enshrined in infamy. And I had a mug with this phrase written on the side, which sadly I left out on my desk. The cleaners put it in the dishwasher. I never saw it again. And the phrase was, Fernando is faster than you. Now, you must have been aware that very critical piece of radio was going to be broadcast, because you enunciation, Stephen Fry could not have hit the enunciation better while reading the audiobook of Harry Potter.
We talked about this, Codders, quite a lot, so we're not going to go into all the details. There'll be a book about it when I'm no longer involved in this business. Yeah, there was a lot of enunciation. It was the bit. It was finally a Grand Prix team, and I think this is what Netflix has done so well. You kind of see a Grand Prix team looks all serene, doesn't it? You've got like these 10 people that you see the backs of sat on a pit wall, and a driver that you can never see their eyes because they're in the, under the helmet. Netflix has got under that and go, well, actually, sometimes it's like any other industry, and it's a bit of a bun fight. And you saw that day in Germany in 2010, the bun fight coming to the surface. So it wasn't the greatest moment of any of our careers. And you live and learn and you get stronger from it. But definitely, yeah, that was going back to, I guess, the outcomes of that. Our people have that on their ringtones. They've got the two, so they've got Felipe Baby. People come up to me still in restaurants and go, oh, listen to my ringtone. And I go, I know what it's going to do. You don't need to tell me. It's about 12-year-old now, right? I'm not quite that rude. Or like they'll say, they'll play it back to me and say, has anybody ever told you how good this is? And like they'll play back this scene from Germany 2010. I go, yeah, a couple of times. So yeah, it's gone down in infamy, and I do notice a lot in your wonderful publication that it's used like somebody is faster than somebody else, and actually the mug story is a good story for you, because this was only a couple of weeks ago. So I had a call, and it's a long story how this happened, but it was a one-to-one call with the new chairman of Chelsea Football Club. I've never met the guy before, and it's a long story out why I was having this call. But it was a Zoom call, and we couldn't get together in person. I was going to go and see him, and he was coming to come see me, but we couldn't. So as usual, now he said, oh, let's do a Zoom call. So we had a Zoom call, and I said to I was at home, and it was Christmas time, and I said to my wife, I said, will you bring me a cup of tea, please, quick, because I've got to do this call. So anyway, she did. She was very kind, and she brought me a cup of tea. So I didn't look at the mug, and obviously the dishwasher was completely rammed because it was Christmas time, and this was one that had been shoved to the back of the cupboard. And so I'm chatting with this guy, he's a really nice guy, and then I pick up the tea to drink it. And but most basically, here's a fact for you, here's a psychological fact. Most of the time when you're on a Zoom call, you're watching yourself rather than the other person. So I'm watching myself and thinking, fucking hell, he's good looking, right? So, and I pick up the mug and I start to drink it, and it's got a meme of me, or whatever. Is it a meme or a meme?
A meme, I think.
A meme, yeah.
Yeah, you can call them meme stoppers.
I'm getting old now, Codders. So anyway, so I pick up this mug, and it's got a meme of me, and it says, Felipe, Fernando is faster than you. And I kind of like put it down, and the guy went to me, I saw it. And I went, it was an accident, honest.
Well, presuming at least you were both fully dressed, which isn't always a given on that.
We were both fully dressed, and we were chatting about that bit backstage, weren't we? That I had a call with somebody in this dirty laundry, and this was actually dirty laundry. And the guy, the doorbell rings. It's during lockdown. The doorbell rings. He's in Seattle. He gets up to walk off, and I just saw from here downwards. And as we sit down, I go, and this is a really senior person in Amazon Web Services. One of the biggest global corporates tech corporates in the world. And as he sits down, I'm thinking, is he going to say something? Am I going to go, well, I guess you saw my underpants, as you call them over there in Londonshire? And I went, yeah, I saw.
Please tell me you didn't actually say Londonshire.
No, he didn't.
And of course, there was a time when, because Amazon, being based in America, they like to have their calls at the end of the day, don't they? So there was a thing where a group of us had to interview Rob, and because I was about to do a virtual cycling race immediately afterwards, I was in my sort of Lycra kit, and you could sort of see Rob clocking this. And I had to explain myself. Anyway, let's move on now to what you're doing now, as well as the Amazon thing. You are now helping to sort of kind of reorganise the ladder up into motorsport with the Global Karting League, aren't you?
Yeah, we are. It's definitely a labour of love. You know, when I stopped with Willys at the back end of 2018, and big round of applause to James Vowles actually, because now I stop getting asking questions if I'm going to go and do it.
He's had a vowels movement.
He's had a vowels, a consonant, please, Carol. So anyway, where were we? Yes. So when I stopped, I realised that, you know. Quite frankly, anybody in my position to have had the career that I've had and continue to have in Formula One, there's a lot of luck involved, right? You got to be right place, right time. You got to take the opportunities when they come. You got to be bright enough to exploit those opportunities, but you got to be right place, right time, right? And that means that I've been really, really lucky. And anybody in my position that tells you that they're not lucky and it's all down to their own genius is talking absolute shite. So anyway, I realized that I've been really lucky and I wanted to give back to the community. I wanted to find some way of giving back. And so I looked at, you know, what does every kid want to do from a young age? They all want to be, or the vast majority of them want to be Grand Prix drivers or Formula E drivers or World Rally Car drivers. When you look at it and you want to, you know, for kids and families to get involved, it's a totally undemocratized sport. So that means that there's lots of barriers to entry. And the principal barrier is cost. So to get your child involved in motorsport, in karting principally, and for them to have a successful karting career is hugely expensive. You know, if you want to go and do the top level of a national championship in any of the countries that are competing, then you're into six figures. So it's closed off to all but the uber wealthy. So we looked at a way of bringing about a more democratized version of it. So that's where Global Karting League and then the brand in the UK is Total Karting Zero. And basically what it is that we own the whole ecosystem, if you like. So we've designed and built electric go-karts. They're electric go-karts there's 3 categories from 5 to 16-year-old. So a kid can come and have a career in karting within the Global Karting League. It's a meritocratic league, so you have to start at the local championship level, and then you can progress to the national championship level, and if you're good enough, you'll progress to the regional championship level, and eventually world championship level. We're currently in advanced discussions with a major FIA championship that the world championships will take place at their championship, so they'll take place on their weekends. And we're trying to build what is a credible pathway for the non-ultra high net worth families to get into karting and motorsport and to make a professional career of it. At the same time, I'm using it as a sneaky opportunity to teach kids STEM education as well. Because, you know, that's the other facet, is if you come into and you're part of Total Karting Zero, Global Karting League worldwide, then there's a STEM education element to it. And I think that's hugely important, that if we can get kids at a younger age and teach them science, technology, engineering, maths through the context of motorsport, then the chances are that we'll end up with more engineers and more scientists, more mathematicians at the top end of university age from a more diverse range of backgrounds. So yeah, it's really exciting. It's one of the 200 things that I'm doing at the minute, but it's going really well. It's growing. You know, we're already in 2 markets. So we're in the UK. We're in another market. We are globalizing this year, so we want to get out to 4 other markets. As I say, being part of an FIA one of the pinnacle FIA World Championships will certainly help. And we're starting to see the kids coming through now. It's in its 2nd or 3rd year. This is its 3rd year. And we're starting to see some really good talent come through. You know, we're starting to see talent that will almost certainly be professional in some way, shape, or another. But even better than that, it's from a more diverse background than what we're seeing in the usual driver pool. So we're seeing kids from, you know, much lower socioeconomic levels than you would normally see on the grid. More females. We've got a really good, you know, at maximum in our events, we're seeing 30% female participation, which is great. More people from BAME communities. So it's really cool. I'm really proud of it.
Now, last question, because I think we're probably going to end up overrunning here, and I'll get shot by our producer. But I'm a little bit old to be getting involved in the Global Karting League, and let's face it, you know, like many people, I have to think twice before I put the kettle on these days. But you know, if I were about a quarter of my age and wanted to get involved, where would I go? How would I sort of get in contact to get involved?
Just get in touch with the team. You go on the website. Don't ask me what the website's called. I think it's called Total Karting Motorsport.
And Google will help with that.
Google will help with that. Put Rob Smedley in karts and it'll come up. Yeah, and then talk to the team. The team will be happy to talk to you. We've got a great team there. It's very, very customer focused. I want to get. I was clear about that with the team from the outset. That this is a really complex landscape. So for new people coming into it, absolutely, it needs to be significantly simplified than other areas. And we want to be additive as well, right? We're not coming into this and go, I'm going to take over the grassroots landscape. We are something, we're another option, but we're an option that is perhaps open to a wider range of demographic than current offerings are.
Well, Rob, thank you very much for joining us. We'd love to hand over to our next guest. So we could have talked for hours, but you know, they keep us to half-hour time slots. I mean, it's been wonderful to see you again after 3 years in the flesh, a year since, you know, the unfortunate Amazon interview episode. Ladies and gentlemen, Rob Smedley.
Thanks.
We've got a huge amount of interviews here today on the main stage. We go from Rob Smedley to a driver that is competing currently in the Praga Cup, which is a championship we're about to find a little bit about. Huge amount of experience in Formula 3 up and down the country. Shane Kelly has a story to tell. The first story I want from you, Shane, is I was following you for a good few years in F3 Cup. And I left you, I think, as a runner-up in the championship. You didn't win the championship the following year. What happened? What went wrong?
I can't remember when you didn't stop commentating.
Probably 2018, 2019?
Yeah, so we, obviously coming from a university team as well, so the...
We're going to talk about that in a moment.
Yeah, so the big dynamic for us, a dynamic change every year, is we have a brand new set of students, a brand new team. So, so you could say the consistency through the teams for each year. So there's a sort of a hidden thing in the back of the garage where we've got a brand new team to start with. So that could probably be some of the points where we missed out.
So that's the reason. I felt confident when I left F3 Cup that next year you were going to be on the top step of the championship podium. But you make a very valid point. The team changes every year because the car was run in Formula 3 and will continue to be run in Praga Cup by students from the University of Wolverhampton, so not too far from here at the NEC. How does that work, and how did it come about in the first place, Shane? Because it gives them the most amazing experience, doesn't it?
Yes, we started the hands-on, the motorsport team and the course about 8 years ago now, based at Telford campus, and it's satellite to the main campus from the university, but it was really, when we started it out, we wanted to really have that hands-on experience, full championships of racing. So really getting rounded students out of it, rounded engineers. But the only way to do that is live the real life of motorsport, and that's really from the bottom of the pile, say cleaning trailers, all that sort of stuff, all the way to the podium. And we've seen the proof that works, because we have race teams wanting these rounded students. They're walking straight into jobs. So it's important they live and they live and learn, if you like.
But the trouble is for you that you then lose them to full-time employment.
I try to keep them on, but you can't fail them and then keep them on another year. But yeah, you're spending a lot of time with your team. Most drivers spend a lot of time with their engineers, and it is bad to see them go, unfortunately, but obviously it's a win for us when they get jobs.
But the wonderful thing is that, and I've seen it a number of times with you and the team, when you experience success, I remember some particular memories at Donington Park where you quite clearly excel. The joy from a team of students when you win together, you win as a team, is something quite palpable, the like of which I've not really seen before.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, we did experience a bit of that this year, which was great. But yeah, going back to the dominant days and the triples at Donington and things, and yeah, amazing, because you see the student come in with their parents in their open day, maybe 2 years before they even join a course, and then that journey all the way to, even if they do a master's, they're 4 years with you, and you start from zero at the start of each season. You've got a lot of level 4s coming in where they're brand new to the sport.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden you're on a podium and you're celebrating the win with them, and it is amazing.
Something special, isn't it? Really special. Now, you've carried this on into Praga Cup. Tell us a little bit. Not everybody knows about the manufacturer Praga. We were finding out a little bit about it here on the main stage at Autosport yesterday from the chief executive, from Mark Harrison. It's a company with a huge amount of heritage, isn't it?
Yes, Praga have been around a long time. Not an exact amount of years, I know, but it's hundreds of years.
It's over 100 years.
Yeah, and so it's something I kept an eye on from really a couple of years in F3, and we knew the sort of technology we had with the Dallara was getting a bit older, and that was something we needed to refresh what we were doing. A brand new car for students to learn from, different aerodynamics, and that offered that, because there's ground effects with them cars, and that's something the F3 didn't have. And so we sort of strategically, but we needed the sponsorship to do that as well. So we've had great support from the university, getting that sponsorship in to be able to buy a car like a Praga. And yeah, it was important. We did move over to them. Again, they have really supported us for the first year with parts and sort of knowledge about the car. A completely different animal to what we're used to.
Which is not the easiest, because the company is based in Prague, isn't it? Praga is Czech for Prague.
That's right. They have a UK base just not far from Alton Park.
All right.
And so we have a bit of accessibility from Telford. We're like 45 minutes away, which is quite good. But yeah, it offered a new challenge for us, especially with the length of the races and the way the car was put together. It's a bit of turbo technology, ground effects, and there's some strategy as well, because the races are an hour long, and that was something we never experienced.
So longer races, completely different car. It's all change around, but a successful season of racing. I understand Donington Park once again was a bit of a highlight for your year.
Well, I always know I've got a few tenths in the bag there.
Why? What is the secret to unlocking Donington Park for you?
We always think this. I'm not sure. I think I like the high minimum speed corners.
Right.
I think that's what it is, and the old hairpin and that sort of thing.
Right.
Going fast through there, and aero cars obviously lend itself to that. And
Yes, yeah.
smooth drive, maybe technique, but
And bravery.
and bravery, maybe, or nothing between the ears, probably. But it's the season was great. We won at Silverstone, and that was something we'd never expected to do. We came into the championship thinking, okay, P4, P5, P4 maybe, but just do a solid job. We did have a bit of gremlins at the start. We had some gearbox issues, which we've ironed out now, and that was something some other teams experienced as well, which was good, but we had to learn ourselves about that.
Yeah, and of course this is all part of the learning process for the students of Wolverhampton University. This is motor racing, isn't it? They've got to get used to this.
That's right, and obviously the sponsors expect wins as well. There's a lot of investment into it. We're fully self-sufficient on sponsorship, so it's a nice team. It's gelled together well, and it's just important. We did a win. We didn't expect to win, but it was a bonus for us. And like you said, the domination at the last 2 rounds. Unfortunately, I did the last round on my own, which was good for me. Lots of track time, but going into this year, we're going to stick with the partnership again.
Now, as far as Praga Cup is concerned, a tie-up with Britcar, explain that to us.
Yes, so the championship was one make last year, sort of Praga's sort of maiden entry into one make series. And as we know, I think any one make series in the UK is always a hard thing to maintain. And Britcar and Praga did a great job of keeping that. The grids are looking okay, but Britcar have made a prototype series for this year, and I think really that's great for us. A bit more competition as well, a mixture of car makes, it's LMP3s and some other makes as well. Yeah,
it's an exciting route that you're on. Where does it eventually end up? You must have a vision of where Shane Kelly would like his career to go.
Shane Kelly's career? Well, driving the Praga is opened my eyes to a bit of endurance racing, I think. Something I've always been single seaters right from early age, and it's the nearest thing I suppose to an F3 car. The Praga probably was on offer as well, which you could say is quite nice, and I quite like that endurance racing route, possibly with in Le Mans or something like that. It'll maybe get the Praga out to some European rounds.
It's quite interesting, isn't it, for a racing driver? They have this idea of where they want to be when they're growing up, when they're karting. Talking to Tom Ingram this morning, he's now a BTCC champion. That has been his goal for many, many years. But many drivers that finish up in sports car racing, in GT racing, that their career has deviated along the way, and it kind of just takes them along a path. This is, from what I see, this is where your career is going now.
I think so. You get older as well, don't you? And I think
that is true. Yeah.
I mean, I think of the F3 as well. I think when you start having a teammate in the same car, which is very unusual at the start, when you're trading tents as a teammate and actually looking at their data, it's very unusual. But it takes the pressure off in a sense as well. So you get high pressure Formula 3 for so many years, and in then single seater classes where you get to a team where you're working as a team to get the car faster in a different way, and that was a big plus for me because it took a bit of pressure off, but then you can concentrate on making less mistakes by less pressure.
So, dream car, dream team, and venue. What would it be if budget wasn't an issue and the opportunity was there?
Are we talking GTs or
anything you like?
Dream car.
Ooh. Anything you like.
Any year.
I'm going to guess you would like to go to Le Mans.
Le Mans, yeah, would be great. That Ferrari looks pretty handy, doesn't it?
Yeah, that is true.
I think probably the Ferrari at Le Mans, yeah, that'd be nice.
That's a good answer. Now, the Praga is down here on one of the stands. I think it's the Rover Motor Oils. It looks pretty cramped inside, I have to say. I'm quite a small guy. You're not. You're a bit taller than me.
You'd be surprised, actually. I've got a booster seat.
Have
a little
really?
bit, yeah, a little booster seat behind me.
Because there's plenty of leg room, is there?
There's loads of leg room. You've still got that stepped feeling in monocoque inside, and also because of the endurance car, you've got a slide pedal box.
Yes.
So you can actually change for your teammate.
So how long did it take you to get used to being enclosed? Because that's not something you really experienced before.
No, it was strange for a few laps, more so in the paddock.
Yeah,
See
yeah,
it
yeah.
across.
No,
The
I get
peripheral
that.
vision side of it is really bad. And,
Yeah, I
was
get that.
But you don't even think about it in the race. And
So what if the opportunity came, for example, at Goodwood Festival of Speed of driving a Group C car up the hill at Goodwood?
I'll be there with bells on,
Thanks
I think.
very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be rather nice, wouldn't it? Shane, great to catch up with you.
Thanks a lot.
Good luck this year and beyond, and you'll be a champion. Don't worry about that. You and the students at Wolverhampton University at some stage will take a crown.
Thanks a lot.
There we go. Shane Kelly, everybody, here now. It's good to see so many of you here in front of the main stage at Autosport International. We go back to the BTCC in about 15 minutes, and the driver that finished up in 3rd place in the championship last year, Jake Hill, will be with us at past, so we'll see you then. occasionally, as a racing driver, they confess to making a mistake out on circuit. Very rarely, a presenter on the main stage at Autosport admits to making a mistake. I did. So not half past for Jake Hill. It's now. So please welcome third place in the BTCC last year, Jake Hill, everybody. Jump start, mate. You're already here. Well done. Very good. Yeah, keen to get out of the blocks. A super year last year in the BTCC, Jake. Really, we could have predicted at the start of the year that by the end of the season, you were going to be battling for the championship title. You were with a top team, top car, top brains all around you, and all under the guise and the watch of WSR's Dick Bennett. That was quite an experience last year coming into that team.
Yeah, it was good fun, wasn't it? I loved it. You know,
you
what an achievement to drive for West Surrey and to have the support with BMW, and of course MB Motorsport as well along for the ride still. So yeah, loved it. You know, I learned so much in 22, and I think it's going to be an even better 23.
Fascinating, really, for us to watch the battle emerging as the season went on, which predominantly was a battle with you and eventual champion Tom Ingram, because that was exactly what you were doing umpteen years ago in little G40 Ginettas in Ginetta Juniors.
Yeah, exactly. You know, in 2010, me and Tom raced against each other, and funnily enough, he beat me to the championship then as well. So, but it was really good fun, you know, I think, to be racing Tom again and to be racing for a championship. You know, we've both come so far since those days, and we're still at it just as we was then. So it's
quite nice, because the circle of events, very often you see drivers that raced against each other in karting. They might get to Formula One and be racing, and then we get out all the old photographs of them standing on a podium in a kart race together. So this is what happens. 2023 is a new year. So how do we attack this year, Jake?
Just go for it, as we always do. You know, I mean, it's. I think the big difference is this is the first time in my touring car career where I'm with the same car, the same team, the same people around me, and I think I've probably underestimated how much that accounts for. Because
constantly moving around is not easy, is it?
No, it's not. And you're always switching cars and teams and, you know, engineers. And I'm very lucky to have the same engineer, Craig, now for the last, well, since 2020, we started working together. So that's been my only constant throughout the last sort of 3-4 years. And I think that's going to help a lot now, being in the same car. You know, we did a test not even that long ago. The 8th of December was my last day in the BMW. And
oh, was it? Where?
Yeah, just doing a Cosworth test at Donington. So, you know, just keeping that, you know, even a couple of months after the last round, just keeping that head fresh and the car keep going and, you know, just keeping on top of it, really. It helps a lot.
Colin Turkington, about 6 or 7 years ago, told me that he'd bought I don't think he's got it anymore, but he bought a kart. Because on weekends that he wasn't racing in the BTCC, just being in something on a track helped him keep sharp. What do you do to keep sharp? Is it the historic racing during the season? Is that something that keeps you kind of focused?
Yeah, well, I mean, my day-to-day job is driver coach, as you know, and I look after an awful lot of the Ginetta Junior drivers that obviously that me and Tom started in, for instance, in 2009, 2010. So I look after quite a number of those. So that obviously means I'm in car sometimes and I'm driving the Ginetta Junior again, which is quite good because they're quite slow, but it means you get to be perfect. So you get to practice being perfect.
And you can feel everything, can't you?
You can, yeah. So they're actually a really good little car. And other than that, yeah, driving some amazing historic cars, you know, Panos LMP1 car from 2002, Nissan Skyline, Calsonic R32 GTR.
Is that still your dream car, the Skyline?
Yeah, I'm still very lucky to have one at home.
Is it really?
I do, yeah, I love it. But I think, you know, we can all agree, anyone that's into sort of that era, 90s Group A touring cars, Godzilla was pretty much the king.
So presumably you've made models of it as well, because I know you're a bit of an avid model maker.
Yeah, I love all my sort of Tamiya RC stuff, big into that. And obviously Scalextric, you know, I'm very proud to have Scalextric as a partner of mine. They were last year, and for this year, 23, they've just announced their collection, if any of you guys are into Scalextric, and they've got my Capri that I won the Goodwood members meeting in.
Have you?
And,
right.
Yeah, and my 2022 rocket ship BMW, so it's a cool collection.
How many Jake Hill Scalextric cars are there?
That'll be 4 now.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, when you're literally just a kid, and I'm not much older than being a kid, I suppose, but you dream of having your own Scalextric car. I think we all do. If you've got a set at home, and to have now number 4, that's pretty cool.
Do you tweak them?
Not the Scalextric stuff.
Right. Okay.
Just go and have a bit of fun with them.
So during the pandemic,
you told me about this.
Yeah, we used to have. So I used to meet up. My support bubble was Dennis Carter and his wife that used to run Thruxton Circuit and the BARC for many, many years. And Wednesday night was our Scalextric night, and we used to take them apart, trying to make them a bit quicker, put them back together again. They never went as well. So the best thing is to leave them as they came out of the box. Yeah, it's a very good bit of advice. Was this always the plan, Jake, when you were growing up? Your dad was a racer, a very good racer. I think he's the first to admit that maybe not as good as you have become. Yeah, I can see you smiling. But because you were around motor racing, was that always your plan? Did you ever have a plan B?
The plan B, Mum pushed me towards doing motorsport engineering, so I guess I was going to be a mechanic or an engineer or something, which is cool. I still have a big interest in that. And I think that makes me a better racing driver anyway, because you have a lot more of an understanding of what's going on with the chassis and with the car underneath.
You need to have that knowledge, don't you, to bring the information back that's required?
You do. Yeah, it's very, very important, especially when everything's so close as it is today, especially in touring car racing. But no, I mean, it's hard. I was at a circuit when I was 12 days old. Dad was doing racing a Formula Ford, and I guess I've always been around it, which has been nice. I'm very privileged in that sense to always be around it. But touring car racing, not sure it was ever the plan as such. Right. I really wanted to do Le Mans and do the sports car route. But the opportunity just presented itself to do touring cars, and we're on this journey, and hopefully at some point I can go and do sports cars later in life.
Well, there's always that opportunity, isn't there? Because, as you say, you've driven a whole host of gorgeous machinery. If you were to pick out one single race or one single car that you've raced over the last few years, what would it be? And it doesn't have to be the touring car, obviously. You've driven a huge variety of other cars.
I think it's just a bit surreal when you're racing a Panos LMP1 car at Spa at night, and the lights are on, and you're racing against a Bentley Speed 8 and Ferrari 333 SP and stuff, and you do have to pinch yourself a little bit, with what's going on. When you're in the moment, you're just trying to do the best job you can and obviously be as fast and as consistent as you can over the stint of the race. But yeah, when you get out of the car and you realise what you've just done, it's pretty amazing.
Last year, best season so far in the BTCC, top team, top car, all of those things, best finishing position in the championship, third in the championship. What did you learn? Bear in mind you've been in the championship for quite a few years now. We can't keep calling you a youngster because you've been around for a while, but you still learn. So what did you learn last year? What do you take into this year to make it different?
I think the biggest thing I had to reset my mind on was that because I was in arguably the best car, or definitely one of the best cars, with, in my opinion, the best team, you don't need to try so hard all the time. The car and the team are doing a lot for you, and if you just settle in and dig your heels in and actually go with the flow and what's going on around you, it comes an awful lot easier.
Right.
So, those first couple of rounds at Brands and Donington, I'm looking back on the YouTube documentary On the Limit that's come out. Yeah. And you only then realise just how many mistakes I made, totally hands up.
Well, we were all shouting it from the pit lane. Jake, calm down.
I know.
It was for the first couple of meetings, wasn't it, really?
It was, yeah. And, that's the biggest lesson learned, 100%, and if I had just been a bit more consistent and not made so many mistakes in those first few rounds, I'd probably be up here being champion now, that's the honest truth of it. So I know what I need to do, and I think the second half of the season was a massive change in events, and we were always fast, we were always there, on the podium almost every weekend. So yeah, lots of lessons learned, but I think they're all for the better.
You mentioned MB Motorsports, Rocket, who were the title of the team that you were driving. What was it you nicknamed the car at the?
It's my rocket ship.
It was your rocket ship. One of the great partnerships that you've made in the BTCC, one that maybe we couldn't have predicted, was that with Mark Blundell when he came back to race for 1 year in the BTCC. But that's an enduring partnership, and it's got a huge amount to be thankful for, isn't it?
It has, you know. I mean, to be honest, you know, being teammates with Mark Blundell in 2019 was purely by chance.
Yes.
I have Sean Hollenby to thank for that, and it ultimately, without me realising, potentially, it saved my career because I was then teammates with Mark. I helped him out throughout the year. He did struggle, you know. There's no two ways about it. He struggled in touring cars, but you know, I was just me and I just helped him.
It was a big ask. He hadn't been in a
was.
race car for quite a while.
It was, and then jumping in a front-wheel drive touring car
Yeah,
after all of his stuff he's done before. But, you know, he then, okay, he didn't want to do touring cars anymore, but he saw the benefit in being in touring cars from a commercial aspect. So he made that step. He hired me to be his #1 driver, and 3 years later, we're still together. And, you know, he's now my full-time manager, so he looks after me and makes sure that we're doing the right things. And yeah, it's definitely been a huge step forward, and I have a lot to thank for, you know, for being teammates with him in 2019. That's where it all started.
It's really cool. It's a great partnership, and it's been brilliant to watch it because at the start of that year, I remember at the media day thinking, how is this going to work with Mark Blundell, an ex-Formula One driver and sports car driver and IndyCar driver and all that, and little Jake Hill from Tunbridge Wells? How's this all going to work out? The mutual respect was so noticeable to see between the two of you.
Yeah, it was fantastic, and you know, we are just close friends. You know, more than anything, we're just good friends, and I think that's why partnerships like that work so well. It's just because, you know, you get on really well, you have common interests, you know what we're all trying to achieve. We're both trying to be the best at what we can do, and Mark's a fantastic manager and ambassador for myself, and yeah, it means that hopefully we can stay together a long time and do some really good things.
Right. Well, one of those good things, presumably, is final question. Championship title. Nothing less will be good enough, will it, this year?
I always say it's never your turn. You know, it's not. If it happens, it will happen. The only thing I can control is just being better and just being more consistent. And I think I can do that. So if I can do that, I'm pretty sure that those championship hopes will be there.
And be a bit calmer at the first meeting of the year. There's a lesson learnt, if ever there was one. Everybody, an absolute star of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, and surely a champion of the future, Jake Hill.
That's the second time that's happened to me today. I hope it's not an augury. Hope my larynx doesn't switch off. I can see people sitting down already. Are we going for an early lunch? Was that 11's? Oh, fabulous. Well, you know, if you've got any spare cash, chuck some our way. My colleagues over there are waiting to sell you a subscription to GP Racing magazine or Autosport. You can claim a wonderful array of free gifts, including, dare I say it, a Brabham BT52 book. And we'll be talking to David Brabham in just about an hour's time. Now, my next guest was last seen in the green room masticating upon some chocolate nibbles. Hopefully he has finished that process. Can I introduce you, a star of stage and screen, a marvellous GT driver, Darren Turner. It's a good thing that piece of music goes on so long so that you can finish chewing. The trouble is, we stiffed you there, didn't we? Because they've got their caramel stuff, the buttons, aren't they? So you kind of put them in.
They are super, super tasty.
Yeah. You can see why that packet's gone from being full to being empty. By
the time I go back out, it's gone. I'm going to finish that this morning, so...
So how have you been keeping since we last sort of stood up on this stage? And yeah, mind that knob, it came off in my hand the other day.
Otherwise you end up with a full spin.
Yeah, you do the pivot.
Yeah.
You know, in our trade they talk about the pivot to video, and I said, is this what you mean? Yeah, and what have you been doing since we last stood on this stage 3 years ago? You know, bit of British GT, been quite fun, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has been, but it's so good to be back. You know, Autosport Show has been a big part of my life for so many years, and having won the Young Driver Award in '96 and been around a lot of young drivers, and it used to be the beginning of the season coming here. You know, you'd finish your race season October time, then you could let your hair down, enjoy the winter, the time off, and then this really was the beginning of taking things serious for the following year, basically. But you'd always have a nice time over the 4 days of being up at the show. So, yeah, it's nice to be back. It's good to be around, you know, the friends that you have in the motorsport. Sometimes you only ever see them at this event, so it's good to be back. But it's been busy, yeah, busy 3 years, and everything with Aston. And in the last 2 years, I've been doing the British GT with Matt Topham in the GT4. So that's been a nice thing to be sort of involved with. You know, I've been doing the World Endurance Championship for many years, and then you know, as the sort of seasons have gone on, and now moved away from doing the international racing and come back to British racing. It was nice to get that feeling of cold, wet days at Alton Park, and remembering what Snet was like on a windy day. And you know, you get spoilt with all the international races and going to effectively, generally Grand Prix circuits, and coming back and doing the national circuits. They're just really good fun, super challenging in a completely different way from a normal Grand Prix circuit.
And did I also see, because someone pressed the wrong button at the Autosport Awards, and the VT got played twice with the judging process of the, and I've got to get all these words in the right order, the Aston Martin Autosport BRDC Award for Best Young Driver. Did I see you as part of that montage as someone who was keeping a beady eye on what was going on?
Yeah, I've been a judge a couple of times now, and more recently for the last couple of years, but different times in the sort of the last 25 years since I won it, sort of thing. And the big thing that stands out for me is, at their age, just how professional they are. You know, I came into that award, and I think I might have been 20, 21 when I came up, so generally that was the age group that was coming into the award in sort of the mid-90s. And now they're sort of younger. You know, some of them are 16 when they come to that award and have those 2 days at Silverstone. But they're so polished. I can remember George Russell. He came to our little sim company for his evaluation there. All of the finalists were coming along. And he was the first guy to come into the sim room. And because some of the drivers can be our customers anyway, so I step back and we keep it as open and as fair as possible. But I remember George coming in. He was 16. His mum had to drop him off. He's the first guy. He just made that impression straight away. You know, he knew who he was. He had confidence, but it wasn't like arrogance or being cocky. He was just a really nice kid from the moment you met him. And then he went in and did his 2-hour sessions in the sim. And then, you know, off he went, and we have an hour break before the next finalist comes along. And I poked my nose in and speak to the engineer and the sim operator and went, "How did it go?" And they're like, "Wow, you know, he was he was incredible. And I'm like, yeah, but he's the 16-year-old, he's the kid, you know, it's his first go. Wait until you see some of the other finalists and see how they perform. And after 2 days of going through the finalists, it was like, no one went near George in the sim. And it was just the fact that, you know, we see them and they, I guess they're exposed to a lot more of the industry and the sport at an earlier age. They just seem so much more mature than what we were at a similar age. And it's great to see. And the 4 finalists from last year, they were exceptional over the 2 days. It's very difficult circuit conditions. You know, day 1 was dry, day 2 was very, very wet at Silverstone, and it really gives us a chance to see, you know, how they operate and how they deal with the changing conditions. Jumping from an F2 car, the Palmer F2 car, Aston Martin GT3 car, LMP 3 car, you know, 3 very different cars for them to jump into and adapt to very quickly. And for some of them, they've never been in a GT car or even a prototype car, so their first experience is under the eye of us, the judges. None of them put a foot wrong. You know, that's the bit that always amazes me, that they're pushing to the absolute limit and they still are able to do it without any mistakes. And, you know, Luke, he was super impressive, same as the others. But, you know, his pace over all of those days was fantastic. But his operation out of the car was equally impressive. He's a guy that engages with everyone around him, and make sure he understands how he's going to get the best out of his time in the car once he's out on circuit. Very impressive.
A few years ago, I was doing an interview with Charles Leclerc, sort of slightly before he was famous, but he was moving into F1. And the photographer who was doing the shoot afterwards goes to me, yeah, he's going to be a Grand Prix winner, that boy. You can tell in his eyes. And I sort of thought, now, are you just saying that so in a couple of years' time you can do the I was right dance? You know, can you look at like a kid of that age, a 16-year-old racing driver, and sort of tell whether they're going to be a winner or not?
I think you can tell that they've got the mentalities to be a winner, you know, and you can, by the time they come to sort of the Autosport Award, they've already achieved a great deal in karting, and, you know, they're only there because they've had a great season previously. So you know they're successful, and you know that they know what they're doing. Whether you, I mean, that photographer, obviously, he has a better eye for detail than I do. I don't know if you can say, you know, that you can see a true a champion of the future of Formula One, but you could certainly look at them and go, that person's got enough talent to be able to have a professional career in motorsport. And, you know, the thing what I think is slightly different is there's more of them now. And so it's actually probably harder for them to break out and make a professional career, where, you know, I don't know what it was like 50 years ago, but like 30 years ago when I was sort of at that sort of period, or 28 years ago, there's probably less out and out talented guys. There was, you know, it was clearer to be able to make an impact, where now I think there's so much talent that to stand out is really, really difficult.
I think 50 years ago, they were still stopping for a bottle of pop in the pit stop. Yeah, Moss is in, 4 new wheels and tyres, bottle of pop, yes.
It was one of those, obviously you haven't done Le Mans many times. One year we had a special guest with the team. He was one of the original guys that was around in the sort of late 50s, early 60s as a team member, a young team member there. And he was explaining to us how the event went. And he was talking about the 59 year for Aston Martin, which they won. It's the last time it won outright at Le Mans. And he was explaining about the fact that the first car had a set pace, go as fast as you want, because we want to break what the Ferraris can do. And the 2 other cars had dedicated lap times that they needed to go to. And when he said the lap time, it was like 4 minutes 20. And I'm like, well, we're sort of GTE, we're like 450s. You know, if you break 350s. If you break 350s, you're like really, that's a qualifying pace sort of thing. And I'm like, I know the circuit's changed a bit, but even so, that's really impressive. And then he got a video out and he showed us the circuit layout of what Le Mans was like in 1959. And I didn't realize, you know, how much the circuit's evolved over all that period. You know, how many more corners are in there? Because I'd always been like thinking, these guys are doing this race, just 2 of them. And, you know, 3 of us racing, it's physically, it's hard work. You know, it's mentally challenging and physically hard work. But then I watched the video, I'm like, oh, they did have a long time on the straight to have a can of pop and have a drink on the way down to the Mulsanne and stuff. It's a different era, but I've driven those cars. I've had the experience of driving a DBR1 and around Goodwood Circuit, and I couldn't believe how physical it was. In the steering, how heavy it was on the steering, the fact that you've got to do heel and toe, and it's got a heavy gearbox. And I was thinking, this, physically for a 24-hour race, this is going to be really hard work.
I think Sterling Moss said it was a great car, but a horrible gearbox. Or was it Tony Brooks? One of the two said, yeah, really enjoyed driving it, provided I didn't have to change gear.
Yeah, that's what I've done a little bit more historic racing recently. And last year I got to do my first pre-war racing, which I never thought I'd do. And I did the Silverstone Classic in LM4, which is a 1930s Aston Martin Grand Prix car. And I tried to use second gear in like turn 4 and 5 at Silverstone. Tried it a couple of times. And then after that, I did the whole race just using 3rd and 4th gear around the whole track. I was like, I don't understand how they did gear shifts, because this is like the double declutching type gear shift you had to do. And try as I might, I couldn't do it without a massive clunk or a grind in the gearbox. So I gave up in the end. I just kept it simple and just used 3rd and 4th.
If we bring it back to the modern era now, because you still have this long association with Aston Martin, and there've been quite a few changes in the company over the past few years. You got Lawrence Stroll, who he's Canadian, so we can forgive him for not being able to quite pronounce the name of the company properly. He sort of pronounces it like Aston Ricky Martin or something like that. What have been the changes you've seen? And also, you've been heavily involved in the development of the Valkyrie, which is this fantastically exciting hypercar.
Yeah, I mean, it's changed a lot. I mean, I guess we started with Aston Martin in 2005 when ProDrive built the DBR9 with my teammate David Brabham over there as well. So, that was a great era of Aston Martin coming back to sports car racing. And it was a different company to what it is now. And obviously there was no association. I know there's an Aston Martin F1 car around in Hall 3 round there. And there was no... GT racing was the big thing that Aston Martin was coming back to, and being back at Le Mans. And obviously in recent years with Lawrence Stroll taking control of the company, already having Racing Point as a team, it was a natural fit for that to be turned into Aston Martin. And it's fantastic to see, GT racing, Le Mans, yes, it has an impact in motorsport. Yes, it has an impact in the automotive world. And yeah, a lot of people know what Le Mans racing is, but Formula One is just on a completely different level. The global reach of Formula One compared to what we do in sports car racing is huge. And that's just fact, that's just life, and that's what it is. So in terms of a brand, it's great that it's back in Formula One. It's going to be very exciting to see how Alonso is with the team this year. It was fantastic to see. I'm a big fan of Vettel, so the last 2 years of seeing him there, and obviously Lance has done a great job in those last 2 seasons as well. So I think it's for the brand, it's amazing that we're back in Formula One, and it could only have happened under Lawrence's guidance, really. His ability to bring all of that together. But yeah, the Valkyrie hypercar, I've been involved heavily with that for the last 4 years. Literally was there this week in Spain, flew in last night from 5-day test in Spain with the car, and it's incredible. I've got to drive some super cool race cars over all these years. I've got to driven some fantastic road cars, but there's nothing that's even close on the road in terms of capability as the Valkyrie. And it's pushing the boundaries, and that's what's taken the time in terms of the development. I'm sure no one, when they started this program, realised that to create a car like this and to get it on the road and to have that much technology in the car and to be compliant with all the road going legislation, etc., was going to be an easy task. But it's been more challenging than I think anyone ever anticipated. But we're there now, and having had 5 days with the car this week, and in a couple of weeks I'll be back out, and I'll probably have another 4 or 5 days with it then, and we're getting close to the end of the development cycle with that car. But it's such a joy to be behind the wheel. Yesterday morning was a good example. We got 2 cars testing. They're doing different programs and everything else, and me and Peter, we swap cars just to sort of make sure that we're all on the same page and we're going in the right direction. And one car is definitely set up for urban testing on a circuit, and one's definitely up for performance in terms of what we're trying to achieve. And you jump in the car that's all about the performance, and you're like, I still cannot believe this is on a road tyre. And not like some super special one-off road tyre that can do 500 miles or something. This is a pretty standard Michelin Cup 2 tyre. And the performance of the car is just staggering, absolutely staggering. And at that point, I'm like, this really is my day job, and I don't really want to stop. You know, when you get into that rhythm with the car and you get to exploit the limit of what the car can do, it's a real joy.
An ex-colleague of mine actually had the opportunity to have a passenger ride in one at Goodwood, I think. And afterwards, he said to me, if they ever offer you a ride in this thing, say yes, but make sure you go pee beforehand and don't have eaten anything, no snacks or stuff, because you'll lose it. I mean, presumably as a seasoned racing driver, you don't have to worry about such things. Your body's used to it.
No, you still have to make sure you have pee before doing anything like that. Yeah, I think it's so different from what people are used to or have had the experience of. You know, the whole idea is it's pushing the technical capabilities, and you know, the Adrian Newey's design, Aston's design. It's a compact car. I still, having lived with the car pretty much for 4 years, I'm still like struggling to understand how they get all the components in the packaging. You know, the bodywork is so tight to engine, gearbox. And one of the best things about being on the test team is obviously there's a number of the cars and everything else, and sometimes you're following another Valkyrie in a Valkyrie, and because you're so low to the ground, you get to see the whole sort of diffuser element of the car, which you wouldn't normally see. You know, you stand next to the car, you're above it, you can't appreciate that it goes all the way through to the front wings, and the aerodynamic capability of this car is just off the scale. Yeah, I think for most people that first initial drive in the car or passenger ride in the car will be nearly to the point of overwhelming because of the performances there. We recently you got the road car, there's 150 Valkyrie coupes, some Spiders coming along later as well, but you also got the AMR Pro version, which is the dedicated hypercar, would have been, you know, the basis of the car that would have gone to Le Mans. But now that's like a track day special. And, you know, I've done a couple of days with the car, and we recently did some filming, and Nico Hulkenberg was there. This was in November last year. He took some journalists around for the experience around the national circuit. Now, I'm fairly sure the lap times were pretty close to what I've seen some of the older Formula One cars doing. Not you know, probably 1990s, 2000 period of cars. But I don't think there's a car out there capable of giving a passenger ride with that amount of performance. And it was really good to see the journalists getting out, and they're slightly speechless for a couple of minutes after, and your eyes are wide, and you have to give them a couple of minutes to calm down just to sort of get their thoughts about the experience. But you know, I've taken a few people around, and it's a real pleasure to be able to show someone what a car like that is capable of, because you know, we're out on the track, and you know, people are watching from the outside looking in, and it's quite difficult sometimes to explain the excitement and the exhilaration of it, and then to be able to take someone around at that speed is absolutely fantastic.
Nico Hulkenberg, I've got experience with him. If he recognises you as a journalist, he deliberately goes as hard as he can just to scare you, because he doesn't really like journalists. He took me around Miami in the GT3 car, and he actually pushed so hard he nearly lost it at one point. And I said, don't worry, we'll edit that out of the video before it goes onto YouTube.
Was that on the Pirelli Hot Lap stuff?
Yes, the Pirelli Hot Laps.
Yeah. I've done a couple of days with him on that, and he's pretty wild on those hot laps with Pirelli.
Hopefully now he's got his F1 drive back, he'll be a little bit less insane while doing that. Well, Darren, it's been great talking to you. You'll be joining us again after lunch with Alan Hyde. So thank you very much for your time. Enjoy your lunch, and of course, you're as a great fan of Sebastian Vettel, we will equip you with a copy of GP Racing magazine, where there's a 3-part mega feature on Seb.
I can read that now with my caramel chocolate buttons.
If Alan hasn't finished them. Ladies and gentlemen, Darren Turner.
We have such a huge array of stars from the world of motorsport on the main stage at Autosport International today. Great to see so many of you here. It is great to be back after 2 years away from the NEC. This is officially the start of the motorsport season. And it's not just about supercars, it's not just about racing cars. It is also about the country's premier two-wheeled action. And I'm really quite excited about this because we have the team boss and a new signing for the team's champion in the Bennett's British Superbike Championship for 2022, with more to look forward to in 2023 from OMG Racing Yamaha. Please welcome Alan Gardner and Ryan Vickers. So a bit of background here, because we are predominantly four wheels, but we're very happy to welcome the stars of two-wheel racing onto the main stage at Autosport. From a personal point of view, 30 years I've walked up and down the pit lane in the British Touring Car Championship paddock, and last year for the first time I was involved in the broadcast of BSB. It has got to be the world's best kept secret. Alan Gardner, the racing is astonishing.
We like to think so, yeah. Part of the reason we're here is to hopefully get some people that enjoy car racing to come and see bikes. It's a different discipline. We like to think we're more exciting. It's why we do it. But the racing's extremely close, extremely competitive. It's very, very fast. And we think it's the best championship in the world.
I was absolutely transfixed. The action from the opening round, the opening meeting of the year at Silverstone, when you've got 2, 3, 4 bikes vying for the lead, changing places lap after lap. That's what you want in any racing series, be it 2 wheels, 4 wheels or whatever, and you've got it every meeting of the year.
Yeah, it's we're an entertainment company at the end of the day, so the thing is to put on a show for the public, but without anything being fake, of course. It's extremely close. The guys are touching, the guys are rubbing. It's our closest finish this year was 0.003 of a second. We'll have 18 bikes within a second on the grid for the lineup. You need to see it. This is the thing.
It is well worth going along to. I introduced you team's champion for last year. That sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's very nice. It's very nice. We're the only non-factory team ever to win the championship, with the exception of the first couple of years when essentially the factory teams didn't exist.
And you're a relatively new team, aren't you?
This is our fifth season from absolute inception. So we never competed in any other class. We went straight into superbikes. And 5 seasons we're team and rider championship. Yeah.
Rider champion Brad Ray, who claimed the title last year and is on to other things in 2023, which left one of your bikes with an empty seat.
Yeah. So
which has been quickly
acquired
filled.
a new boy.
You have. He was riding a BMW last year, and Ryan Vickers gets the plum seat. I mean, it doesn't really get any better than that. The seat vacated by the outgoing champion.
Yeah, exactly that. It's amazing to join the team. I mean, me and Alan have actually got on for a few years now, and we've had a good relationship and stuff like that. And obviously, last year on the BMW wasn't an easy season. I've always had a good relationship with Yamaha as well. In 2018, I won the Superstock Championship on the Yamaha R6, not the R1, but really happy to be back on the Yamaha. It's been a dominant bike through the season, through the last couple of years with McCams as well. So it's I think it's been the most successful bike in the championship's history. So really excited. The team are obviously doing a great job with Brad and stuff like that. So I'm excited to jump on the bike and see what we can do this year.
So I kind of know how winter testing goes with car racing, i.e. unless you go somewhere nice and warm, you're not doing it really for another 4 weeks or thereabouts. What about in the world of bike racing? When do you get the chance to climb on board?
Well, to be fair, we're fortunate enough. I think we're probably one of the only teams in the world that do it. But we managed to get out in December before the 2022 season closed. And due to the testing regulations and stuff like that, we could get out. So I managed to spin a few laps on the bike in December, which was really nice. It's nice to get out. And then the official season of testing starts again in March. So beginning of March, we'll go out to Spain. We've got about 2 weeks out there, I think, in total. Through 2 different circuits, doing 6 days in total. It's just open pit lane. The second one at Navarra is the official test. The first one is like a private test, so that'll be really good to get some proper laps under our belt. And like you say, with the weather in the UK, you can't go really testing in those sorts of times a year because it's just too cold, you know. And actually, Spain that time of year is actually similar to our summer, so it's really relevant with temperatures and tyres and stuff like that.
So a couple of things struck me last year as a car commentator that went to bike meetings. I've been to MotoGP before and really only 1 or 2 meetings a year. But last year, being involved in the story as it unfolds as the year goes on, because that's what it's about. It is an unfolding story. It's a soap opera, essentially. But one of the things that struck me incredibly, not only the speeds, but as Alan mentioned, the closeness of the racing, but also the braking capabilities of the bikes. That's astonishing.
Yeah, I mean it's a combination of the brakes, the Brembos and stuff like that. We have upgraded brakes on the super bikes and all of the forks and everything, the reinforcements that you put into the frame and everything, so it can withstand that braking force. But also it's a combination with the engine braking as well. So the electronics guy in the garage will be telling the bike, you know, more 4-stroke, more 2-stroke, stuff like that to stop the bike skidding, and just trying to maximize the slip percentage of the rear wheel to stop it the quickest, basically. And it's a combination of between the two.
So Ryan, what brings you to this point? So you're sitting on the Yamaha R1. It is the champion's bike from last year, the champion team. What has been the journey? How old are you?
Yeah, so I'm 23 years old now. And yeah, this is coming into my 5th season on the superbike. Actually coincides with the team's sort of spread. 5th season of their racing history, as well. Yeah. So I've been racing on tarmac. This is my 7th year in total on the tarmac. So it's not actually a mega long time considering this is my 5th year in superbikes. I only did 2 seasons previous to that. Before I jumped on a superbike.
But when you were little, were you around bike racing?
Yeah,
right.
Well, kind of. So my dad's always been involved with bikes and stuff like that. Never raced, never done anything like that, but always loved bikes. And from 3.5 years old, I actually rode a motorbike with no stabilizers before I did a push bike. So I had like a little Taujet 39 riding up and down the greens and stuff like that. And yeah, I always had a love for bikes. Started racing at the age of 7 years old. And raced motocross from 7 to when I was 16 years old, and then transferred over to the tarmac.
Alan, what was it about Ryan that particularly thought, for you as a team, a champion team, he's the one for me. He's what we need alongside Car Ride.
Yeah, but there's quite a few things, to be fair. I mean, the first is that he's fast. They've got to have a natural ability. They've got to have natural speed. And then a lot of it is also the attitude. You've got to fit in with the team. We've got one of the largest teams in the paddock. The actual technical racing side of the team is about 25 people. So it's quite a family atmosphere. You're working very, very close to each other. So you've got to get on. If there's not an affinity, there's not a rapport between people, then it just doesn't work no matter how much talent somebody's got. So he fits in. He's going to be embarrassed now. He's a nice guy. He's personable. He gets on with people. There's no sort of attitude. There's no ego there. But you can't have when you're racing because it's so fine a line between success and failure. And anything like an ego is just going to mess things up for people.
So I work a fair bit in TV and putting production crews together and stuff like that. And as I've got older, the percentage has been 40% how good they are at the job, 60% how much I want to be spending 2 weeks in a hotel working with these people day and night, because that's a massive part of it.
It's not quite that for us. We couldn't take somebody that was 60% as quick as Ryan because it just wouldn't work. You've got to be bloody quick to start with.
But they all are, aren't they? On the
Yeah,
PSP
all the
grid?
guys are quick. I would personally say there's probably 80% of it is raw talent.
Yeah.
10% would be the environment that you're in.
Yeah.
5% is just the hunger, and the last 4-5% is going to be the mental attitude with the guy.
Yeah.
It's very easy for somebody to lose confidence or to have a bad day, and that completely shatters performance.
Yeah.
Ryan's very, very consistent with his own personal outlook on things. He doesn't get down. If you have everyone can have a bad day. You can have a mechanical problem, not even your fault, but that can affect you personally. Ryan doesn't do that. He had a tough season last year with a lot of technical DNFs, so they weren't his fault, but there was an issue technically with the bike, with his previous team, and that he never let that get him down, and that's the sort of attitude that we need, because you know that you're always going to have bad days.
Yes.
You know, and if you can get through the bad days mentally, then when everything's on song, you're just going to perform well.
That's interesting to hear, yeah, because the question was what particularly guided you towards Ryan being the one for the seat, and how he dealt with the disappointments of last year was a big part of it. So
it's
yeah.
massive. It's massive, because you're always going to get disappointments. More so, I think, with bikes than cars, it's very easy for somebody else to take you out.
Yeah.
And that will... It
Yes.
doesn't make you very happy if somebody's
yeah.
just shoved you off the track, for God's
Yes.
sake.
Yeah.
So how you deal with that, yeah, is massive. And Ryan has had some bad luck over the last couple of years. He's never let it get him down. He's always performed. He's extremely quick. He shows signs of absolute brilliance. And on that, then, it's very easy for us to mould that into the team and get better performance for us and for him.
Yeah.
Whereas if you get somebody that isn't as quick, you can't make somebody quick. It doesn't work.
I have an equivalent from the British Touring Car Championship. So earlier on today, we spoke to Jake Hill, who last year came third in the championship, but for the first time last year, he was in top team, Team BMW, run by WSR, a top team. And he said here on the main stage that his problem at the start of the year was he was trying too hard, if you like, and he didn't realise, actually, I'm in a different team now, a different car, and I can let the car come to me a little bit more. So really, when you're in a championship-winning team, there are so many professionals around you that are taking care of so many things that maybe in a previous team you'd been worrying about. They're going to be worried about for you, Ryan. That's a nice situation to be in, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it just coincides with all the team and everything. You know, the team have proven that they can win races. The bike's proven that it can win races. I've proven that I can go fast, and we just got to put it all together. You know, I've got 100% faith in the team, and they've got it in me. So it's just it's one of them things. We'll just build on it through the year, and yeah, hopefully we'll get some great results.
So what is the goal? What have you set yourself as your challenge for the year?
It's a difficult one to put it on the year, but we want to be British champions again, you know. But we just got to figure out how we as a team and a rider have got to do that, you know. Every championship, the year always goes differently. And also there's a new format with points and stuff like that.
Yeah, I saw that. Is that a tweak to the showdown at the end of the year?
Yeah, and it's basically, there's not much of a showdown as such.
Right.
Everybody is now in the showdown, but in the period of where the showdown would take place, the points are now changed. So there's a lot more points on offer. But the first start of the season, actually, there's not many points differences between everyone.
Yes,
so there isn't going to be any runaway. So if someone was to win 10 races at the start of the year, they'd only gain a few points on second place.
But how much are you thinking about that as the year goes on anyway?
You always got to put into perspective championship and think and ride whether it's not preservative, but in moments when maybe you're not feeling 100%, okay, do I go for a win or do I take a second? You've got to always have that bit in your mind, but your end goal is to win. So if you can win, you're going to go and try to. But you've also got to have that longevity of the championship in the back of the mind. So it's a balance, but you can only work that off of how the weekend's going and the race at the time, you know, tyre life and stuff like that, and it all comes into play.
It's a really exciting time for you, isn't it?
Yeah, I can't wait to.
But you can't wait for the season to get underway.
This time of year is horrible because you know it's not far away, but it's still a couple of months, and you're just training hard. And
for all of us, Autosport International kind of scratches that itch in January because at least we can see people that we know, and at least we can talk about the sport that we love with like-minded people. It's brilliant. Good luck this year.
Thank you.
Final question is to Ryan. If you, as a top-line motorcycle rider, could go to any circuit in the world, where would it be?
You know, I actually had this conversation with someone earlier, and we was just chatting, and I wish, like, I've looked at onboards and stuff like that, and like the Nürburgring.
Oh, goodness me!
I said if there was a way of making it a little bit safer, like if there was a way of creating runoffs and stuff like that, like any other race circuit in the world, and they maybe did like a resurface or something. I don't know, whatever it needs. I've never ridden there or driven there personally, so I don't know what it needs to do that, but it just looks incredible. Like, even when you're watching like onboard videos and you're thinking like, is that flat or is it a roll? And they're like absolutely flat over a blind crest. Like, it's just one of them circuits that I imagine is just like breathtaking. It's just awesome. But another places I've ridden, like Assen and places like that, just awesome, just so fast on the superbike, just awesome. Sideways drifting, 6th gear, 170 mile an hour sideways, like smoke off the rear tire. Just things like that are just what riders tick off, you know. It's just awesome.
Based on that answer, Alan, you've made the right decision about...
I hope so.
yeah.
Time will tell, but I hope so.
Time will tell. Kicks off at Silverstone. 3 races at every round of the year. It is the Bennett's British Superbike Championship. OMG Racing are the reigning champions with Yamaha, and Ryan Vickers is the new rider, taking over from the champion from last year, Bradley Ray. Alan Gardner and Ryan Vickers, thank you very much indeed.
Pleasure, thank you.
Cheers.
Well, hello again, everyone. Now, you were probably thinking, it's only David Brabham coming on today. Why are there 4 seats? Some of you are taking a seat already. Is it comfy down there? Are you wishing you'd brought a hemorrhoid cushion to the Autosport show? Is this your first rodeo, ladies and gentlemen, over there? You've not been here before? Okay. Oh, all right. Well, you, sir, you've been here before. You should know to bring a cushion if you're planning on sitting on the ground. Everyone else gets a let off. And does anyone here have to queue to get in the rain today? Has anyone had a little bit of an issue getting past security? That's good, because I was told there was a queue, but every time I say, who's had to stand outside in the miserable, wet and windy Brum weather? I say, oh, fine, just walked in. Anyhow, enough of this waffle, enough of this prattle. Let me introduce you some special guests, not just one of the most famous names in motor racing, but the stars of his esports team. It's David Brabham, one of the team managers, Calvin Dent, and 2 of the drivers who will be participating in the Le Mans Virtuelle, I believe. So yes, David, Calvin, oh yeah, James and Daniel, please join me. It's like having a boy band, but there's no jumping off the stools on the key change. So, guys, it's fabulous to have you here. David, it's usually just you and me, and, you know, we talk about the family history and what you're doing. But, you know, there's a little bit more to what you're doing at the moment, because you've got into esports.
Yeah, hi, everyone. Yeah, you know, about a year ago, we sat down, we thought, you know, this esports world, which I did touch when I did the Legends series, during COVID, and of course esports exploded everywhere, and it gave us a real insight of what was kind of going on there, but we didn't really know for sure. So we thought, well, from a brand point of view, we really should be in there. I think it's a growing industry that will just get bigger and bigger as time goes on. So for Brabham, we need to have a team. So we got together with Mike and Calvin, who sort of managed the team with another guy called Ed, all on the different platforms, and we now have up to 60 drivers kind of on the books, and you know, Calvin and the team manage it. We've got strategy people in the background, engineers. It's pretty full on, and it's been a fantastic experience for us in the esports world, just learning what it's all about and just building the team up as we go along.
Yeah, because, you know, your father obviously a 3-time World Formula 1 champion, as well as, you know, many other race victories. When he was starting out, Grassroots Motorsport, he built his own car. Nowadays, Grassroots Motorsport, you can get in through sim racing. I spoke to a guy yesterday who started off on his Xbox. So it's a massive difference, isn't it?
Yeah, it's changed a lot, obviously, from when my dad did it. I mean, obviously, if you wanted to go racing, a lot of them did build their own cars. But in today's world, you know, obviously the virtual side of things has got bigger and bigger over the years, and esports is one of them. And yeah, I mean, like I said, it's an exciting area for us to be in, because we can see it's going to grow massively in the future.
Calvin, if I can come to you, you know, what is actually involved in team management? You know, is it sort of the Patrick Head style, whatever it is that you do it better?
Most of the time, it's just controlling what these guys are trying to do, making sure they're not doing anything too stupid or saying anything too stupid. No, honestly, most of the time, it's just kind of sitting back, and these guys know what they're doing. They're sim racing almost every day. They're practicing for hours on end. You know, it's a mixture between trying to make sure they're not doing anything too stupid, and at the same time, just making sure they're nice and chilled and having fun. Because ultimately, as much as they might be doing this professionally for prizes, you know, with money on the line and such, it started out as a hobby, and part of it still needs to remain a hobby. So they still need to be enjoying what they're doing.
What are your facilities like? I've recently visited the Williams factory, and they've got a posh lounge with partners and computers, and you know, we were invited to take our shoes off to race like proper sim racers, and one of the guys even had brought gloves. I thought Alan Partridge had turned up. You know, is that how it is in the Brabham Esports organisation?
Not just yet. We have got some. We're potentially getting some gloves soon, which would be nice. We're working on that. So yeah, as sim racers, you have to have gloves. It's kind of the done thing. Socks and gloves it has to be.
Yeah. I think the guy with the with the gloves. Even had brought he had his Alpine Stars race boots on. So, yeah, in our world we call them FKWs now. Daniel, every time I have an esport person on here, I like to find out how they started, because my esports participation, certainly in terms of driving games, is limited to Xbox, hand controller, and generally a cat sitting on my lap, so I can't even lean over. You know, how did you get into it, and what's your home setup like?
Well, home setup is good enough. It does the job. So I think with most people, as we all did, started with Xbox. There's nothing wrong with that. That's where I started a good few years ago now. We're talking probably 12, 13 years ago. Really, really quite a while back. And really started getting into it properly about, I would say, 5, 6 years ago, starting to get a actual simulator setup with a seat, monitors and everything. And really just started from that, and started to do a few club level competitions in terms of, you know, the esports world of club competitions. So started doing that, did okay in them, and just continued to develop and race and progress in terms of Xbox, going to PC, going to iRacing, that sort of thing, and really just started pushing there. And that's where we are now, pretty much. That's sort of how it's gone, and yeah, the rest is history, as they say.
So James, what's your home setup like?
Oh, my home setup's pretty good. It used to be not very good, but recently I got a much better rig. So yeah, that's nice.
So what was your entry point? Was it consoles or PCs? And you know, was it sort of entry-level games, or did you go straight into the R Factor type thing, which is, you know, for the likes of me, frighteningly complicated?
Oh yeah, I started off on the Xbox on like F1 2010, 2011, 2012. And then about 3 years ago, I got into iRacing and did an endurance race with my dad. That was my first like larger competition, so to say, and it was really fun. And then just stuck with it, kept going, and now I'm up here with like the likes of David Brabham racing for his team.
So what's the pathway then, Brabs? How are you taking these people? Is there a sort of like a, you know, like the Formula One teams have a driver academy system? You have Red Bull who support drivers through the junior formulae. Do you have talent spotters out there who identify promising young esports? It's the same way football talent scouts hang around on the touchlines and avoid getting elbowed in the face by angry parents.
Yeah, well, Calvin and the guys, you know, they're the ones that really manage the drivers and monitor who's out there. You know, we started off quite small. You know, we're not a big team like, you know, Williams and Red Lion and some of the big, well, Porsche and so forth, but we are racing in some of the big championships. So I think it's started now, isn't it? Le Mans, 24-hour virtual, which our team's in. I think we qualified 12th, which is pretty good for a, you know, a small organization like us just learning our way. But what always amazes me, the passion and the drive for the drivers, all the drivers, to get on there. And they can get on there pretty much when they've got spare time. You can't do that in the real world and go off to a racetrack as and when you please. So these guys are on the simulators a lot. Sometimes you think, well, are they on there for too much? So we try and bring a fun element to it as well. We're not trying to take this massively seriously, because I think, you know, the pressure, and we talk a lot about the mental side of driving and how to get the best out of yourself and how to deal with your emotions when you're there, because in the virtual world it seems to trigger a lot of those. And I know, having been in the Legends, how angry I got at getting pumped off all the time. So trying to control all of that. And we do try and get involved on that side of it with the drivers, which probably makes us a little bit unique for someone like myself, spending that much time talking to them, and they can call me at any time if they've got any issues.
I love the way that the virtual Le Mans starts at a much more civilized time than real life Le Mans, because 4 o'clock in the afternoon is far too late, isn't it?
Well, it's time for a cup of tea, so you can sit there and watch it, I guess, isn't it, really? But yeah, I mean, look, it's like I said, the Le Mans virtual is obviously a really big deal, and certainly the 24-hour race. So we'll be all sitting here watching how our sort of fellow teammates are doing in that race.
Now, I take it you guys aren't actually in the Le Mans virtual. You've got other people who are over. Is it at Silverstone who's doing that now?
So we've got people all over, haven't we? I believe we do have a team that obviously myself and James aren't driving, but we do have a team with some very, very quick people in RF2, which we aren't necessarily those.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, you know, there are different platforms from R-Factor and iRacing and Assetto Corsa and so forth. So, you know, it's amazing how a lot of people kind of gravitate to one and they're very good at one, but maybe not as good at the others. So this is part of the management that the guys in the background have to also manage to say, right, this guy here is really quick on that platform, maybe less so on here, so you develop the driver on that platform and not the other.
Calvin, how do you keep track of like a pool of 60 drivers and how they're performing? Because I race for a virtual bike racing team, and I know that the guy who sort of is the team principal, as it were, has a bit of a nightmare working out who's doing what, and only just before the start of the latest league realised that I'd been lazy over Christmas and eaten and drunk too much and been busted down a category. So how do you keep track of what everyone's doing?
I'm quite fortunate. The way we built the team was very much about a community culture. So when we started the team, it wasn't about me running anything and people doing as they're told, because that's a job, and this isn't a job, it's a hobby. So it's very much a team group. I might run things and look after everything that's going on, but most of the day-to-day stuff is controlled by the guys because they know what they're doing. It makes it worse by me getting involved in everything because they've already got it in check. So for the most part, most of the guys are doing all of their own bits, and I'll just get involved when needed. But yeah, it can get... sometimes I want to stick my head in the ground and just hide. It's probably the best way, but yeah, the guys all get on and you know, let me know if there's a problem, but for the most part, it's all dealt with.
When you're looking at a race as big as the Virtual Le Mans in comparison with maybe some of the other tournaments you're in, does that pose what you might call, if you're a football manager, a selection headache?
Yeah, I quite like it. I wasn't doing the decisions for Le Mans Virtual this year because that would have been quite stressful. But it is, you know, even in every event, it can be quite difficult when you've got a bunch of drivers who are all really hungry and eager to prove themselves because they all want to race and, you know, David Brabham to see how well they're doing and represent. So, you know, they all want to do it. It can be quite difficult to make the decisions.
So, Daniel and James, you know, presumably you're ambitious. You know, Daniel, you said this isn't your first rodeo. You're going places. I mean, what do you guys want to achieve in your esports careers? Because this is a growing industry, and I know that certainly in, you know, for people who like shooting stuff, Call of Duty tournaments are very, very lucrative in terms of prize money. I mean, where do you see yourselves going?
Well, I mean, in all honesty, it's a very difficult question to ask because you don't necessarily, as much as obviously esports is growing, absolutely, we all know that, and we've seen it. We don't know the rate that it is going to grow. Hopefully it is very quick. I think for us, obviously James will give you his answer in a second, but at least for me, I want to do as well as I can, and that goal, the goalpost always moves. So back, you know, 2 years ago, if someone had said that I would be racing for David Brabham in Brabham Esports, I genuinely would not have believed you, and here we are. So now the goalpost has moved, you know, so it is always moving. At the end of the day, to have this as a job would be fantastic. I think that's a lot of people's goal, whichever hobby they do at some point. And I definitely think that is mine, but it's very hard to put a specific goal on it.
James, what are your thoughts? Where do you see yourself? And it's one of those irksome questions in job interviews. Where do you see yourself in 5 years' time? You think, well, that's like a million years away. No, it's just 5.
Yeah, well, it's difficult to say because you don't know how much it's going to grow. I did the tryouts for Brabham's Le Mans 24, but I just couldn't get the hang of R-Factor. I've won Le Mans on iRacing, though, and that was a big achievement, and I want to win another iRacing special event. So that's the goal, just do as best as we can and try win well, yeah, we've got Daytona next week, Daytona 24 on iRacing, and we're hoping to win whatever split we get in that. I think that would be really good, and then focus on Bathurst 12-hour. I finished second last year, hoping for a win this year, and yeah, just like go every race as it goes, try win them all.
You know, because I'm afraid I run a Macintosh, so we don't get these things. So what are the key differences between sort of iRacing and R-Factor that makes the step between them quite a challenge?
Well, it's like the way, like, because the tires are different, the way they're coded and stuff. So on iRacing, you have to be really smooth. So I've learned to be really smooth on the brake, smooth off the brake, smooth on the throttle, smooth with the steering. But on R-Factor, when I looked at the top guys on the team, they were just throwing the car in, 90-degree steering, smashing the brakes, smashing the throttle, sliding the car through the corners. And you don't do that on iRacing, and it was quite hard to get the hang of. And on ACC, it's the same. I did 2 events on ACC, and I was about a second off the pro Brabham ACC guys. And when I looked at the software and the telemetry, they're smashing the brake 100%, bleeding it off. Whereas in iRacing, you're gently on and gently off. So it's just the way the ABS and stuff is modeled between the sims, which just makes it so much different.
I think R factor sounds like the thing I'd actually only be any good at. Now, the data thing is fascinating because we revived for the Autosport Awards this year the Williams Young Engineer of the Year Award, and the winner of that had actually worked as part of their esports team before moving on to a kind of a real world gig this year in one of the junior formula in Britain. So how important is the data to improving your performance when you're racing?
Oh, looking at the data is massive. Like, if you've got one driver that maybe is 0.2 faster, you can go look at the data, see where they're, like, it might be that they're braking 2% less or 2% more, and that's just finds the extra few tenths. And then also looking at the data for, like, the setup work, you can look at, like, damper settings. So when you're going over the bumps, so you look on the histograms and all that, and it just helps fine-tune everything.
Daniel, is that your modus operandi as well?
I think, again, it is, as James said, you've got so much data. Data is just key. And as James said as well, there is generally a faster person in the team, regardless of what event that may be. It could be different for every event. And you want to make sure that you're all as close as you can be. So if someone is 2 or 3 tenths faster, you need to know where that time's going to come from. And data is the key thing that you need. It's not all just about watching what they're doing and then copying. You need to see how their car behaves, how their car reacts, and also tie in with their driving style. Their driving style may be slightly different for that setup, and there's so many different things which, I suppose, it's got so close to real-world motorsport, which again is a fantastic opportunity for us, people that won't necessarily be able to have the chance in the real world to be able to experience that same sort of thing.
Do you look at people like Jimmy Broadbent and think, I could be racing a Praga or even a Brabham in the real world at some point?
I think that's the future, hopefully, fingers crossed. But no, you do. I mean, you look at someone like Jimmy, who I know I've been watching for a long time, over the last 4 or 5 years, and to see where he started and where he's come from, it definitely gives you it's a good motivational thing because, you are looking at someone who you could have potentially been in a similar situation, racing on a very, very base setup and progressing and developing. And don't get me wrong, it's very difficult to do, and it goes to show what Jimmy has done and what he's been able to do. But it is definitely a motivation thing, for sure.
If people want to see you guys in action, can they go to Twitch, YouTube? Are you streaming yet?
So we have got the Brabham Esports Twitch account that we're streaming on. So Dan does some streaming on there. We also have some of our other drivers, Hunter McDaniel. James is sometimes on the
Sometimes, yeah.
every now and then. So we're streaming on Twitch. Most of our information is on Instagram. So Brabham Esports on Instagram, where you can find out what races we're competing in, how to watch in, tune in to watch the races.
And one final question before I let you guys go to lunch, because I know they put on a very nice spread out the back in the Autosport stand. David, you've got a partnership with our previous guest, Darren Turner, to have a Brabham-themed sim rigs in various historic Brabham F1 colours. They're quite exciting.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Darren, I think, was probably one of the first drivers to actually get involved in simulators with McLaren F1 years and years ago. And obviously, he then started up his own business, Base Performance, and started creating these simulators. Darren and I go back. We won Le Mans together in 07 and 08 with Aston Martin. And the base simulators are literally 5 minutes from where I live, too. So, like I said, we were starting to look at the esports world. We did a deal where we did a collaboration with them, with one of their simulators to, let's say, Brabham Motorsport inspired simulators, 3 different iconic Formula One liveries, BT19, BT46B, and BT52. So green and gold, red and blue, and white and blue. And so that's been an interesting project for us. Again, understanding what that market's like, You've got to be in it before you can really get to understand it. And we also work closely with these guys to understand better how to maximize what we do in the esports world. Now, I don't really race against these guys because they pretty much kick my butt. But I was involved in simulator work back in the HPD days when I did the American Le Mans series with the P2 program. But we were talking like a $1 million+ simulator, big hydraulic rams, a proper test center. We used to do all the development of the Acura chassis, as well as obviously the aerodynamics, the suspension, and then we started doing tire testing development in the simulator for Michelin tires, for race tires. So, it's a fascinating industry, where you see when we did that, Formula One teams still weren't really buying into that sim world and all what they could do and achieve in there and bring it to the real world. But now they all do it. So, it shows how that progression has happened, and which shows you, for me, how much potential this really has, not just for us as a team, but also the individuals who are in it, whether they're engineers, as you say, moving from the virtual world to the real world, no different to the drivers who have ambitions to go to the real world as well.
And I know I said that was the last question, but I have to ask one more. If you were allowed to have one of these base performance rigs in the house, because I know I certainly wouldn't, which one of those 3 Brabham-related colour schemes would you have? I'd have the BT46, the sort of the red and martini ones probably, but what would you go for?
Well, I like all 3, to be honest with you. I mean, we've got a green and gold one in the office. I've seen one of the white and blue with the hissing SID, which obviously we carry on with the esports, which even when I did Formula One driving for Brabham, we had the hissing SID logo on the front of the car. And that was pretty gorgeous as well. That was headed off to France. But yeah, all 3 are quite unique and bring a different flavour to what you're driving in terms of the Brabham history. Yeah.
Well, guys, thank you for joining me. I'll let you slip backstage and get at the sandwiches before the Autosport journalists have noshed through the whole lot. Ladies and gentlemen, the Brabham Esports team.
Thank you, everyone.
very nice reception. Thank you very much indeed. Welcome along to the main stage here at Autosport International. A smattering of applause as well. I'm very humbled by that. Thank you very much. It's great to be back after 2 years of not being here at the NEC. Essentially, for many of us, the start of every motor racing season is right here at Autosport International. We've got a whole host of stars that are coming up on the stage as the afternoon goes on. Many of you will know, have a particular affinity to the British Touring Car Championship, and I'm delighted to say this driver, amongst many other things, including winning at Le Mans, winning around the world in Aston Martin, wonderful GT machinery, but he also did a year in the BTCC. Please welcome Darren Turner. See, I'll cling on to that glory year in a Seat in the BTCC, Darren.
Yeah. I loved it. I was lucky enough to do the BTCC with Seat for 3 years, 2006, 7 and 8. It was only half a year. I was sharing a car with James Thompson in the first year, and it was always alongside what I was doing with Aston Martin. So effectively, it was a side job for me, but it was really good to get back into sort of racing on the national scene, and I enjoyed it. You know, the first year we had a petrol Seat, and then the 7 and 8 we had the diesel, which was a bit of a unique thing for British touring cars at the time. So yeah, great times.
Well, I remember it fondly because it was a pretty cool thing to have a driver coming into the BTCC that was doing other stuff and that had achieved other stuff. And you've achieved it for many, many years with Aston Martin, haven't you?
I've been around a long time. Yeah, definitely.
We were just saying before we came on, we've both been around a long time now.
I have to say, because like obviously been coming to this show for many years, and as part of the Young Driver Award in '96, you come on with your other finalists that year, and it's been one of those places where I've really enjoyed it because of, you know, it's the beginning of the racing season. It always felt like that, especially back then when you're sort of getting ready for your next big season ahead of you. And it was always like, okay, we've had the fun. The last race of the previous season's done, gone into the winter, gone into Christmas, enjoyed ourselves. Now you come back to the NEC, the Autosport show, and it's about time to get serious. But it was always probably one of the last time you got to see quite a few of your friends as well before the season kicked in.
Put the business hat on. Yeah. Absolutely. Well, when I did the introduction, I said, for many of us, this is the start of the motor racing season. So for the last 2 years, we haven't had this event, which has been really disappointing. It's a chance that you do get chance. So we have just sat back there. You know, we talked for half an hour just behind the stage. Something that when the season starts, you don't get a chance to do you?
No, I mean, when you get to the racetrack, it's a bit of a weird thing because I don't know if it's so much in the UK. I felt it with British GT. You could go off and wander around, and you could go into someone else's motorhome or the back of someone else's race truck. But certainly when you get on sort of the international level, that doesn't happen. No. More because the teams are international and you might not know any of the ones at Ferrari or wherever. But you go to the event, you fly in, get to the hotel, and then you're back and forth 4 or 5 days of the event with the team. You stay in your garage, you stay in your team hospitality, and you don't really venture off.
It's intense, isn't it?
The only time you probably get to see anyone is the driver's briefing, you know, that 5 minutes when you're all waiting outside to go in and have your, you know, being dictated or what's expected of you for the weekend. So that's generally the only time you sort of see your buddies over the race weekend. But certainly, you know, British GT, it didn't have that feeling. You know, you could wander around and it wasn't odd to see you in another hospitality unit.
Yeah, a little bit freer. I mean, one of the things that's changed over the course of the last 15 years or thereabouts is you can keep in touch with mates that you've got in motorsport with things like WhatsApp and WhatsApp groups and all that kind of stuff. Do you have such a thing?
Yeah, I've got a million WhatsApp groups, probably the same as everybody else, you know, from ones that you go on once or twice a year. So next week I go to Daytona. So the team, Heart of Racing, you know, they're running the whole season, and I go over and I go and help them on the one race at Daytona. So I get all the banter now, so I'm back on the group. I feel like one of the gang again. So I get all the banter. You know, they're in Dubai this weekend racing.
Of course.
So you know, I'm back in the group. And as soon as we get past Daytona by a couple of weeks, it's like, and you're out of the group.
Yeah,
because
kicked out. Yeah,
you know, they know I don't want to be in. I don't need to know when the driver's briefing is.
With your phone going off every other minute.
Yeah. So yeah, there's always lots of WhatsApp group. Last week, I flew in from Spain last night. 5 days of testing. So the team I'm there with, it's automotive, it's not racing, it's with the Valkyrie program. There's 12 of us, 2 drivers, 10 crew. The beginning of the week, one of the engineers will set up a WhatsApp group. We're all ping, 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 we're on it. And it's random stuff like, where's the doohickey? Someone's got it. Is it back at the workshop? Is it in the truck? Okay, we're meeting for dinner this time, you know, that stuff. But my favourite one is the Wordle thing. So if anyone's done Wordle today, I've only done one line, so I could do with a bit of help. So there's 6 drivers on it. We play it every day. One's in America, one's in Spain. Then the rest of us are basically in the UK. Very competitive. It's a daily event, and it's a weekly championship. I can clearly say I am the worst in the group. I get lucky every now and again.
Right.
But generally, if you look at the championships over the last year, I suck at Wordle. So at any point, anyone can give me a hand today.
Any little tips for Darren would be gratefully received. You know, it is the word version of a game that we used to have when I was young. I'm a bit older than you. It was called Mastermind. So it used to be with coloured pegs, but it is exactly the same game.
Yeah. Okay, right.
So
yeah, that's before my time.
Well before your time, I have to say. You can't just throw into a conversation the Aston Martin Valkyrie and just say, yeah, there's me and a couple of other guys. I mean, that is an incredible project to have been part of.
It's been fantastic. I mean, it's probably good 4 years now that the development of that car. The big thing I've learned from doing automotive work over racing stuff is racing cars are fairly easy in comparison to a road car development. So, you know, a Grand Prix team, they put out a new car every year. When we did for instance, Aston Martin Racing started 2004. We started racing March 2005. Effectively, they had 1 year of design, manufacture, test. Then we went racing. From the first time someone sketched something on a pad, it was a year. And that's sort of the norm for a race team. You know, the F1 boys, they get their car out. There'll be a development team that continues to develop that car, but some of the team are already looking at the next year. But it's a year basically. And what I've worked out seen with automotive is they're so complicated, the cars. Not, you know, even a Ford Escort or something like that, a Focus, I mean. With all the legislation, legalities for the UK road.
I get that, the statutes and
There's so many layers of problems that they have to solve to fit those legalities and emissions and all of this stuff. So you look at the Valkyrie program, and it's an incredibly complex car. If it was a simple car, passive suspension, fixed aero, and a V12, the biggest problem would be just getting the emissions right. But then you've got e-motors, active suspension, active aero, all of those things that then you've got to make sure that are road legal.
Road legal,
And all the compliance involved with that. Yeah. It's been a huge eye-opener for me in terms of how complex getting a car from a concept to the road is in the real world, the automotive world, compared to what racing is. I mean, racing cars, does it start? Does it do 60k down the pit lane? Will it last the length of the race? Job done.
Is it quick?
Yeah, is it quick? And yeah, that's it. It's a fairly short tick list compared to what road car manufacturers have to go through. So it's made me appreciate more what goes on, even the average road car. Even to get that on the road, how complex it is.
Yeah, wow, that's an interesting insight, and probably not the insight that I was expecting you to say. It's the legality of it that makes it more complicated than a race car. That's amazing.
But in terms of the car,
that
was more the process of how the car's going and the development and everything else. But in terms of the performance, it's off the scale. There's nothing I've ever experienced even close on a road tyre.
Yeah.
And we're lucky to be partnered with Michelin with the Cup 2 tyre and a Cup 2R, depending on if it's going on the road or if it's going on the track. And you'd have to say that's one of the market leaders in that type of tyre technology. And the performance that we're getting from the car using that tyre, having just done this 5-day test, you get in the car in the morning and your neck hurts from the previous day.
Wow.
And Alcaraz circuit, which is where we've been, it's not particularly a far, it's more of a motorbike circuit, to be fair. It's all short, sharp corners with a couple of high-speed corners. And it just seems staggering that you could take this car, drive down to Tesco's, fill up there, and then go out Silverstone and put in an incredible lap time. Still with the number plates on, not doing anything. You might take the shopping out or something like that, but yeah, it's been such a enjoyable program to be with, and hugely challenging for everyone involved. All the engineers and designers involved. But I think now that the car is where it is and how good it is, everyone from that initial concept should be hugely proud of what's been achieved.
Well, you're part of it, and it's been an amazing journey. We've been following it with great interest. But your career has not just been about success in sports car racing, in GT racing with Aston Martin. There have been various other things that you've been involved in, one of which I talk to people about quite a lot, and it was part of your simulator business. And it was some years ago, leading up to Christmas, the local police used you as a bit of an advertisement for not drinking and driving. Now, this was astonishing, and I know you probably weren't thinking we'd talk about this, but it is astonishing because you are a world-class driver at the very much top of your game. But they put you on a simulator. Am I right? As my memory served me correctly, they put you on a simulator. Was it Le Mans? I think it was Le Mans.
No, it was something to do with Thames Valley Police. They wanted to use it as a bit of a sort of a winter push marketing thing, and they wanted Monaco. So I don't know who decided Monaco that day.
Right.
So they had a film crew, local film crew for the news come across. I don't know what the top man at police Thames Valley is. Anyway, the top dude at the police came along, but he had a very short window, so they needed to collect all of this filming as quickly as possible. So this was like, I don't know, 9 o'clock we started. He needed to be out of the door, having done all the filming, and for me to have done the sort of the experiment by 10:30. So it was his time that was dictating how we were going to do the filming for this.
And this was an anti-drink driving campaign, wasn't it? Yeah.
So I didn't realise when I arrived that it had to be done so quickly. So they're like, okay, so we need to get you drunk quickly. And I'm like, okay, how quickly? Like really quickly, because if you just drank a pint and then, when you felt like drinking another pint, 2 or 3, it's going to take us a couple of hours to get you over the limit and everything else. I'm like, okay, so what
you need to crack on, sunshine.
Yeah. So there was 4 cans of Stella, and I had to do all of them in 20 minutes to make sure I could pop the tester, because we needed to push through. So I did a baseline in the car, completely sober. So now I'm into my first Stella at 9:30 a.m. So I smashed through 4 cans of Stella. They retest it for the camera, film it and everything else. But obviously it's not affecting me it's affecting me, but not what you'd expect 4 cans to do. So they did the filming, and yeah, rightly so. I was terrible around Monaco. They saw that more accidents, more shunts, and slower. And then they wrap it all up, off they go. But by this time, the Stellas are now having an effect. By 11 o'clock, I'm back home, not driven. I've been taken home, and I'm back in bed, completely
It spoiled the day.
Yeah, I was in a right little muddle by the time I got home at 11. So it was a good experiment.
It was a great experiment.
Yeah, it's one of the fun days at work.
And also, as a top-line, world-class driver, maybe even you were surprised by how much you were affected by drinking when you were doing the simulator.
Yeah, I think if I'd gone in an hour later, it would have been really bad.
Yes.
Because by that time, everything had started to take full effect.
But it was because you had the...
But the first bit, what was really interesting was the bravery went up. So the commitment on the high-speed corners went up, but the mistakes came as well.
Yeah.
And that was the bit that stood out to me, was the fact that, maybe this is the obviously down 4 cans, but maybe this is the effect of having one. And already I can see that I'm over-committing myself,
Yes, yeah.
thinking, you know, I could do something that I couldn't do, sort of thing. So
I thought it was a brilliant idea.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant to take
do it every week.
To take a top-line driver and put him in a simulator. It was absolute genius. But that is the world of a professional race driver. You get asked to do all sorts of strange things.
There's always random stuff. I think after the back of that, we had the Institute of Advanced Motoring come and do a couple of days at the sim as well. And they were like, one day we did some filming, which was, you know, the distraction of using a mobile phone. This was obviously before the, you know, complete ban of using a mobile phone. And the other one they did, and I wasn't actually involved as the driver. They had someone else in there, but they wanted like to sort of show the problems of distractions while you're driving, like dogs barking or the kids in the back shouting and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So they brought a kid, like a little kid in, and its one job was to scream at the driver. And I was like, this is a bit severe, isn't it? This poor driver in the sim, and it's got this little kid just in the back screaming and shouting and like grabbing his shoulder and that. But it proved the point, because it, you know, the whole, the test and experiment showed that, you know, with the distraction, lots of things started to go wrong.
Absolutely brilliant, great insight. Can I go back to the start of your car racing career and what is now called the Aston Martin Autosport BRDC Young Driver of the Year? Made a big impact on your career, and now, all these years later, with young drivers that are coming through, 17, 18 years old, the start of their career, you can still be part of that. That's something special.
Yeah, it's amazing for me to now be the other side and be a judge on that thing. I have to say that, like, winning it in '96, without winning it, I would not have had a racing career. You know, I was really fortunate to get to the level where I was, seen and picked as a finalist. You know, even to get to that point was like a lot of luck to get to that point. But yeah, being picked to be a finalist, going to Silverstone, fighting it out with another 5 drivers, and I was as surprised as everyone on the night in Grosvenor Park Hotel when it got announced as the '96 winner. And it was the introduction to McLaren, BRDC, the 50 grand check, which was, you know, really handy. Help pay for contributed to Formula 3 the following season. But the biggest thing of that award for me was the test with McLaren and building the relationship with McLaren. So I went from doing a Formula Renault championship in '96 to March '97 doing a Formula 1 test. So it was a huge jump. But I'd obviously made enough of an impact that the test team boss, Indy Lara, was like, we can use you for other testing. And that was my introduction to the Formula 1 team, more than just here's your prize for winning the award. And they effectively got me into DTM, McLaren, Mercedes. Mercedes gave me a chance with DTM for 2 years. And then after the back of that, I ended up into sports car racing. So 100% my career is because of the
As
Young
a result
Driver
of
Award.
that.
Yeah. And then, you know, I was lucky that the judges picked me, and now I'm involved as the judge. There's more judges now, but the 4 finalists we had last year, I mean, they're exceptional. They come, I think about what I was like, and I was older when I did the award than what the group are now. And I was still like pretty loose, bit wild, you know, still immature. I'd say I was immature at that age. And they come along now and they're like, I don't know, let's say that this group, I think they're like 17, 18 and early 20s.
Yes.
They're so polished. They're really professional, not in a boring way. You know, they are professional, but it's not like they don't have a character to them. They've got you know, really engaging characters. And, you know, last year's winner, Luke, he was fantastic. And, you know, fantastic on the track, but also he gets the bigger picture off the track. It's about relationships. It's about people. You know, and he can see that, you know, there's people, those judges, that might not, okay, we've helped him because we picked him, but in the future, we're all going to be in this sport, and there'll be opportunities that maybe in 10 years, 20 years' time, that will come along. It's like, we know Luke, he's fantastic, and now he's, 10 years into a professional career, and one of the judges could be a team boss of a team.
And you'll be an inspiration to them. You're one of the judges, and as a result of winning that prestigious award in 1996, you've gone on to achieve all that you have achieved. And that's what they want to do. They want a professional career as a driver.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously it feels slightly different. The group of finalists that come through now, their expectation is the wrong word, but they're basically, I'm Formula One.
Their hopes.
I'm going Formula One.
Yeah.
Well, I was just happy to be in a race car.
Yeah.
So when I won it was like, I'm going to get a Formula One test. And I took loads of people along to that Formula One test because I was like, this is probably going to be the only time I'll sit in a Formula One car, and who knows what my racing is going to be. I might be back doing no racing in the end of 97, 98.
Yeah.
But I think now that they get to the stage where they're a finalist, they've already got momentum behind their career, and you can see that they're destined to be professional race drivers. Whether they get to Formula One, which is the hope for all of them, but whether they do or don't, I still think every finalist now has got the real potential to be professional race drivers somewhere, which I think is ultimately what most of us would hope would happen. To be paid to do the thing you love to do is one of life's great wins, I think.
Can you remind me of what that feels like? I asked Luke Browning, he was up here with another one of the finalists with Ollie Behrman, the other two finalists, Louis Foster and Jamie Chadwick, were last year's finalists. What that feels like at the Grosvenor House Hotel, Park Lane, London, just before Christmas, waiting for the name to come out of the mouth of the announcer.
It feels really hungry because you can't eat. Well, I couldn't eat. I was literally drinking water for the whole evening. But one side of me was like, I don't have a chance of winning this. I know I did a good job, but I don't actually have a chance of winning it.
Right.
And there's a reason for that, because up until then, only drivers that had come, I think, basically from Vauxhall, Formula Vauxhall or Vauxhall Junior or something, had won. It seemed it may.
I remember that. Yeah.
Thinking, all right, maybe this is a Vauxhall award. It obviously wasn't, but in my mind, I was thinking that. So, being a Formula Renault driver, I was like, okay, I've never been to a black tie dinner, so that was a big win for me. I'm there with my family, and the family that really helped me were Redgrave Racing. That family took me under their wing, and without them, I wouldn't have done Formula Renault. So my family, their family, all there on the table, and it's just a lovely evening, except for you can't eat.
Yes.
Everyone else is having a lot of
the nerves.
The nerves are there. You can't eat and everything. And I was in. Well, there was one award earlier on, the club award.
Yes.
And I'd worked out that generally whoever won the club doesn't normally go on to win the Young Driver Award.
So you were hoping desperately not to win the club award.
Yeah, and I didn't win the club. And the person I thought was favourite for the award did.
Oh.
So from that moment, this is loads of detail now, but from that moment on, I was like, there's half a chance here. And then when they called my name out, I was like rabbit in a headlights. It was just a huge moment. Just to experience that, to feel like you've actually won something that could literally now give you the springboard for a great career. It's great. And getting a cheque for 50 grand is. I can remember walking down Park Lane because there was always an after party after with the cheque in my pocket, and McLaren had at the time a showroom. And I'm like,
I remember, on the corner.
50 grand, I might be able to get a deposit on that, but that was all. And then we went and had it was a great party that night, but brilliant. And what's really good, I've been with Aston Martin since they've come back from into GT racing in 2005, and now that they're behind the award, seeing them involved with an award that's really special to me.
Yeah.
And to be part of that it seems like one big...
It's the full circle, isn't it, for you?
It's really nice to be involved.
It's amazing. Darren, you're a great guy. I love having a chat to you. Do you realise we've just gassed to each other for half an hour not on air and for half an hour on air, and it's always a pleasure. The time flies. A real star, everybody. Darren Turner.
Thanks. Thank you.
touring car fans are well taken care of today. The next star that graces us with presence on the main stage at Autosport International is the reigning 2022 BTCC Independent Champion, Josh Cook. Hey, Josh.
Hello.
Did you really just say to me when I said I'll introduce you as the Independent Champion, did you really say, oh yeah, I forgot that?
No, of course not.
No, right, okay, no, you did. Because of course, but it's completely understandable because, I mean, at the start of last year, it was all looking very good for the overall title fight, wasn't it?
Yeah, we had a phenomenal start to the year. I think we won 4 out of the first 6 races. You know, the car, the chassis that we have, the Honda Civic Type R, is something we've carried over from 2019, so it's something that we really know well. What was new for us this year was the new supplied Toka engine, which is now supplied by M Sport, and you know, to start with, things were going well, but we had a few reliability and performance issues sort of mid-season onwards. So yeah, that probably kind of put a halt to our overall title campaign, but you know, I think we finished the season with 5 wins, and you know, the win record was really good. You know, we had really good performance at times, but you know, it's not actually the good races that win you the championship. It's it's the weekends that you're having tough times that are the ones.
And it is also a huge part of it in the BTCC is how you cope with that disappointment going forward to the next meeting.
Yeah, just a lot of crying mostly. Yeah. You know, we've got an incredible team, and I think this year we did arguably the best job we've ever done. And don't get me wrong, you know, we finished higher in the championship in 2021, but as a team, we did a really good job. You know, there were no own goals. You know, I feel like I was driving the best I ever have been, and that's what makes it difficult, because you feel like you deserve to be rewarded for that, but yeah, that's not the way that racing goes sometimes. So, you know, we have to just take it on the chin and see what we can sort of muster up to go for another title campaign.
Are you good for that? Are you set to go?
Almost, yeah, just about, yeah. So, you know, the plan is we want to be, you know, same again. We want to be same team. Looks like we're going to be in the same car. You know, that's down to BTC Racing and the plans that they've got. But ultimately, we just need to have a more competitive package. And you know, I've been with them, like I said, since 2019. So it's half of my touring car career I've been within the same team, and actually, it's a place that I really enjoy being, and it definitely brings the best out in me. Which is great for you, Josh, because when you were first in the championship, you were changing every year, trying to find your home, trying to find your racing family, if you like, and that you have no stability. That's not a good way to put a title campaign together, is it? No, it is difficult, and that's you know, partly for commercial reasons. You know, if you've got sponsors, you know, that you bring to a team that might clash with a team partner, but also as racing drivers, you want to hedge your bets to be in a quick car. Yeah. You know, you don't want to stay in something that might not be competitive the next year, because you know, I'm definitely not there to make the numbers up, and whatever car I get in every season, we plan to fight for the championship. So, you know, BTC Racing do an incredible job. You know, the facilities are second to none. It is a fantastic place. We just need a little bit more luck, and we need to search for those fine details.
One of the things that people have to do when they go motor racing, we were just hearing that Darren Turner, with a number of other friends, has a group that they play Wordle every day. It gets very competitive. It's a weekly trophy, a weekly event. Getting on with your teammates is a big part of it. And last year, the three of you, Jade, and the BTCC legend that is Jason Plato, all seemed to hit it off. There were a lot of photographs of you lot laughing quite a lot last year.
Yeah, we got told off quite a lot.
Did you?
Yeah. Debriefs at times were a bit fruity, but you know, the atmosphere in the team was the best it's ever been. You know, again, we're all there to push each other on, and JP, as we know, is a hell of a character, and he did, you know, nothing but help push me forwards, praise me, help me both, you know, on a racing front, but also away from the circuit and away from racing. You know, he's become a good friend. So, yeah, it's been a really nice environment, and you know, I don't know what the future holds. You know, certainly I need to try and get myself sorted out first. But you know, in an ideal scenario, we'd have that same lineup. But I don't know what JP's plans are. I know he announced his retirement, but you know, I want to try and get him back.
Well, I think a lot of people were rather thinking as the year went on, I'm not sure about this. I mean, the thing is, I was chatting to Matt Neal up here on the stage the other day, and he said, you know, to be tantalisingly close to winning 100 races in any championship, let alone the most competitive tin top championship in the world, that's not something that you walk away from easily, is it?
No, and he's, you know, still got the pace to be winning races. He's incredibly fast. But as we know, there's so many factors within the British Touring Car Championship. You don't just need everything to go right in qualifying and have the right setup on the car and get the best out of your tyres and get that perfect toe when you need it. You know, we've also got the hybrid system this year, which was another variable. We had that new engine that we were still trying to, you know, get the best out of. There was just so many things, and you know, he's definitely got it in him. I think he was close this year, you know, to being back on that top step. I think he finished second at Snetterton, and you know, he's still very, very driven. And you know, what's been great for me is he shared that sort of ambition with me, and it really spurred me on. So yeah, incredible. He's an incredible character, great driver, and I think, you know, we'd all agree that the championship would be a weaker place without him.
And let's talk about your other teammate as well, because she's a good mate of yours. Has been for many years. And Jade Edwards, I think, there she is.
But first and foremost, she's just a big fan.
Yeah, taking photos and selfies and all that kind of thing. But she has firmly become a bit of a fan favourite, hasn't she? She's quite an inspiration for young women that want to get involved in motorsport, because she's worked blooming hard to get to where she is.
Yeah, she has, and you know, I've known Jade a long time. I think that cheer was for Jade.
Went down very well, Jade. Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, it's an incredibly tough championship, and you know, with the struggles that we've been having as a team, you know, trying to get more performance out of our car, you know, Jade's been really valuable in helping us, you know, keep developing and pushing at all times. And you know, I hope that she gets another chance to prove what you know, what she's capable of doing. I know, you know, there's been times where, I think it was, you know, Donington in one of the races last year, which I still feel a little bit bad about.
Right.
You had to get through to Q2, and I was having a bit of a shocker, and I dropped back a bit, and I'm on a really quick lap, and I needed that toe, and Jade was just trying to set herself up to finish that lap that she was on.
Look at the face. Yeah.
And I just started flashing my lights, like, get out of my way. I wasn't actually really catching him. I was like, get out of my way. I need this lap. And it turned out, I think she'd have finished the lap that she was on, that she moved over for me. She'd have been like top four in, you know, to go through to Q2.
Oh.
So I feel a little bit bad, but you know, not bad enough that I wouldn't do it again.
No. Well, there are no friends in motorsport, are there? Not really. Not when you're in the car. That was felt like a confessional, like you didn't realise you'd started the sentence, so you've got to finish it.
I feel better for it. Yeah.
Well done, very, very good. Now, as far as your day job is concerned, you are involved in motorsport. I understand you've been working here at the NEC, is that right?
Yeah, I've been trying. Yeah. It's so. Yeah, away from racing every you know, with British touring cars and doing some historic racing that I do as well. I've got a company down in Bath that does a lot of car preparation, race car building, you know, performance car tuning, and part of what we do with that, we've actually helped develop the new BRSCC Mark 7 Fiesta Junior car. So we're the controlled supplier for all those parts, and that was something I was really passionate about, because you know, myself, I came through club racing. I came through what was known as Sax Max at the time. And I managed to work my way up through the club rankings and get into ultimately in the British Touring Car Championship. And I felt that, you know, perhaps the offerings that are available, you know, there are certainly some great junior championships out there, but it was sort of lacking on what really gave me the opportunity to get up into the British Touring Cars. So, yeah, we helped develop that car, tried to keep the costs down, make it as fair as possible. And the BRSCC are doing a great job promoting that championship, and everybody's now starting to swap over to the new car. You know, for this year, it's now become the support championship for TCR UK, which we've seen as a growing championship. So I think the future of junior racing, certainly for anybody that wants to go and look to race in touring cars or TCR UK, it's a great platform. So it's looking promising.
It's a busy time for you, isn't it? Because you get back from a BTCC race weekend, and first thing Monday morning is back to the day job.
Yeah, it is. But I do really enjoy what I do. We've got a great business, and it's about the people. I'm really lucky that I've got great people to support. Cook Sport, but also, when I'm away racing, they just absolutely hold the fort, and it's without those sorts of people around me, it wouldn't be possible. So right now I'm over here doing this, and we've got Simon on our AST stand over there on his own, just holding the fort down. Yeah,
still running everything. Josh, is this year going to be the year? Could it be the year?
I mean, every single year we go into it, that is the plan, and we have to leave no stone unturned, and that's both from a driving perspective, from any sporting decisions we make, and from the car preparation and any of those decisions that we make. As long as we keep doing a better job than we have done the previous year, our time will come, and I firmly believe that. So 2023. I'm going to be hoping is our year to take that overall title, and I'll be doing everything I can to make it happen.
He most certainly will. He is a champion of the future. I've said it for many, many years, but this young man, not so young anymore, but he will be a champion in the BTCC. It is just a matter of when. Everybody, your independent champion in the BTCC, Josh Cook. tin tops here on the main stage at Autosport International. If you've been looking around Hall 2, you may have seen a bit of a success story of last year. It has been building over the last few years in the UK. It is TCR UK. We have the promoter, a former BTCC driver, Stuart Lines, and we have 4 of the stars of TCR UK. Please welcome them onto the stage. First of all, Stuart Lines, who is the promoter and organiser, the champion, Chris, Bruce Winfield and Bradley Hutchinson. Stuart, it is a success story of last year. Fantastic grids last year, very, very impressive. You've stuck with it because it didn't start out that way for you in 2019, did it?
No, yeah, we picked it up when it was at its worst. You know, 2018 is well documented. I don't know what the expectations were, the people that were running it. I think they over-egged it a little bit. But yeah, we picked it up when it was in the gutter, so to speak. Well, there's more drivers here than there was on the grid, so you know that's where we was. But yeah, we've pegged away at it and went through the COVID cycle and God knows what else. But you know we're in a different planet now.
There was no real reason why it shouldn't be a success because TCR as a format of tin top racing is successful all around the world, and that really does rather add to your ability to get great cars, get great drivers, because we are a motorsport nation in the UK.
Yeah. I mean, it needed to work in the UK because you know it's the centre of the universe of motorsport. But you know, we were the worst TCR franchise in the world, but now I think we're in the top 3. You know, there's some successful ones out there, Australia, South America. But yeah, we're matching them, and this year coming up now, I mean, I think we're going to cause a few waves. There's a lot going on. You know, we're going on to a 3-day format. We're going to grid walks. We're going to have a lot more fan interaction. There's a lot going on.
You've got a package now, haven't you? And that's an important part of running a successful race weekend.
Yeah, the package was important. You know, we need support races behind us that got full grids as well, and also my theory on everything is someone needs somewhere to aim for, and TCR is achievable. So people from Fiesta Juniors, Civic Cup, Mazdas, you know, they can all aspire to get in a TCR car. Where you know, obviously I was a BTC driver, and to get on that grid, I mean, there was no TCR when I was doing BTC, but it's difficult, you know, because it's more money, and I've tried to offer a more of a budget way to race a touring car, really. Yeah,
there is most certainly room for both of them in the UK because, as clearly you have proven, we had a big grid in the BTCC, you had a big grid in TCR UK. Yep. It is, there is clearly a thirst for top-class tin-top racing in the UK.
Yeah, it's good for the fans because, you know, they've not just got 10 weekends to watch touring cars, they've got 17. So, you know, there's room for all of us, and I'm just glad that we've managed to get to this stage, and we've got all these young drivers that have got, you know, it's well documented. The grid's pretty full. There's obviously room for more, but you know we're already where we need to be, but there's always room for improvement.
Let's talk to the champion, shall we? Chris Smiley, who had 6 years in the British Touring Car Championship, and then last year entered a first year in TCR UK, and I mean, obviously the results speak for themselves. You're the champion, but there was potentially a lot to lose, Chris, last year, wasn't there?
Yeah, obviously, whenever you move from the main championship in the UK into another type of tin-top racing, you're always got the target on your back. But yeah, you know, we've had our ups and our downs this year, but you know, at the end of the day, we've stuck in there, and at the end of the season, we've got a championship to show for it. But you know, it wasn't easy in any way. You know, the racing's been competitive from the very start. You know, the cars are all very closely matched together. There's very, very little in it. So yeah, it was a great season, and fair play to Stuart and Nicky for doing such a good job with the championship to get it where it is today.
That's the thing for you as a driver, as a competitor. You need to be winning, but you need to be winning against very good competition, and that's exactly what you had last year.
Yeah, of course. You know, you look at all the cars that are sitting down on the stand down there. They're all factory built cars by the manufacturers. You know, they're not homemade things with parts added onto them. You know, they're factory built cars, and they sound the business and they look the business. And yeah, it's a great thing to be a part of at the minute. You know, I think if you look at all the TCR championships around the world, every one of them succeeding, and for obvious reasons why. You know, it's a little bit more accessible. The cars look good, they sound good, and yeah, you know, with the TV coverage and everything that we're getting now and all the streaming, it's definitely getting all the commercial things in the right places now.
It's one thing to win a championship, it's another entirely to defend it. Is that the plan for this year?
Yeah, of course. Well, we're signed up for the season again. We're going to be staying with Honda. It's no secret that there's a new model out there, and it's something that we're looking at very, very closely at the moment. So yeah, we're looking forward to getting going. The first race weekend's on the 9th of April this year at Snetterton, at the 300 circuit. So yeah, we're really looking forward to getting back there again, because that's where we won the championship, the final round of this year. Hopefully it's just not as wet as what it was that day. It was extremely wet. And
at the end of the year, is it right in saying that you went over and competed in the Motorsport Games?
Yeah, so the end of this year, well, it's meant to be every 2 years that there's a World Motorsport Games. It's basically the Olympics of the motorsport world. But with COVID and things, it's a year late. And yeah, we're out in Paul Ricard in France, and you know, to be selected to go out there and represent Great Britain, it was a great experience. And yeah, I was aiming for the top 5, but we finished 8th overall, which I was happy about, considering we'd never been to the track before.
It's a great event, though, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, it's a worldwide event. You know, there's people there from all over the world. It's the best of the best, as they say.
Alongside you is the driver that finished runner-up last year, and am I right in saying first season in TCR UK, Isaac Smith? So a driver is never going to be happy not to be winning the championship, but a good solid first season finishing runner-up.
Yeah, it went really well, to be honest. Coming into it, I was expecting top 3, really, coming from the JCW Mini Challenge. It was a bit of an eye-opener when we first came to the first round, and you've got Chris sat next to you on the front row.
Yeah, but that's good, isn't it? Because everyone wants a decent benchmark on the grid.
Yeah, well, it ended how it started, so us 3 ended up the top 3, and we was the top 3 at the first round. So it's kind of... Obviously, there was different winners and stuff through the year, but it was a brilliant, brilliant year. And
well, Chris won the title, only 2 wins. Was it 2 wins that you got over the course of the year?
Yeah, so I won the first race and the penultimate race. So yeah. It was only, but we had quite a few podiums throughout the year, which was sort of important to put in the championship together. Which
is the way you win a title: consistency across the season, scoring the points. Bruce was 3rd in the standings last year, and it was. So you've been in the championship for a few years, is that right?
Yeah, so this was my second, well, last year was my second year in the championship. First year, finished 2nd, like Isaac did in his first season, and then, yeah, 3rd place last year, so.
So a little bit of a disappointment, not the way you were intending to go in places. You were gunning for the title last year.
Yeah, I think we all were, but, you know, obviously bigger grids, probably a better standard of driving as well, so. Yeah, let's see what this year brings.
So the one thing that I failed to do is to ask which car you had. Chris was in a Honda. Isaac?
For next year.
No, for last year?
A Golf.
And this year? And for this year?
Currently unknown.
Oh, okay, right, okay. TBA on that one.
I was in a Cupra, and then the last round we switched to a Hyundai. So we're going to be in a Hyundai again for this season.
Right, and was there a noticeable difference between the 2 cars?
Yeah, for me, it was very noticeable. You know, if I could do it again, then I'd have chosen that car sooner. But, you know, obviously it's all a learning curve for all of us. So, yeah, we've learned every year, and this year we'll have the R30.
That is the thing, Stuart, because TCR races to the same specification all over the world, the manufacturers are involved. There is quite an option, quite a choice of what car to have, isn't there?
Yeah, there's about 15 manufacturers, but you know the main stuff: Cupra, Audi, Hyundai, Honda. You know, the UK market. It's not just about the car. You've got to have good support with spares and good engineers. But you know, last year the manufacturers were at the meetings supporting the teams and the drivers, and this year there's more so. You know, Hyundai are throwing a lot of resource at it, and they've got I mean, it's not been announced properly yet, but there will be a Hyundai Junior program, which, you know, to support a couple of youngsters. So, you know, they're keen for their cars to be at the front. You know, they don't want people struggling.
Of course, yeah, absolutely. Bradley is at the end, Bradley Hutchison, running in a family-run team. I like, oh, right, the family are here, are they? Was that an overexcitable team member that just offered a bit of a support?
Just one of the fans.
Yeah, well, so very, very good. Tell us about the car that you're contesting in.
It's the Gen 1 Audi. Very similar to the new one because they've both got 4 wheels. Yeah, it should be all right.
You can bring him again, Stuart. We like him. Yeah.
Yeah, like the bop should even everything out. I think obviously the new ones are quite good looking, but so is the old one. So yeah, we'll see. I think we've got to grips with the car. Obviously, we're still dad and lad. At the end of the day, there's a few other helpers and whatnot, but yeah, at the end of the day, it's dad and lad. Same as we were when we were go-karting 10 or so years ago, but yeah.
That's really cool though, isn't it? Then you can get up to this level, racing in TCR UK, and still be doing it with the family. That's brilliant.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm surprised we haven't fallen out. There's usually quite a lot of disagreements.
There's
with car
still time, mate. The season hasn't started yet. Yeah.
So far, so good.
There's still time. I like that. Has he been to the Stuart Lyons School of Media Training? Because
well, obviously I'm a little marmitey, as you probably aware. I didn't get interviewed much in British touring car, did I? Especially with this accent.
I interviewed you occasionally, but you're on home turf. Yeah, you're safe here at the NEC.
You interviewed me when I was upside down or in the gravel trap, or yeah, I remember.
We became friends, Stuart. We became friends. So the outlook is looking good. I mean, last year, building on the success of that, you know how to run a successful championship because it's not just TCR UK you've done it with many championships in the past. And you know it doesn't happen without a good deal of graft behind the scenes.
Yeah, we started with the VAG Trophy, we run the GTI Cup, then we bought the Volkswagen Racing Cup, which, to be fair, there was no TCR then, and the Volkswagen Racing Cup was ultimately lost out to TCR because the price is similar. We were on SRO then, you know, then we own the Civic Cup, which is our feeder series. That's got a full grid again. Great racing, lots of young kids in it, and now the TCR concept. You know, it's more premium, but you know it's achievable, and you know, to me, you know, it needs to include everybody, and that we most definitely got. We've got a 16-year-old kid on the grid already.
Wow.
And we've got a 66-year-old guy on the grid, you know, nearly as old as Jason Plato. But you know, we're covering a few spectrums.
You really are. You're doing a grand job. I wish you the best of luck, Chris, for your title defence, and all of you on the grid in 2023. Good luck. People can come and see you. You've got a great stand over here.
Yeah. All the current cars are down there. You know, come and have a look. You want to have a sit in it, fine, as long as you don't steal the steering wheels, because they're 1,500 quid each. But, you know, come and have a look. All the fixture lists are down there. You know, our aim this year is to get the fans there. It's important for us to get a big fan base. We had a lot of people watching us last year at Time Attack, but, you know, they had their own core fan base.
Of course, yeah.
But I think we're going to do okay. But, you know, we need a TCR fan base.
You know the secret because you saw it in the BTCC. Close racing and accessible drivers. There you go. They're two very important things that you know well.
Yeah, 100%. That's what it's all about.
Stuart Lyons, Chris Smiley, champion from last year, Isaac Smith, Bruce Winfield and Bradley Hutchison are all representing TCR UK.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. What marvellous stamina you have. And now, before I introduce my next guest, you know who he is. But you will see I have a glamorous assistant who is manifesting herself down to my right. If any of you would like to ask a question of my next guest, just percolate it in your heads for a while, and we will be throwing questions to the crowd, or rather, we'll be throwing to the crowd for their questions. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Without further ado, let me introduce a man who's won the Le Mans 24 Hours more times than I've raided the biscuit box backstage, Mr. Alan McNish. Time to do this bit. It's quite a letdown.
Yeah, it was a very interesting sort of introduction there. More times than the biscuit box.
More times than I've raided the biscuit box.
Ah, right. By the way, just so you know, the biscuit box back there is completely empty, so without doubt you have raided it a few times.
There's no Oreos left.
No Oreos left. They're gone. History.
It's the backstage crew. Have you ever seen, ladies and gentlemen, a bin bag absolutely full of coffee cups, and you've wondered how the people have generated that much spent coffee? It's a wonder they're not bouncing around. It's a good thing this microphone's up, actually. It'll probably fade down gradually during the course of this thing.
I'm sure they're hoping so.
So, Alan, welcome back. We were talking a little bit about all sorts of stuff earlier. Before we throw to the crowd, Sunny's there ready with her microphone. Can we talk a little bit about modern Formula One? Obviously, you know, you've kept in touch as a former Grand Prix driver, and you know the score. What's been your take on the new formula for 2022? You know, how successful has it been with the benchmark of cars being able to follow each other more closely and be able to overtake?
Well, I think there's two things. One, it shook up the grid a little bit, and every time there's a big regulation change, then some people get it more right than others. And then if you've got static regulations, it kind of all filters into the same sort of system. And we saw that clearly at the beginning of the year, some people were much more competitive than they were at the end of the year, and vice versa. And so I think that was always a positive thing, just to give everything a shake-up. As you said there about you know, trying to follow more closely and closer racing and more overtaking, more natural overtaking, if we maybe want to call it that, I think it actually did a good job, because that's what the new aerodynamic regulations were designed to do, so you didn't have that dirty air wake causing such an effect. Because it's difficult to sort of describe it, but it's effectively you turn into the corner, and if you hit that wake, the car has got a mind of its own at times, especially if it sits onto the rear axle. If you're rear loaded, then it's easy to spin, and if it's not, if you're sitting in with it onto the front axle, then it just washes out like you've suddenly hit a big wet patch or something. So really, it has had, I would say, a positive direction there. Would we like it more? Yeah, clearly. However, I think it has been a very good first step anyway.
Do you feel it's also a little bit safer in terms of, you know, when things go wrong? Because, you know, safety's moved on in the past 20 years. I remember when you had your season of racing with Toyota, you had that colossal shunt, and you know, I've sorry to plug, written a book recently for Motorbooks, which is an unofficial companion to the Drive to Survive series, and we had cause to cover your accident, and I looked at a picture of the aftermath, and there's basically loads and loads of squirrely lines leading from 130R, and then a big hole in the barrier, and then bits of your car, and you kind of think, how on earth did he actually walk out of that?
Yeah, so do I, to be honest with you. Just for those of you who don't know, 130R is a corner towards the end of the lap at Suzuka, and the barrier was very, very close to it. It was the last run in qualifying, and it was up 0.6 of a second. And Suzuka was the last race of the season. And I thought, right, well, it's flat. And flat in sixth gear was, you know, 190 miles an hour at that time. And unfortunately, it wasn't flat. The car stepped sideways and went back, and I knew it was going to be a big shunt. What I didn't realize was I was going to go through the barrier, and that effectively destroyed the car in every way possible. I, you know, had bad concussion, hurt my knee, etc., etc. In reality, stepped out of it because it was an airplane crash. Stepped out of it, and very, very lucky to do so. But you're right. Since then, there has been a massive step forward in safety. Halo, we all think of, but also the cars are much bigger. And they are much bigger because they've had to have better safety from frontal impacts and also from side impacts. So every accident that happens that's, you know, quite serious, then the FIA will do an investigation, a study into it, and to see what they can learn, but also to see what they can then bring into the regulations to try and improve for the future. And just finally wrapping up on that, to this point, my helmet, my earplugs, my balaclava, everything went straight to the FIA from that accident. Never saw it again until about 2 years ago when it returned to me. And so they had this where they just basically took everything apart to see this is the status from a real live accident, not simulation, something that was real live, and they were able to sort of improve from it in the same way they've done with every other one.
Because when the Halo was first mooted, a lot of fans thought it was a terrible idea and they didn't like it and it made the car look ugly. Nowadays, it's actually quite weird looking at old pictures of racing cars without the Halo.
Yeah, but that's the same in everything. Remember the fin on the engine cover behind, remember the HANS device, you know, people, naturally, the world doesn't like change from what they know. And there are times, and this is something that I remember Professor Sid Watkins, who was the FIA medical delegate at the time and looked after so many of us, and I think we're sitting here because of the people like Sid. But anyway, he said there's times actually when you don't know what you're talking about. And these regulations have to be put in place. And when regulations are put in place, people find solutions. That's what motorsport's fantastic for. Engineers are brilliant at finding solutions for problems that maybe they never knew they had. And in these situations, they're for very valid reasons. And the FIA are definitely pushing on it. The safety department, I think, has done a good job.
Because, you know, drivers and engineers are only interested in performance, aren't they? They're only interested in what makes the car go quicker. So making stuff more safe is...
It's our raison to be in motorsport is to go faster than everybody else. And so therefore, if you can push the limits, you obviously don't do anything that's illegal or absurdly dangerous, but there's without doubt, as a driver, you're pushing on the edge. And sometimes, like at 130, are over the edge.
What surprised me this past year is that obviously Sebastian Vettel, as a Grand Prix driver and very much a vocal part of the Grand Prix Drivers Association, has been campaigning on social issues, but also, you know, really pitching forward in safety. There's discussion that if he actually wasn't in bed with COVID, the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix might not have happened because the drivers might have gone on strike. But also George Russell has become very involved in the Grand Prix Drivers Association, and it isn't really very in keeping with racing drivers for ones who are that young to actually really get involved.
Yeah, but I think they're all that young now. Yeah. In reality, there's only Fernando that's of the elder statesman sort of age group. You know, I think George is probably a good example of someone that's older than his years. You can see that by the way that when he jumped into the Mercedes in Bahrain for his first race there, when I think it was Lewis was ill, then he was, you know, straight on it. So in that respect, I think he's definitely one that's got a wider view than just necessarily driving. But the Grand Prix Drivers Association's got Alex Wirtz, who's a compatriot of mine in sports cars, and Alex is their chairman, and he's extremely good at keeping them in line. Because one thing that's clear, and knowing it as a driver, but also knowing it when I was team principal in Audi's Formula E, drivers need controlled. And they need to be directed, and therefore you need someone like Alex to be able to lead it, and also voices like Sebastian or the younger generation like George to be able to bring it, I would say, the credibility to it as well.
Now, it is time, and here's where we take a risk, because this is where we ask the crowd if they have any questions. Has anyone got a question? Sir, oh, well, you're, by virtue of standing nearest, you are on pole position.
Hello, Alan. Thank you for your time. If we take a think back, can you tell us a little bit about your karting career and how that helped you develop as a driver going forward to motorsport?
Yeah, certainly. Karting, for me, is one of the most purest forms of motorsport, because as a driver, you can influence the way the kart handles by using your body weight, by using your strength, the way that you push on the steering wheel, which then bends the kart, loads the front wheel so you can turn, all of these things. So I think the driver is actually a big participant in it, more so than the higher up in the formula you go, the bigger the team gets, the more downforce the car gets, the more the numbers of the development of the car become the key factor. So I love it for that. I love it for the closeness of the racing. I love it as a spectacle. And to be honest with you, I'm slightly disappointed my son doesn't have the same passion for it that I do. But we won't talk about that. We're educating him. Anyway, when you come to about driving, I think you learn some skills there that are so base in terms of the approach of looking at a track, how to actually guide your way around it. What's the right line? What's the turn-in point? How you load, so you go back to physics, how you load a tyre, how you then work with setup, how you try to understand the difference in the wet and the dry, how you find grip, how you learn tracks, and how you race wheel to wheel. And a good example for me is Lewis Hamilton, actually, because the first time I saw Lewis Hamilton, he was maybe 9 or 10 years old, and there was a karting event here at Autosport International, like God knows how many years ago, 95 or 96. And he was here, and instinctively, he knew how to race. He didn't know all the other things, but instinctively he knew where to place the car, how to overtake people, how to defend his position. He was very, very good. And he stood out because of that, out of all the other people. And I believe that those sort of lessons are developed in karting and then executed in cars, more than developed in cars and executed there. And the other thing I learned very quickly was that from a driver, you're only as good as your last race. I won a lot of big races in karting. I was thankful for that. And then I thought, yeah, I can win everything. You know, don't have to concentrate. I'm so good. And then I got my backside kicked like hell at the next race because I wasn't focused and I wasn't concentrating. So you have to put in that work ethic and that mentality. And for me, it's the best grounding possible. And it doesn't matter whether you want to do it as a sort of professional career in sport. It is a super, super hobby. And like I said, slightly disappointed my son doesn't have the same passion.
Okay, we've got one more. And then there's a gentleman over there. So, okay, well, you've got it in your hand. Sir, come over and join us next so that you don't miss out. So, down there.
Alan, you're synonymous with Le Mans. What's your involvement this year at Le Mans?
Well, this year is the 100th anniversary of Le Mans. It's a fantastic event, iconic. I've been fortunate to have raced that race, won it a few times and been on the podium other ones. It's a beautiful race. It's also a very cruel mistress when it doesn't go right for you. I can tell you from experience, but that's because it is one of the toughest races in the world. 2023, I'll be going there to enjoy it basically as a spectator. I'm going to enjoy. They've only got one. Well, I'll have something to do with the ACO, I'm sure, at some point, and a long-term partner of mine, Michelin. But in reality, I'm just going there to sit back, relax, and watch the other people having to work like hell. And when it gets to maybe 2 o'clock in the morning, I'll go for a nice rest in a bed instead of one of those ones where you're sort of crumpled up in the corner, waiting for your next stint to go at 5 or 5:30.
Blimey.
Hopefully you will be as well. For those of you...
The thought of having a bed at Le Mans is quite nice, isn't it?
Oh, it was very lucky with Audi, because we had some fantastic support in terms of physios, doctors. You know, the medical staff were really, really good. But still, by the time you get to Sunday morning, you've been running on adrenaline. By Sunday morning, you've already been running on adrenaline for 24 hours. Because, you know, you're at the circuit 6, 7 o'clock on Saturday morning for the warm-up and everything else. And so you do need all of that support, and you do need a wee bit of rest, because there's only so much energy in the tank.
The gentleman down there. Thank you very much, Sonny. Thank you.
Hi, Alan. Continuing on with the World Endurance stuff, I wanted to talk about, obviously, this coming season. So many new cars in the top category. Fantastic to see so many new entries, and hopefully more competitive than it has been before. But I wanted to talk about Le Mans as well. Do you see any one of those potentially posing a real threat to maybe Toyota taking another win?
there's a lot of new manufacturers coming into Le Mans, partly because it's the 100th anniversary, and partly because they've got a thing called convergence, where they've converged the regulations that historically have been run in the World Endurance Championship and the regulations that have been run in America in the IMSA Championship. Both are fantastic for different reasons. And that means that effectively, whatever is your kind of philosophy, you can go with one or other, and they will balance to make sure that everybody's got a chance of victory and being competitive. That's the fundamental idea of it. Now, Toyota, in my view, have got their first foot forward because they've got a lot of experience now. They've been running the car for a couple of years. They understand the good, the bad parts of the car and the reliability requirement. Everybody else is probably one step behind. However, when you're talking about the likes of Porsche, when you're talking about the likes of Cadillac, which is run by Chip Ganassi Racing, who have won Le Mans with the Ford program in the past, when you're talking about you know, the new Ferrari program, Ferrari are going all out to win Le Mans for the first time since, what?
1965, I think. 1965.
So the film Le Mans and Rugo Melgrati was not true then?
Sadly not.
Well, anyway, so they're going all out to win it overall. And there's others coming because BMW are coming and Lamborghini are coming in 2024 as well. And so I think there's going to be a really good run there. And of those ones, I would say probably Ferrari's got a reasonable shot at it. Peugeot has got a completely different concept of car. Looks stunning, looks a bit out of a esports game. But I would still, if I'm a gambling man and I'm not because I'm Scottish, and we only gamble with his money, then I would still put probably my 10 quid on to Toyota at the moment.
It's interesting now. Any more for any more? Do we have any more? We've got, yes, we have another victim here. 2 more victims. Stand close. You can take turns. One
Hi.
first, then the next one. Hello.
Simon from Norway. I'm a Norwegian motorsport journalist and editor. We are very into rallycross. That's one of the biggest of us. Going fully electric, now with the Chrysler as the supplier. What about Audi then? How is rallycross? They were in rallycross in 2018 with AKS.
Correct.
Will Audi, are they interested to return to rallycross or other manufacturers as well? Will it be interesting to return to World Rallycross?
So Audi, as you're correct, Matthias Ekström, he basically was the one that was champion the rallycross program and won the World Championship. And so it was a proud moment, no question, from the group point of view to add another FIA championship. The S1 was a super little vehicle for it as well. And by goodness, if you've never seen rallycross, the acceleration, the noise, just the whole thing about it is stadium atmosphere. It's brilliant. And you can go to a place called Hell. And I think anywhere, any circuit called that's brill. But we looked at different options of motorsport programs, and that was one of them. And we're active, actually, in the discussions with the program. However, the decision was to go in a different direction. Formula E, obviously, was our main electrification program. That's now Dakar. And Rallycross has taken a concept which is common parts at the beginning to get moving. And I think that's a good concept with Chrysler, as you say. But, you know, it's a perfect championship, in my view, for electric, because it can be anywhere. It can be stadium like it is in America, where they run them inside baseball stadiums and things like this. And so in my view, it's a really good one because you've got that instant torque, instant acceleration, and they just look spectacular monsters to drive. But unfortunately, from your point of view, and to some extent, I'm sure a lot of fans as well, it's not on the Audi radar for the close future that I know of.
It's a shame because rallycross is fever. Now, yeah, there's a gentleman there.
What do you think's going to happen with Formula E this year?
Well, they've got the first race in a few hours in Mexico at the moment, and it's round the Autodromo. They've got like a hybrid circuit there, so it's not the full Formula One track, but it's got the full grandstand, and you turn right after the pits and link into the stadium section. Got to say, it's a brilliant place to go. The atmosphere there is stunning. They've now gone into the Generation 3 car, which is a completely different vehicle, new chassis, new aerodynamic design. and they've increased the power of the engine. It goes from 250 kilowatts to 350 kilowatts, and also added a front recuperation system so that there's more energy comes in from the front wheels under braking. All of that super positive. What I've seen so far from qualifying or practice and things in Mexico is that it's kind of anybody's game. I don't think there's somebody that's saying, yeah, we've definitely got this right. But what you are going to see is you're going to see a lot of pretty aggressive wheel-to-wheel action, because the driving standard there, and as talk about the quality of the drivers, is very, very high. And there's also some new teams. McLaren's joined, and new drivers as well. One of them, Rennie Rast, who was with us, and he was my driver in the last year. We did it in 2021. And Rennie's got a point to prove, so I'm quite looking forward to seeing how he gets on, and I'm quite looking forward to seeing as well how Venturi, now called Maserati, because they're about 100 meters away from where I live, and so they're the local boys in a way to see how they compete. But it's an exciting championship, and it's one that if you sort of like single-seaters merged with touring car tactics, then I think you've probably hit the sweet spot with Formula E.
Rene Rast has cast his lot in with McLaren, hasn't he? Have we can squeeze one more in. Have we got anyone else has got a question? Okay, right, who was first out of these two people? Do you see?
Well, these two people, just so you know, they're from Dumfries, which is where I'm from. And so I'm very nervous about this particular thing. If it's about Queen of the South, then we're cool.
Okay, who was first to put their hand up? I think it was our friend in the red jacket. Might have been just marginally quicker. Oh, but he's generously handing over.
Why is it right for Audi to go into Formula 1 in 26, and how could you maybe be involved yourself? Yeah, sir. Why is it right for Audi to go into Formula 1 in 26, and how could you maybe be involved yourself?
2026 is because it's a new regulation change for the power unit. And with that, there's a few key factors. One, that there is a big increase in the electrification. So there's a lot more electric power from the hybrid system. It's about 3 times what it is today. And it's nearly equal with the internal combustion engine. Second thing is sustainable fuels. And that's very road relevant, because from an Audi point of view, as it has been with every single motorsport program dating back to the Rally and Quattro, whether it be TFSI, direct injection at Le Mans, they're developing technology in the most extreme circumstances that will have a road relevance. And so sustainable fuels is going to be a part of it. The other thing is just the general way that Formula One is moving forward. I think it's personally, I think it's in a positive way. You know it, live it day to day. And the other thing is that part of that is the cost controls, the cost caps, because now you can actually realize where you're going to be in, not just because it's now 3 years before Audi starts in F1, but where you're going to be for the next sort of 8 years and predict that, whereas previously it was a little bit more tricky. In Toyota times, when I was racing with them, then it was biggest budget wins, and that's not going to necessarily be the case in the future. And so I think it is an interesting time. Reason 26, like I said, is because of those regulations, but it requires that time period to build it up. It's not something you can switch on overnight to develop the systems under the regulations. All the power unit manufacturers have already started for 26, and that's, 38 months away from the first race.
Because the key thing is that they're dropping the part of the hybrid system that is the most expensive to develop, the most difficult to develop, but the least reliable part of the hybrid system, and the most pointless because no one's ever used it on a road car.
No, it was very good, and you can't deny it was very good, because the ability to harvest energy from the turbo and the heat of it was super clever. However, it wasn't necessarily something that was, I would say, practical for other uses. It was very bespoke to Formula One, which, we all like a bit of that. But anyway, that was one of the, I would say, general agreements across the board to take the regulations as they're going to be. And, I think it's good because it's created a lot of interest in manufacturers that haven't necessarily been in Formula One, or alternative, have not been there for a wee while, to look at coming back into it.
Well, I'm afraid our time slot is at an end, because I've got about we've got about 3 minutes before we welcome our next guest, who's one of the Extreme E drivers. So if you want to hear all about racing in some of the most inhospitable parts of the world, I'm talking the Atacama Desert, Antarctica, Scotland, then stick with us for a few more minutes.
The Scotland one will be fantastic, by the way.
Might be Western Isles, mightn't it?
It's meant to be, yeah, that's what I hear.
That's going to be fantastic. So, ladies and gentlemen, Alan McNish. Well, hello again, everyone. Where have you all been? It's almost as if you weren't here. It's so nice to have a chair that's actually set up at the correct height for me being short. Can I welcome an extraordinary lady, a rally driver, also a competitor in Extreme E and a podium finisher very early in her career, despite having a dislocated shoulder in that event. Can I welcome Tamara Molinaro? Well, welcome, Tamara. I mean, You are the first person to nearly fall off a chair today. I mean, you're aware that, you know, boy bands, when they perform, they all sit on stools, and then when the key change comes, they have to jump off. Don't do that. Health and safety.
I won't.
You know, tell me about your career. You've had sort of a remarkable time of it, and you know, like last year, Extreme E, you didn't think you were going to have a drive, and then you got a drive, and well, you know, extraordinary things happened. Finished on the podium, but what was it? Your shoulder popped out on one corner.
Yeah, so in Extreme E, you know, nothing is sure until the last second, you know, that's why it's so incredible. Like you said before, back in February last year, I was reserve driver, and then after the first race in Saudi, I actually had a full-time drive for the full season, so, you know, it's great, but literally, the insane part is how quickly everything changes, you know, it's just incredible, it's really an incredible discipline.
I hesitate to say it's my favourite bit, but when they do the crazy race and basically you have all these cars funneling into this narrow bit and it's almost inevitable that someone ends up on their roof. I mean, what's it like for you if you end up in that and you kind of have to go and make sure you don't have an enormous shunt?
Well, you know, coming from rally, obviously this is a bit, it's a bit difficult for me, you know, to try to get, I'd never done any racing in my career apart from 1 year in rallycross, but I'd never done karting, never done proper racing experience. So, you know, the first time I was there, I was like, oh my God, there's so many cars, you know, with me on the same line, and we all have to make it around the first corner. So, you know, it's, yeah, obviously you always prefer to be in the semi-final because you have 2 chances to make it to the final instead of the crazy race that you have just 1 chance. But you know, it is what it is. Sometimes you just end up in the crazy race and you have to fight for it.
And on that day when your shoulder popped out and then popped back in again, I mean, what was that like? Were you just running on adrenaline? Did it pop back in by itself?
So it was just like around the hairpin, was like a hairpin ride, and I just felt my shoulder hurting so much. I was like, oh my God, what's happening? You know, so then I just turned the steering wheel the opposite way because obviously like I was sliding and doing things. I was kind of busy, and it just went back to its place. But I never felt anything afterwards, you know. Then obviously we ended up on the podium, and it was the first podium for Excite Energy Racing and the whole team. Obviously our first podium as well in Extreme E, so it was just incredible. And then I was like, oh my God, this actually hurts, you know, after all the adrenaline left my body after quite a few hours. Yeah, so then I had to go the day after to actually see a physio.
The format of Extreme E is quite unusual in that each car you have a male driver and a female driver, and each one has a go, and then you have to sort of have to do the driver swap. How does that work? And you know, in theory you should know your teammate quite well, but you and Timo Scheider had sort of it wasn't like you'd only just met, but you know you weren't sort of like bosom buddies, were you? So how do you work out how the car's going to be set up? You know, whether someone needs a booster cushion or whatever?
Well, we always try to keep the same format, you know, because it's really good, you know, that you always do the exact same things. Because if you start to get confused, obviously, then it's a mess, and you only have 45 seconds, so you can't do anything wrong, you know, or else you're going to lose time. So yeah, the biggest struggle for me was changing so many teammates during the year. You know, I had Oliver Bennett, then I had Timo Scheider, and then I had Ezekiel Companc from Argentina. So, you know, it's always hard because obviously I'm very short and they are taller than me, so you always have to find a balance that works for the two of them. And, you know, when you, like, for example, Ezekiel, I met him on the Wednesday of the race, so, you know, we didn't even know each other or anything, and we had to basically just, yeah, make it work, so it's not easy.
How tough is that? Do you go through team building exercises, or do you go away from the event actually thinking, I don't want to work with him again?
No, you know, you just have to, yeah, you just have to try in the shortest period of time to, you know, just get to know each other. And, you know, especially as you share the car, you also have to try to find a setup that works for the two of you, you know, because obviously drivers like different things. So, yeah, you just have to basically find a balance between the two drivers.
How difficult is it to get a drive? Because even though, you know, as we said, each car has one man, one woman driving, it seems that there's quite a big queue to actually get in and get a drive. I've spoken to so many reserve drivers this weekend who say, you know, I'm kind of waiting. You know, how come there's sort of so few opportunities?
Well, you know, there's a lot of talents, either females and males. So you know, it's not easy when you only have 20 seats available. You know, that's the difficult part of the sport. But any motorsport discipline, you know, it's the same thing. If you look at World Championship in rallying, it's the same, and you know, it's just difficult to get one of the proper seats.
And you know, the championship launched immediately post-COVID. You know, the pandemic. Caused a few problems getting a lot of things going. Formula One delayed a few months. All the other track racing championships delayed a few months. Very, very difficult to start a new championship in that environment. You know, how much has Extreme E evolved over the past couple of years while you've been watching it?
It's incredible, honestly. First, I just love the format. I think it really gives opportunity to a lot of really talented girls. You know, it's not easy for us to, you know, finally get a proper shot at trying to be our best, you know, and to try to really match the pace of male drivers. So, you know, it's incredible to see how quickly the championship developed under so many different levels.
And you know, I understand that a family friend is Gigi Galli, the great and spectacular Italian rally driver. You know, how much of a help has he been?
Well, it's his fault if I started driving, really. Because, I was on holiday with my family in his hometown in the north of Italy, and there is an ice track there, right? So I was 11 years old, and obviously I was like standing outside the track watching him driving and everything. He's always been my hero, and he will always be. And and he was like, do you want to go for a spin? I was like, yeah, of course. But I thought he meant as a passenger. But then he said, no, you drive. I was like, but I'm 11, I never drove before, I have no idea what to do. But then he was like, oh, I'll tell you what you have to do. I was like, okay, let's do it. So we put some pillows under the seat and everything, because obviously if I'm short now, you can imagine when I was 11, it was not easy to reach the steering wheel and pedals. And then he told me what I had to do, and I drove my first lap, and I fell in love with it.
Now, is it true? I get some of these incidents mixed up, but I am right in remembering that Gigi once did actually give a smack to his co-driver.
Yeah, that's right. It was a punch, though.
It was an actual punch?
It was a punch.
Is it available on YouTube?
Yes.
Oh, I get it mixed because there was one driver who smacked his co-driver in the face with his own clipboard, wasn't there? Yeah. Is that very much in Gigi's makeup, you know, very well, he's Italian, isn't he?
Well, exactly. I mean, the point is when you're Italian, you just have, like, fire in your belly. You know, we are quite fiery people. So, yeah, it's hard sometimes to just keep calm.
And, you know, I know you don't have a race program to announce yet this year, but would you be open to coming back to Extreme E? Would you like to go back to the more rallying?
Absolutely. To be honest, I just love driving anything, so whatever opportunity I get, I take it. Of course, I would love to be back in Extreme E. Like I said before, I think it's an amazing championship, and it's a great display, and obviously, this is actually something that I've been talking to with some people before. You know, when I think about my teammates or, you know, the other people that are actually in the championship, it's incredible for me. You know, I was spending hours waiting outside Sebastian Loeb's hospitality in rallying to just get a picture with him, and now he's on the same grid as me. You know, it's just crazy.
Do you know, when I covered World Touring Cars a few years ago with Sebastian Loeb was in there, he was always on his phone. If he thought you were going to try and go over and ask him to do something, he'd be on his phone. And by the end of the day, I think, I'm sure your battery must have run out by now. So how long did you persist in trying to get hold of Sebastian?
Well, a long time.
Well, Tamara, thank you very much for joining us. We hope to welcome you back next year with some good news about your activities, and you know, we wish you the very best of luck with your career and doing some racing this year. Ladies and gentlemen, Tamara Molinaro.
very cool that we have a crowd in front of the main stage here at Autosport for our final interview of Saturday here with the return of Autosport International. It's almost like you knew who's coming, because we are about to welcome onto the stage quite a star. He is the reigning 2022 Quick Fit British Touring Car Champion, Tom Ingram.
Have you been sitting on this again?
Yeah, I know, it's a bit low, isn't it? Yeah, go on. Oh, there we go. Nice and comfy.
That compressed, didn't it? I had a good Christmas.
It did a
Goodness
bit.
me.
Did you have a good Christmas?
I had a good Christmas.
What did you do?
Oh, ate.
As a champion,
I
has
just
your
ate.
life changed?
I just ate.
Did you?
We just ate big time.
Yeah. Well, you didn't last year. You sort of went on a health trip, didn't you?
Yeah, I'll be honest, it wasn't that enjoyable. Losing weight's not good fun. No, everyone will say, oh, you feel so much better. You don't, you're just hungry.
No.
So this year I made up for that and we ate.
Did you?
Lots and lots. It was
Did you?
great. Yeah, it was good.
But now you'll go on the...
Well, now I've got to go on the, oh, I'm going to lose weight again.
I know,
I feel so much better for
we've
it.
got chocolate goodies that are backstage and
Already
you haven't had
spotted,
any
don't
of them.
I actually had some Haribo before I came up.
Yeah, I don't believe you. If I don't watch you do it,
Oh, don't worry, I ate them.
Yeah, and of course...
What's your favourite Haribo?
So, very simple answer. I have to say this correctly because I don't like it when you change the initial letter of
Oh,
words
I know where you're
there.
going with this.
So, Tang Fastix. And I had, did I say that correctly?
I think you did,
It's
yeah.
a bit of a worry.
Yeah, I'm scared now.
But I had a whole packet yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah. I was bouncing off the
I'm
ceiling.
not surprised, absolutely. A whole packet of them.
I really
I'm not going
was.
to say them, I'm scared. But
But I need to ask the question, has your life changed? You're a touring car champion. You've been walking around today with your own bodyguard.
yeah,
How cool is that?
that's pretty cool, huh?
What does that feel like?
So cool.
What, are you waving at the bodyguard?
Look, watch. Hello. See, look at that. How cool is that? And he says, 2 minutes, and then we have to leave. And then I go, excuse me, can I have a wee, please? So, yeah, get in there quickly. And he has to watch me wee and stand over.
Oh, really?
me.
Oh, right. So it's...
He doesn't have to watch me wee.
No, I was going to say.
That would be weird.
You-
That would be a different kind of...
You don't
It
need
doesn't matter.
that much close
has my
personal
life changed? A little bit, yeah, I suppose it has. And I think it's quite strange, I'll be honest, because when I've devoted my absolute life to winning this championship, for me, I came to the show 1999, got the VHS. VHS? I bet some people here have no idea what a VHS even is. And I got the season review, and I used to watch it every day before I used to go to school. And that was where my love for the touring car championship started. And I suppose, for years and years and years, I've chased that dream, and I've got it. And it feels bizarre because you spend so many years looking for it, and now I've got it. And you think, oh, okay, I guess I got to do it again then, because you have your goals kind of change a little bit. You spend years and years and years trying to win it, and now it's a case of, right, let's do it again. That constant strive for, there?
I'm sinking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they do sink, actually. Maybe you've had a good Christmas as well.
I think I've lost gas.
Oh, it's all... You have been given off some. It's all them Haribo you've had. That's the problem.
I think it probably is. Anyway, do continue.
I've forgotten what I was going to say now.
So have I have to say. So your day here at Autosport International as a BTCC champion, slightly different. Everyone wants to say hello, to congratulate you. Naturally, they watched it all on television Evolve at the end of last year. But this is the first time you've kind of, inverted commas, met the public since that meeting at Brands, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And it's so nice to see so many of you come down, by the way. It's so nice. And it's so nice for the show to be back, isn't it?
Yeah,
because
it is,
Laura and I, we were walking in earlier on and we said, God, it literally feels actually like yesterday. It feels like the show, we haven't missed anything. We've come straight back to it. We know where to go. We know what to expect. And I think the Autosport show for me has been such a pivotal part of that motorsport season.
Yes.
You have New Year, you do your New Year celebrations, and then you go to Autosport and the season starts, doesn't it? It's just how it works.
That's how the year works.
It's been so nice to come back and see so many people. I've been walking around the show and getting stopped left, right and centre, and I love it. It's so nice to see so many people. And I think that's a huge testament to the championship, how strong the championship is, and what an amazing thing we can all be part of, because not only do we have the great TV, but we've also got such great access for everyone to come along and watch. And honestly, it's an absolute pleasure to be able to meet so many of you who give up your weekends and come and support across the country. It's so nice.
Here's some words of wisdom, not from me, but from the late, great Murray Walker. Because I was doing a thing with Murray, I did a lot of chats like we're having now. And it was at Goodwood, and we couldn't get from A to B without getting mobbed by people that wanted to talk to Murray. And he would always take the time.
And you.
And nothing to do with me.
Okay, yeah.
All Murray. And he would always take the time and trouble to sign an autograph and to chat to people. And I then asked him about it on the stage. I said, you know, what prepares you for needing to go 100 metres and taking half an hour to do it? And he said, well, Alan, it's very simple. These people invite me into their living rooms every week, and the least I could do is say hello to them.
Oh, amazing.
So that's...
lovely. I've never had a chance to meet Murray. In the years that I spent around the paddock, I saw him at no end of touring car meetings, and our paths never crossed. And I'm so disappointed I never had a chance to meet him, because I've had so many wonderful and beautiful stories.
You can be absolutely certain he would have known who you were, because that's what he did. He made it his job, if you like, to know exactly what was going on. And when he had a conversation with you, he said, oh yeah, I saw you did Silverstone Classic last year. How was that? And that's just...
a fan of it.
Nice. Yeah, he was
Amazing.
a fan. He was a motorsport fan. What about here, walking around and going into, for example, live action arena? Did you have to drive, or was it just...
No, I didn't have to drive.
That's a relief,
But
isn't it?
So one of the crazy things is the live action arena is awesome. If none of you had a chance, you have to go and watch it. It's really cool. But what no one prepares you for is if I have to go up and do an interview, and I got interviewed on the last show by Johnny and Emma, and they come and find you, they take you down, you take into the middle of the grandstand. The delay between me speaking and it coming out the speaker is crazy.
You're learning.
It's mental.
Yep.
Thankfully, I'm aware of this, because I've done it a couple of times over the years. Now, a funny story, a few years ago, I think it was Dan Camish, myself, Colin, and a couple of others. I can't remember exactly who it was. And we had to go to do an interview over into the live action arena. Johnny came and did the thing. We were all squabbling over who's he going to interview, and he went for Dan Cam. And I'm not exaggerating here. I thought we'd broken Dan Cam because he got stuck, because the delay was that great that they went, so how was your season, Dan? Dan went, it worked good.
I know.
And we were like, oh my God, we've broken him. What's happened to it? Like patting him on the back, trying to get the word out. What's happened? But it's a bizarre experience. It really is a bizarre experience.
And the brain makes you talk slowly. So when not.
Yeah, exactly. It's very, very odd. But it's a great show. It's really cool.
You learn that if ever you go into the centre of a football pitch and talk to the crowd at half time. And the first time you do it, you have to learn, you turn your ears off.
Yeah, no, I get that. No, I can relate to that now.
So that's what today has been. Of course, very soon you're going to be starting to think about a championship defence in 2023. That's down to business, because you know how the start of the year works. It will be upon us before you know it.
Was it 100, less than 100 days now?
99 days now. Yep.
You're not counting, are you?
Yeah, no, I saw the tweet yesterday that you got 100 from.
It will absolutely be upon us before we've realised. It will come around so fast as it does every year. But it's a strange one. I've never gone into a new season having won the championship before. This is the first time I've ever, in all my career, I've come back to defend a title, which is strange, and I don't really know what to expect. Yeah. It does feel a little bit odd, but I'm quite enjoying that feeling of it, and I'm quite enjoy kind of going into that first race almost being the chased, if you know what I mean, that we're the benchmark, and that's great. But I'm also acutely aware that we can't rely on that. Just because we won last year doesn't mean we're going to win this year. It has no relevance on it at all. And just like Formula One, just like in any the top level motorsports, it's what happens now that makes the difference once we get into the season. So all of the development that's going on in the car now is so important for when we get to that first race. So we could see a surprise of somebody who was maybe 7th, 8th, 9th last year that could be quickest. We don't know, and that's the beauty of it. The touring car season is so unpredictable. No one knows what's going on, and I think that's the beauty of it.
So how much of your week at the moment, it being January, into the second week of January, how much of your week at the moment is dedicated to thinking about the start of the season, and how much is dedicated to retiling your kitchen or the endless DIY that you've been doing?
It's a great question, and I can only dream of getting that close that I can tile the kitchen. I'm still miles away from doing that. I might do some worktops next week, though, which is a terrifying prospect.
Because you have been doing up the house, haven't you?
The house has been a project that's, as Laura will tell you, has been going on for too long now.
Right.
Maybe it's because I'm not very good at it and I have to keep redoing stuff.
So are you doing this completely on your own?
No, Laura and I.
Right, so yeah, but I mean, the two of you on your own, no professional hands coming
Which one
in.
professionals for?
Right.
What do they know?
So where is the education for this come from?
YouTube.
Right, okay. It's that simple, is it?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Oh, no, it really is that simple. It's all off YouTube. We went, our search history must look bizarre. It's how to plaster a wall,
right?
How to do plumbing. I don't know, do you do plumbing? I don't know, how to fit plumbing. I don't know.
No,
how you do it anyway.
Do plumbing.
How to fit a kitchen, how to do flooring. It's really that basic.
Right. Are you enjoying it?
Yes, loving it.
Right. So is that completely to forget about work,
a little bit, yeah.
Escapism?
And also, we need somewhere to live, and at the minute, that is it's quite crucial.
So how close are you? And a percentage of the house?
Upstairs is done. I've just got to hang some doors.
Right. Is it a bungalow?
Yeah. Shut up. We wouldn't make a very good double act if you keep stealing my punchlines, will you?
We should think about this.
Caravan, actually. So upstairs is done. I've just got to hang some doors, which, I've YouTubed how to hang doors.
Okay.
Sounds quite complicated, actually.
Yeah, no, it is, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Thanks, yeah. Thanks for that. So, yeah, upstairs is done. Downstairs, I'm still doing the kitchen, and then we've got to do the hallway floor into the kitchen, and then the living has still got a lot to do, actually, yeah. Then we've got to do the grass. So Yuri, our amazing dog, he's an ex-guide dog that got sacked. He will only, I think he's some sort of royalist or something, I have no idea. He will only go for a wee on grass.
Right, okay.
Like no other place, not mud,
right.
Only on grass. Now, when we bought the house, the garden isn't that big. It's probably, I don't know, from here to the Cosworth stand. But it was all paving slabs. I mean, that's an inconvenience when your dog will only go on grass.
Good choice.
So then we had to rip it all up and then tickle the slabs up. But I've yet to now put any grass down, so he's got nowhere to wee. So then you have to take him out the front. I know, it's a nightmare.
Have you tried him with artificial grass?
That was actually quite clever, that.
That's quite a good thought, that, isn't it?
Yeah, that's actually clever.
you need to reach out and ask other people while you're doing this project.
Yeah, YouTube never told me that.
No, you need to think about this. Yeah,
that's a good idea.
Yeah. Saves the
I'll sort that. What time is it? I can't get it. I can't get it delivered on Monday.
The reason this whole subject came into my mind to ask you about this was I was chatting to a motorsport journalist yesterday, and he said every time I speak to Ingram, every time I call him, he's in Screwfix, he's in B&Q.
I've been keeping
Screwfix.
I've been keeping Screwfix going. This seat is sinking again.
Right,
I've definitely been keeping Screwfix going. Honestly, it just gets carried away. And what you find is when you get to Screwfix, you completely forget what you need. And then you get back home and remember what you need. So I've just been sort of doing shuttle runs to Screwfix, and they know me. They know me as, what you've forgotten now, Tom? Just the thing for the plumbing. YouTube told me I need to buy one of these.
You see, I was going to say, when you said, I've been walking around today, I've got a bodyguard, I was going to say, you've changed. But after this conversation, I realise you absolutely haven't.
No, I haven't. No. I really haven't.
No, and it's been wonderful to have a chat to you, Ingram. Everyone is very, very happy that you succeeded in securing the title last year. And I wonder if any of you have got a question that you would like to ask the BTCC champion, because Jen is armed with a microphone. And if you have got a question, just pop your hand up. Yes, here we go. Yes, sir. First of all, what's your name, sir?
I'm Jason.
Right.
Bit loud.
Got the right
Remember what I said about the
jacket
echo?
on?
Remember what I said?
Delay. Hybrid. Fan of it, or do you prefer the old system?
Well, Cosworth are just there and they're listening to everything I say. Loved it. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. I joke. It was, I genuinely, I really enjoyed the hybrid system this year. It got rid of that I don't know what the sort of the falseness, if you want to call it that, of how the racing was before, whereby you win a race, well done, now have a rubbish car. And it just didn't quite feel right.
What you mean by that is adding the weight, the balance.
You put an elephant in the side of your car. I mean, it's just unnecessary. So you'd win a race, well done. Now have 75 kilos and have a rubbish car. And it just felt, I don't know, just a little bit false.
Quintessentially, you've got the same car. Just
exactly that. So now we're able to see over the course of the race weekend, and we said at the start of this year, consistency was going to be key because you could actually get the sort of the same people at the front most race weekends. You saw Jake nearly qualified on pole every single race weekend. It's the same people that could be at the front, and I think that was the really important bit. When it came to the racing, then the hybrid system just added some tactics. It gave us a little bit more to think about. We had a little bit more to try to manage. When do we deploy? When do we save? When do we? And you know, some people will say, well, it wasn't that great in terms of the performance from who did to who didn't. From a driver's point of view, it made a massive difference. You could really see when somebody was or wasn't deploying. So it really added to the thought process that was going on from a driver's perspective. So personally, I loved it. I was a big fan of it. There's a slight regulation change for next year. So in terms of how much you have for a certain amount of time, and it's all
a tweak,
a tweak rather than a change, a slight tweak. So that'll be interesting to see how that works out. But yeah, genuinely big fan of it.
This takes us back to the old KX Academy days, doesn't it?
Absolutely right.
Questions from the fans. Anyone else got a question for Ingram? There's a gentleman over here, Jen, just a little way back. Hello, sir. What's your name?
Simon.
Hello, Simon.
Simon.
I wanted to ask you what was the most chaotic race last year?
Oh, chaotic race.
Good word.
Ooh,
I like the word chaotic.
Fairly chaotic.
Yeah.
Most chaotic. Well, it's probably Knock Hill. Because Knock Hill's chaos at the best of times. Because you have 30 of us all trying to go for the same bit of tarmac, so it ends up being a bit of drama. The most chaotic
probably
race.
Why we love it.
You're absolutely right. Yeah. You're absolutely right. I tell you what, the most chaotic race. It may not have seemed chaotic. Behind the scenes, it was bedlam. It was carnage. So Brands Hatch, second race.
Second meeting of the year.
Yeah, second meeting of the year, round 2. I got fired off on the first lap. Not my fault, obviously. Always someone else's fault. Bounced across the grass, filled the radiator up with grass, filled the intake up with grass. Now, engines don't like getting hot. We know this. So when it sort of started to go 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100, I'm sort of on the radio going, it's getting a bit warm. What do I do? And they went, carry on. Okay. 105, 110, 115, 120. I'm going,
wow.
Guys, this it's 120 degrees, not Fahrenheit, Celsius now. This is 120 degrees. Like, what do I do? Carry on. What? No, I can't. It's broken. And I did the entire race going 135, 136, 134, 137, 136, and Spencer just going, just carry on, mate. I just told you this. But driving the car with a flashing dash going, it's like, I'm 137 degree water temperature.
So why was it okay? Why was it okay to carry on?
I don't know.
Don't understand.
I just did what I was told.
No.
And we finished, and we then got to race 3, and we made it all the way through. Quite a big bill afterwards for a new engine, but we finished. And you could look back at that and actually go, yes, it was chaos and chaotic, but it's a chance to win the championship. Because if we'd have pulled out of that second race, we'd have scored no points. We'd probably have scored no points in race 3 because we'd have started from the back. So you can actually look back at that and go, yes, it was absolute chaos and chaotic in the garage from a driver's point of view, but actually it's races like that can win or lose you the championship at the time.
Good question, Simon. Thank you very much indeed. Good answer as well, Tom. Any more questions? Yes, sir. Just over here. Where is Jen? Just behind you. There we go. Hello. What's your name, sir?
I'm pantomime.
Hi. What's your question for
Good
Tom?
in pantomime.
So basically, they're adding the Donington Park Grand Prix layout to the touring car calendar next season. How much are you looking forward to driving that?
I am actually. That's a good question. Yeah, so Donington GP, first time in, Mr. Statsman, what does Wikipedia say?
Many years.
I'm going to make it up. First time at Donington GP since 1997 and...
Later.
Sounds right.
Later.
First time at Donington GP since 1999, so it's going to be exciting to go back to. It's a circuit that we haven't done much, of course, because we don't race on it. You don't do any testing. We've got no idea. So very similar to when we were proposed to do a different Silverstone layout.
Yeah.
It just changes it. It means that we all have something slightly different to think about, from gear ratios to setup to all sorts of bits and pieces that come with it. There's also the other added complication that Donington's been completely resurfaced. So again, that adds another who knows to the mix. But like you say, a new circuit or a new layout to the calendar is fantastic. Josh Cook is apparently very angry that we don't go to Thruxton.
Yeah, well, of course.
I think it's a good thing personally.
Yeah.
But it means that it's something a little bit different. You're absolutely right. I'm looking forward to the challenge of it. It's going to be interesting to see how it works out.
Good question. Again, have we got? We've
got loads of time. Let's keep going.
We have got time.
What time are we?
Hand in the air. We've got 6 minutes.
We'll make it 16
until the show closes.
They can stay. It'll be fine.
Anyone got a question? Anyone? Yes, madam.
Hello.
What's your name?
Sam.
Hello, Sam.
Hello. I'm one of your biggest supporters. My question is, if you had a choice of a car to race in the championship, what brand would you choose?
Well, I know a very good brand that I would love to stick with because they employ me. But it's a good question. I've not actually driven rear-wheel drive. I've driven rear-wheel drive in the past with Ginettas and all sorts of stuff, but never in touring cars. So I'd like to give that a go at some point just to see what the fuss is all about, because it's so quick, and we know they have a massive advantage.
Yeah.
I shouldn't start that now, should I?
No, don't. Not only. It's only January.
No, but there's not many animals that run with their front legs, so rear-wheel drive's obviously better. So I wouldn't mind giving the old rear-wheel drive thing a go. Yeah, probably rear-wheel drive.
You know what I'm doing
There's
now?
only
I'm
the
trying
BMs.
to work out if there is.
Are there any BMs left? Yeah, it's only the BMs now, isn't it? So it would have to be BM in a way. But is this on Facebook Live? Have I just said this on Facebook Live? Oh no! Blank that bit out, please.
Meanwhile, I'm just trying to think of an animal that runs with its front legs, and I think you're right. There isn't one.
No, there are none.
No, I'm trying hard.
Apart from an ostrich.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, well done. You've thought about that, haven't you? Any more questions for Ingram, our champion? Yes, sir. Over here. Thank you, Jen.
We're going to keep going, right? We're just going to keep on. Even when the show closes, we'll just keep on going.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Hello, what's your name, first of all?
I'm Chris, and my question is, if you could race any modern Formula One driver in touring cars in a 1v1 race, who would you pick?
Great question. What a good question. No, take it for yourself. Don't give it to anyone else.
He
that was
said,
yours.
it wasn't me that came up with it, it was my dad.
No, I think you should take that. That was a great question.
It was you, right?
I mean, I bet just because I've seen a photo of him as well, but I bet Vettel would be quite handy. I bet old Seb Vettel would be fairly handy in a little touring car.
And also, the two of you would get on very well.
I think so.
You have a similar...
In terms of a one-to-one, I'd have a go with Verstappen.
Would you?
Yeah, of course I would. Why not?
Right, okay. Anyone else?
No, as well. I think they would all be fantastic, of course, but I've got to think... Yeah, I'm going to go with Verstappen as a one-to-one, because you want to base yourself against the best, don't you? Of course you do.
Oh, I think you'd be more fun with Vettel. You'd have a good day.
I would have a good laugh.
Yeah.
Or maybe Daniel Ricciardo. Maybe we'd have a good laugh.
There you go.
Maybe we could talk about food or something. Good question.
Good question, and some fans in as well. Now, what have we got? 4 minutes. So that's
14
probably time for yes, over here. Come forward to Jen, if you please. Hi, what's your name?
Ethan here.
Hi,
Is
Ethan.
there a track, specifically worldwide or anything, or Europe, that you would like to bring to the calendar, if you could?
Macau.
I was just going to say that. Yeah, I do fancy doing that.
Yeah.
Laura won't let me because she thinks it's too... She's shaking her head like, don't you get any ideas?
Really?
Absolutely not.
So Tom would be very safe. I'd take him. I'd look after him. It would be fine.
Yeah, let's not do that if he's going to come with me. Could you imagine how much we'd eat?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Well, that is the beauty of Macau. It's going out after you've done a day.
Absolutely
day's
right.
racing. It's fantastic.
I do like the idea of a street circuit. I do think we need to do a little away day at some point, don't we? We do need to do a little touring car away day. Spa always looks fantastic in a touring car. But then I think you could go a little bit cooler than that. And I think anything around the world. What about the Isle of Man TT course? Imagine like a one-lap sprint race around the Isle of Man TT course with 30 touring car drivers.
Everyone thinking about dining into
you
the
imagine
PlayStation tonight. Yeah.
That'd be awesome. Yeah,
that
if you've
would-
got that, you should do
would
that.
be
That's
cool.
fantastic.
That would be really cool. Time for one more question for the reigning BTCC champion, Tom Ingram. Hand in the air if you've got a quick question for Tom. Otherwise, we are going to say night,
we've saved by the bell.
Here we go. Here we go. One last question. Final question.
Is there any other racing series you'd like to take part in?
Good question. Any other series I'd like to take part in? Yes.
You tried a Ferrari, but you didn't fit.
Yeah, I didn't fit.
You had to drive
so
like that.
I mean, the Ferrari GT3 car is designed for a sort of a 5'2" Italian man, not for a sort of a slightly overweight 6'2" English bloke. It just doesn't work. So I had to drive it like that.
You literally did have to drive.
I had to drive it like that.
Yeah,
It was awful.
Yeah.
I do like the old V8s, the old supercar, the Aussie V8s. Weirdly, I actually fancy Formula E.
Do you?
I do.
Do you?
I do fancy a bit of Formula E.
Formula E fans over here.
So my head can stick out the top, which is good. But I like the idea of that, like, really close racing with cars that are similar, not the same, but similar, where the teams and drivers and engineers can work together to make a difference. So if you look at it, like BTCC is a good example of that. The cars are similar, but then the driver, the team, the engineer, we can all work together to find a little advantage and find the speed out of it. I love that. And that's where, if you look at the Australian Supercar Series, very similar. And then also with Formula E, where it's very, very close, it's very tight, something that where the driving is just part of it that makes it tick.
Yeah.
I think that would be what I'd like to do.
Good answer. Good question. Thank you very much, everybody. You've been brilliant, staying right the way until the end of the day, with very good reason to hear from the 2022 Quick Fit British Touring Car Champion, Tom Ingram.